Whiteness and Introduction. Steve Garner. One of the key areas of debate about race and ethnicity in recent years has been the question of the construction of whiteness. Much of this literature has focused on the situation in the USA, but there has been a rapid growth of interest in other countries. This book highlights some of the key features of these debates. The author, Steve Garner, argues that whiteness is a multifaceted and fluid identity which must be incorporated into any contemporary understandings of racism as a system of power relationships. This innovative book provides a critical review of key themes for the multidisciplinary literature on whiteness, utilizes a balanced combination of theory, existing empirical data and new fieldwork to demonstrate how political identities are being expressed with the idea of whiteness holding them together, presents ways in which whiteness has been conceptualized in the past and at present, presents examples of marginal whites, nation building and white minorities. Whiteness is an essential purchase for students of sociology, history, politics, and cultural studies studying topics relating to race and ethnicity and whiteness studies. Steve Garner is Senior Lecturer in Sociology at the University of the West of England, Bristol. He has published on racism, immigration, whiteness, and colonialism. Introduction. The political stakes of using whiteness. What is whiteness exactly, and what is the point of using it as a separate problematic in the social sciences? Isn't this exactly the kind of American cultural imposition that Bourdieu and Wacquant, 1998, rail against? How could American debates have relevance in Britain, Latin America, Australia, for example? The RST thing to establish is that whiteness has no stable consensual meaning, and has been conceptualized in a number of different yet not mutually exclusive forms. As much as anything, it is a lens through which particular aspects of social relationships can be apprehended. When, in early 2004, I began the task of grappling with whiteness as it had been deployed by academics in the USA, I did so with two assumptions. The RST was that whatever was specific about one country's historical experience and the ways that the issues of race are managed collectively, it could not be specific to another's. The meanings attached to race are always time and place specific, part of each national racial regime. Whiteness is no exception. The second was that whatever I was studying had to be part of the endeavor to contribute to anti-racist scholarship, by emphasizing the social relationships referred to as racism. Since then, after conducting qualitative research, and through reading through and talking around issues that using whiteness throws up, I have realized that when we talk about this topic we do so from points of knowledge and experience in which such assumptions are not the norm. In this book, I want to emphasize that these two assumptions have guided me so far and I have no reason to replace them. In fact, I am pushed to stress, RST, that the best way to understand whiteness is to think both relationally and comparatively, and second, that if what we are doing is not a contribution to anti-racist scholarship then we should stop doing it immediately. There are two main problems that this position generates. First of all, not everyone yet agrees as to how best to combat racism. This would be true even if the academic study of whiteness did not exist. As it does, the debate about whether using whiteness actually contributes anything will go on. Sarah Ahmed's 2004 Inuncial article, for example, declares whiteness as non-performative, i.e. unable to actually be anti-racist given the structural racism that surrounds production of texts on whiteness. Howard, 2004, criticizes the use of racist ideas within the whiteness paradigm, and Eric Kaufman, 2006b, calls the whiteness paradigm a blunt instrument, and likens it to a training bicycle with stabilizers in the developmental sequence of studies of ethnicity. Clearly, these critiques require responses, which shall be attempted on the back of the arguments presented here, and expressed in the null chapter. Moreover, many social scientists are squeamish about using the term whiteness. Wendy Shaw notes that research on whiteness has tended to suffer from guilt by discursive association with the bulk of whiteness studies, 2006, 854. This guilt derives, RST, from the perceived dangers involved in giving credence to racists who think that white really is a race, with an essential cultural core and collective destiny. Second, there is the conceptual problem of the limits of whiteness. How do we know what we are studying is whiteness and not something else? Don't we already have enough conceptual arms in the arsenal, racialization, dominant ethnicities, etc., without further complicating things by contriving another? These questions haunt the writing of this book, and I am by no means a whiteness booster. Like any other analytical tool, the whiteness problematic has particular limits and advantages, but is not a groundbreaking panacea. I make no claims for its application outside the field of the social sciences, and have no wish to use it as an excuse to focus solely on the ways white people do things per se. In this book, I present an argument, based on my reading of the texts, as to what the limits and advantages might be. I concede from the outset that someone else might have produced a different text from the one that follows. However, this is an introductory text aiming to highlight work, raise further questions and encourage engagement. It is not an overarching supertheory nor even a definitive answer. My relational and comparative argument is that argument is presented in 3 sections of the book. Chapters 1-4 deal with the ways in which whiteness has been theorized and applied to social relationships so far. Since the predominant academic production of work on whiteness has emanated from the USA, it is, I think, normal to see it as the cradle of such theory and thus to give it adequate coverage. However, the essence of the book involves invoking comparative perspectives, both historical and geographical, so chapters 5-7 look at some case studies of the significance of whiteness in other contexts. I attempt here to make some connections enabled by using whiteness as a tool. Chapters 8-9 draw more on empirical work done in the UK since the early 1990s and particularly the beginning of the 20th century. Here I apologise to readers keen to work with the concept in the contexts of Australia, New Zealand, Canada, and South Africa, for example. There is a little on Australia and nothing here on the other 3 countries. My knowledge is based primarily on the UK, the USA, Ireland, the Anglophone Caribbean, and Latin America. My strategy consists of highlighting the key areas, pointing the reader towards the in-depth reading to follow up on these arguments, and trying to give a view of the variety of approaches and ways to use whiteness as a tool for social scientists engaged in the analysis of racism. Indeed, throughout the argument I will be stressing the necessity of keeping focused on the unique set of power relations that constitute racism, rather than slipping into an identity-focused paradigm. Field 2001. Steve Bruce, 2000, contends that a fundamentalist in religious terms is a person who places absolute primacy on the foundational text. I have to confess that if such a definition is extended, I am a fundamentalist on the issue of whiteness. The initial impetus for theorizing whiteness was an anti-racist recasting of the world through a critique of existing power relations by African Americans, see Chapter 1, and one of my arguments is that analyzing whiteness is only effective when deployed to accomplish this end. There is some discussion of whiteness as a way of recentering the academic gaze onto white males and creating a sub-discipline for academic advancement, Ahmed 2004, Anderson 2003. This type of outcome is one of the pitfalls of not reading the founding texts, produced from the multiple perspectives subsumed by the term African American, and the questions they raise about social location and the wider structures of oppression. Put bluntly, if you are a white academic or student reading Du Bois, Baldwin, Wells, Hooks, Hughes, Ellison, etc., you are forced to identify yourself within their narratives. Even though you might place yourself ethically on the side of the oppressed in this process, in relation to the structures that place parameters on collective development, progress, and freedoms, you are inescapably granted advantages, regardless of gender, age, or class, that you would not enjoy if you were not racialized as white. It is not only a question of being one thing rather than another, but that the social locations make sense only relative to each other, and within a broader social structure. As Mills, 1997, 11, asserts, in relation to his concept of the racial contract, all whites are beneficiaries of the contract, though some whites are not signatories to it. To draw a loose parallel, if you are a non-union employee in an industry where the union negotiates more advantageous conditions, you will still benefit from those after a deal has been made, whether or not you campaigned, wanted, or even voted for them in a ballot. This realization can be traumatic for those white people who see themselves as not racist, even liberal, or whatever other adjective you wish to use. Research that we shall look at more closely, Phoenix 1996, Faru 2004, McKinney 2005, suggests that white people frequently construct themselves as raceless individuals, unfettered by the kinds of collective identifications that they view other people as having. The distinction between white/individual and non-white/communal represents a way of understanding the world that has developed since Enlightenment thinkers instated the rational European individual at the top of the hierarchy as the universal man, Ease 1997. Moreover, of the three discursive repertoires in which Ruth Frankenberg's, 1994, 188, interviewees respond essentialist racism, color and power evasion, and race cognizance evasion seems the most pervasive, generated as it is in the production of a white self innocent of racism, IBID. What is important for us is to understand that one of the constitutive elements of white identities in late modernity is to simultaneously see and not see difference. While many whites consider themselves free individuals who have selected the path to take and chosen not to be prejudiced against others, they still frequently see those others as racialized, rather than as individuals, trapped in prejudice, maybe historical, and unable to make the step up from the world of communally deemed rights and wrongs to the level playing field of contemporary color-blind Western democracies. Indeed, seeing race at all is often imagined as being racist in itself. Like gender, surely women are now equal to men, and class, surely that is a divisive old-fashioned way of looking at the world. Race often is viewed as something that doesn't matter anymore, especially if the interlocutor has some black or Asian friends or acquaintances. We don't think of her/him as one of them, he's one of us. Thinking about whiteness as a system of privilege is a huge source of anxiety for individuals who consider themselves white. The often venomous media coverage of whiteness studies in America attests to the profound defensiveness that shifting the gaze onto white privilege engenders. The message is clear: scrutiny of the dominant rather than minority racialized group is invalid. One commentator expresses his understanding thus: the essence of the discipline can be summed up in two words, hating whitey. This representation of the thrust of whiteness studies willfully displaces the argument from the complexity of group relations to the focus on responses to racism. Studying whiteness links the realm of individual prejudices with the systemic patterns of discrimination that began before we were born and whose impact is still felt today. The conclusion for the liberal individual is that she cannot overcome the collective institutionalized structures of oppression, and has a stake in not wanting to. Of course there are stakes in not wanting to, which I address below, but this is merely a brief introduction to try and make the nub of the problem apparent. A further reason for deploying whiteness as a lens is that it strips a normative privileged identity of its cloak of invisibility. John Hartigan provides a concise definition of whiteness, as a concept honed by academics and activists in the introduction to his Cultural Analysis of White People, Hartigan 2005, 1. Whiteness, he argues, asserts the obvious and overlooked fact that whites are racially interested and motivated. Whiteness both names and critiques hegemonic beliefs and practices that designate white people as normal and racially unmarked. Indeed, for decades, the gaze of white academia has been trained on those deemed as other, whether using the terminology of race or ethnicity. The researcher would go and gather data about and/or from communities and individuals representative of what came to be labeled minorities. The dominant post-war race relations paradigm, Miles 1993, Jacobson 1998, constructed racialized communities which it then placed in antagonistic relationships. A number of studies of minorities began to constitute the corpus. It was not until the late 1970s that a serious attempt was made to theorize the relationship between the state, the dominant majority and the minorities in the UK, Hall et al. 1978, and this was not exactly followed up by a stampede of researchers. 3. Indeed, in Britain it has only been since the mid-1990s that ethnographers and sociologists have gone into the eld intent on problematizing white people as agents in racialization. Hoggett et al. 1996, Back 1996, Phoenix 1996. It was in this period also that one of the key cultural studies texts in the eld, Richard Dyer's White, 1997, was published. The objective was to mark white as a racialized identity like any other. Yet crucially, and this is the point that makes everything else in this book comprehensible, unlike any other, because it is the dominant, normalized location. All deviance in societies dominated by white people is measured as distance from selected white norms of a given society. Those norms are usually class-based, gender-biased and ageist. They may or may not be secular or Christian to varying degrees, but the key point is that these norms dictate the criteria by which the behavior of people who are not racialized as white are understood and evaluated. What we are trying to do when we use whiteness as a conceptual tool is insert an intellectual crowbar between whiteness as looking white, and whiteness as the performance of culture and the enactment of power, then pull the crowbar down. Yet what we see when we decouple, or disarticulate, these two constitutive elements of race bodies and culture differs from one place to another and from one period to another. This is elementary social science. Social structures and significance cannot be envisaged or comprehended as either frozen in time or universal. Indeed, in working here on a topic potentially as ideologically bloated as whiteness, one way to focus is by carefully examining context for its precise tempo-spatial relevance. I hope therefore to acknowledge Pierre Bourdieu and Loïc Wacquant's claim, 1998, 109, that cultural imperialism rests on the power to universalize particularisms related to a specific historical tradition by making them, understood as universally true, for they are writing primarily about the imposition of multiculturalism in its American sense, as well as the black-white binary, on other nations' structures for attaching meaning to the social. Yet the critique is more widely pertinent than this. The obvious thing to say is that the U.S. model of blackness and whiteness is not applicable in toto to other contexts, but how and why is more interesting. So if you come to this text with the idea that any attempt to use whiteness in other contexts is potentially dangerous, I encourage you to bear with me. What strikes me most about using whiteness to understand aspects of social relationships is how it might impact on the emancipatory possibilities of white social identities. There are a number of positions on this question, ranging from the race traders, who seek to abolish whiteness, to those who want instead to inscribe an oppositional radical whiteness, 5. And all points in between. If you think using the whiteness problematic is a waste of energy in the GHT against racism, you will not be on this spectrum at all. Yet if you have read this far, you might still be interested in where we are going with this. While abolishing whiteness has a pleasing ring to it, it seems more like wishful thinking than a program. Oppositional whiteness, on the other hand, plays dangerously with the racialized identity that has generated if not channeled oppression for centuries. Part of the argument put forward in this book is driven by the need to dismantle the idea that white is a monolithic identity, and make it apparent that the privilege accrued is actually masking far more harmful inequalities affecting the vast majority of white people, through the disproportionate control of resources by tiny minorities. However much you can disaggregate the populations covered by the location white into classes, genders, regions, religions, and political identifications, the structure of discrimination means that the option of identifying as white in particular social and political contexts remains open and rewarding. Thinking of yourself as white, as the whiteness problematic forces you to do, means you are trying to understand how you as an individual are ensnared in the social relationship of oppressed and oppressor, where the very fact that white is a social identity implies that black, Asian, Latino, indigenous, Pakeha or whatever the categories are called in your racial regime at this time are also conjured into being. Logically, the abolition of whiteness means the abolition of blackness and Asianness and so forth. White anti-racists are caught between the urge to assert the equality of races, and the necessity of deconstructing it under conditions that do not allow the actors to let go of their racialized identities with the same consequences. This is clearly non-performative in Sarah Ahmed's terms, but it is an objective whose attainment necessitates passing through stages of apparently counterproductive work. First, this involves acknowledging that whiteness is a source of terror, realizing that white people are part of the privileged structure regardless of what their personal opinions may be and wherever they lie in the social hierarchy. Second, it means drawing attention to whiteness in a way that suggests it is a real social identity. This approach inevitably gives rise to a number of pitfalls, which I indicate in the sections below. 5 Pitfalls of using whiteness as a paradigm. Pitfall 1, Reification. The term reifying, drawn from Marx, means turning something that is an effect of ideology, rather than a real thing, into an object itself. Reification occurs when an abstract concept, e.g. one created to describe a relationship, is treated as a concrete thing. George Lukács, 1971, 83, contends that its basis is that a relation between people takes on the character of a thing and thus acquires a phantom objectivity, an autonomy that seems so strictly rational and all-embracing as to conceal every trace of its fundamental nature, the relation between people, my emphasis. The RST pitfall of analyzing whiteness is thus to reify it. In other words, by studying the racial identity, white, which has been constructed historically as an exploitative set of power relations and only in relation to others it may appear to be a homogeneous group recognized as having biological and cultural links across time and space. The white race per se, as a transnational homogeneous bloc, is not mentioned until the mid-19th century, although white had been used to describe groups of people in the New World for a couple of hundred years before that. Even then, racialist subdivisions began to form part of the picture, in the writings of Gobineau, Knox, and later Chamberlain. 6. So, instead of treating whiteness as a social relationship or process or any other viewpoint characterizing social science, whiteness becomes an object in itself. The idea of reification can also be described using the vocabulary of essentialism, wherein biological essences are seen as constituting the core of a group's identity. From this perspective, there are elements of whiteness to do with the social as well as the biological, which are transmitted intergenerationally. The error of reification bestows legitimacy on groups proclaiming either white supremacy or white victimhood, as a result of multicultural policies argued to have tilted the balance of power away from the indigenous white population, or both simultaneously. The counter pitfall to number 1 is that of conceptualizing whiteness as the opposite of essentialist. In approaches developed from postmodernism, social identities are seen primarily as hybrid, contingent, and fluid, almost to the point of representing a choice. Race is just one trope like others. The element of cultural choice is emphasized to the exclusion of the material, or structural, parameters on people's agency, to give the idea of people opting in and out of racial identification. Here race as a social identity becomes so essentialist that the approach undermines its relevance by overemphasizing context and fluidity. The solidity of specific configurations and power relationships thus melts into the air of hybridity, devoid of an understanding about how asymmetrical the choices and relationships between them are. DEI 1999, 2000. If white is simply one of a range of identity products open to a consumer, like which ringtone to download, it becomes difficult to explain the enduring patterns of diminished life chances for those not racialized as white, if this question even remains on the agenda. Pitfall 3, the level playing field. Whiteness invokes power relations. It will be argued throughout that whiteness represents normality, dominance, and control. While the enterprise of marking it as a racialized identity should involve the same rigor as that applied to other racialized identities, it is paramount to remember that white is not like any other racialized identity. This is not to argue that white privilege is experienced and distributed evenly, just as the effects of racism are not experienced identically or evenly by its victims. The various racialized identities do not lie on a level playing field. Lynching was not a cultural practice replicated by African Americans. Hispanic Americans do not organize campaigns and sign covenants to keep white Americans out of their residential areas in urban settings. Gypsy travelers do not take property developers to court when the latter attempt to build on land adjoining their sites. To lose sight of this imbalance allows identity politics based on white victimhood to be given credence. A constant refrain in what might be described as the backlash against multiculturalism and racial equality that has been identified in ELD work and public discourse since the 1980s, Hewitt 2005, is that the balance of justice has tipped away from the indigenous white population towards minorities. It is not clear from statistical analyses of poverty, educational achievement, health, etc., that minorities have made absolute rather than relative progress. Programs such as affirmative action are cited as unfair impositions on white male employment, while the variety of efforts made by public authorities to reduce verbal abuse is constructed as authoritarian control over people's freedom of expression, the dreaded political correctness. The problem for social scientists interested in the racialization of white identities is how to represent these discursive claims and figure out what the conditions of their production are, without endorsing them as uncontested reality. Karen McKinney, 2005, for example, demonstrates how the white undergraduates she works with understand their racial positions as disadvantaged because of affirmative action programs and due to social taboos on language. Addressing racialized difference may manifest itself in what is referred to in the USA as color-blind racism, Bonilla Silva 2003, in which the period of racial discrimination is viewed as historical and complete. Awareness or acknowledgement of wider structural racism is absent, and the model is one in which all races compete for resources on a level playing field. However, the contemporary situation is viewed not as of disproportionate power being held by a small minority of white people, but of all the breaks being given to everyone else. The loss of economic and cultural status can thus be displaced onto people of color who are constructed as taking unfair advantage of loopholes, and the shackles binding white people. Pitfall 4, Recent Ring. One problem that emerges is that the focus of research can shift to the details of white identities. I argue that the foci of studies in whiteness should always be racism and racialization. How do these relationships become embodied in real people in real places at specific times? If analysis becomes solely the dissection of any distinctions between various groups of white people, then we are moving away from this ethos towards studies of class, gender, sexuality per se. They are any, but are not directly of concern to us in an introduction to whiteness. Jesse Daniels, 1997, for example, shows how white men and women are racialized, and sexualized, in far-right propaganda in America, yet she does so by using a comparative method, showing how the process also impacts on representations of African and Jewish Americans. Her study is about whiteness explicitly projected as a dominant and cherished identity, but shows how the discourses of power relate to racism, class, gender, sexuality, and nation. One of the points to be made in the following chapters is that whiteness has two simultaneous borders, one between white and other and the second separating grades of whiteness. Overemphasis on the latter is problematic. In zooming in on the distinctions at that end, the overarching frame goes out of focus. Pitfall 5. Assuming that analyzing whiteness is an anti-racist procedure per se, this could in some ways be seen as a synthesis of the RST4. Clearly, if we assume that merely by trying to mark whiteness as a racialized location we are producing anti-racist scholarship, then there is plenty of leeway for error. The assumptions underlying our research questions, our methods, focus and the dissemination of our work are all areas where the outcomes may unintentionally bolster, rather than challenge, the racialized status quo. Moreover, most of us work and study in institutional contexts where white people wield the most decision-making power and hold the highest paid jobs. One of the many challenges arising from this work is to try and pick up the thread and end ways to make this type of work have an impact. Having edged these issues at an early stage, we will encounter some of them in the RST section on theories. The structure of the book. In the chapters that follow I am going to suggest that the ways in which whiteness has been theorized reap the multidisciplinary tensions of the work done on it. This is hardly a surprising conclusion, given that academics from cultural studies, literary criticism, law, history, philosophy, and political sciences have accompanied sociologists, ethnologists and anthropologists in this enterprise. This all means that when someone asks me what is the definition of whiteness, I find it impossible to answer directly. You may as well ask what is the definition of love, or of sadness. I have indicated that whiteness is a theoretical approach as much as anything else, in which it is presumed that practices and discourses engaged in wreaked white dominance in a given society. They do this by bolstering the idea that white people, regardless of sex, age, class, etc., have particular collective claims on the nation which are and should be prioritized by the state over those of other groups. These claims can only make sense if the centuries-long ideological labor establishing the idea that white people are superior in terms of civilization is acknowledged. A person racialized as white can be ideologically exiled from this privilege, or may pursue values seen as antagonistic, or adhere to a minority religion, or are from a different country, for example, e.g. travelers/gypsies, white trash, Jews, various migrant groups such as the Irish in Britain. The function that whiteness as a social identity performs is to temporarily dissolve other social differences, sex, age, class, region, and nation into a delusion that the people labeled white have more in common with each other than they do with anyone else, purely because of what they are not black, Asian, asylum seeker, etc. After looking at a lot of texts on whiteness produced in the USA, my conclusion was that whiteness is not one thing in particular but simultaneously a problematic set of conceptual frameworks and a collection of rival perspectives about the effects of power. I decided to group the mainstream approaches deployed into VE themes, Garner 2006, which, with revisions, provide the structure for the RST section of this book, chapters 1-4. These are terror/supremacy, invisibility absence/visibility content, norms and values, cultural capital and contingent hierarchies. It will become apparent in the second and third part, chapters 5, 7 and 8, 9, respectively, that elsewhere in the world, other issues are addressed more than those exercising our American colleagues over the past 2 decades. Whatever the focus, however, the dissolving of other lines of difference remains a recurrent feature in the functioning of these mechanisms. In a way, the capacity of whiteness to shut down other avenues of difference that count a lot in people's lives is similar to the power of nationalism. Indeed, the point at which a discourse of whiteness in our own Eldwork 7 became most acute was where nation was invoked as the property, in terms of space, money, culture, and the ability to say what is normal and what is not, of particular people vis-a-vis others. Ownership, as we know, is a primary source of power. One whiteness as terror and supremacy. I think that one fantasy of whiteness is that the threatening other is always a terrorist. This projection enables many white people to imagine there is no representation of whiteness as terror, as terrorizing. Bell Hooks 1992, 174. On July 22, 2005, armed British police held down and shot a man several times in an underground train at Stockwell Station, South London. He had been chased into the station by detectives searching for suspects involved in the attempted bombings in London that had taken place the previous day. The police were looking for Hussein Osman, who was arrested later in Italy. Jean-Charles de Menezes was a Brazilian electrician, with a pale brown complexion and dark short curly hair. The officer's racial misrecognition of Menezes thus resulted in his death. Regardless of where you stand on the playoff between civil liberties and public security, the incident happened a fortnight after the 7/7 bombings that had killed 52 people and injured hundreds in London. It is surely uncontroversial to posit that had Menezes been a blue-eyed blonde he would not have been mistaken for a terrorist. The point of this is to demonstrate that being or not being white can be a matter of life and death, and that those on the white side of the equation generally make the decisions that mean this is so. It is the word always in bell hooks formulation that transforms suspicion into systemic practice. The earliest re-exhive writing on white identities originated in Black America, then being adopted by radical elements within the dominant culture. The corpus can be traced back through Ida Wells Barnett at the end of the 19th century, W.E.B. Du Bois, 1996–1903, 1999–1920, 1998–1935, at the beginning of the 20th century, through Langston Hughes, 1947, Richard Wright, 1992–1940, 1957, Ralph Ellison, 1952, James Baldwin, 1955, 1984, 1985a, b, c, all the way to Toni Morrison, 1987, 1993, Bell Hooks, 1992–2000 and Charles Mills, 1997, 1998, whose work we shall look at more closely at the end of this chapter. David Roediger's Survey of Black Perspectives, 1999, and George Yancey's modern edited collection of philosophical essays, 2004, serve to emphasize the genealogy of, and vernacular setting for, the trope of whiteness as terror identified both by early and contemporary writers. One could emerge from an initial reading of the material convinced that the whiteness studies paradigm is so specific to America's largely bipolar racial arena that it is simply an exotic outpost of academia with little to bring to anyone else's self-knowledge, or applicable to the way collective identities are formed and sustained elsewhere. The power talked of here is of unchecked and untrammeled authority to exert its will, the power to invent and change the rules and transgress them with impunity, and the power to deem the other, and to kill him or her with impunity. The arbitrary imposition of life and death is one end of the spectrum of power relations that whiteness enacts, across the parts of the world where white people are preponderant in positions of power. From Ida Wells's anti-lynching crusade, through Malcolm X's comment that we didn't land on Plymouth Rock, that rock landed on us, to Carmichael and Hamilton's pioneering and striking claims about the way structural racism functions as a compound of class and race, 1967, the recurrent theme is of African Americans developing an ethnographic gaze of which the subject is the way power is wielded by white America and how it impacts painfully on them. The critique pieced together over the centuries, however, is not a one-dimensional identification of behaviors with oppression. While much of this is understandably focused on slavery, rape, and murder, there is more to it. There is an explicit linking of capitalism with the specifics of whiteness, indeed the exchange of people for money, labor for money, and the idolatry of things thus purchased emerges as a point where core African American values diverge from European ones. 9. Patricia Hill Collins quotes one of John Gwaltney's respondents. One very important difference between white people and black people is that white people think you are your work. Now a black person has more sense than that because he knows that what I am doing doesn't have anything to do with what I want to do or what I do when I am doing for myself. Now black people think that my work is just what I have to do to get what I want. Gwaltney 1980, 174, in Hill Collins 1990, 48. Carmichael and Hamilton go further than the distinction between careers and instrumental labor carried on in the spaces that structural discrimination allows, arguing that the costs of capitalism include child mortality and poverty that disproportionately impacts on them. When white terrorists bomb a black church and kill black children, that is an act of individual racism, widely deplored by most segments of society. But when in that same city, Birmingham, Alabama, 500 black babies die each year because of the lack of proper food, clothing, shelter, and proper medical facilities, and thousands more are destroyed or maimed physically, emotionally, and intellectually because of conditions of poverty and discrimination in the black community, that is a function of institutional racism. 1967, 6. The cross-cutting and compounding effects of race and class discrimination have exercised thinkers such as Cox, 1948, and Robinson, 1982, working from within the Marxist tradition, and have inspired a critique from Mills, 2003b, and we will pay closer attention to the latter's work in the second half of this chapter. Structures of domination. Beyond the history of slavery, lynching, the Klan, Trelease 1971, Jim Crow and segregation specific to the USA lie more widely recognizable social formations, such as the use of deadly force in the case of Menezes above or any of a number of people killed by security forces. Morrison, 1987, and Bell Hooks, 2000, 1992, stress the terror and domination of whites as the primary values seen from a black perspective in terms of the power of naming, denning, decision-making, and the use of symbolic and physical violence. Indeed, I have stressed this structural element because of the need to establish that all the micro-level interactions that are identified and analyzed in the ELD work, which we will spend a portion of this book looking at in the other chapters, are fully intelligible only when the macro-level power relations within which they occur are specified. These macro-level relations include those involving international capital, the movement of labor, military and industrial technology, the allocation of funds and resources throughout and between national societies. Going into these in detail would mean writing a book about everything, which is clearly not within the grasp of this project. Instead, as a starting point, I want to give some examples of what could be considered terror-inducing relationships using material generated in the American context, and add a couple of my own. The impact of decision-making processes on people who are not white can then be seen at a number of levels, constituting, at its most acute, a question of life and death. Loans for housing, and residential segregation. Most people who own their homes need to borrow money to buy them, and the most obvious source for obtaining a loan is a financial institution. George Lipsitz, 1995-1998, analyzes the ways in which the authorization of loans for the purchase of housing were raised. Even if the sample was controlled for class, i.e. white working class compared to black working class applicants, then more money was made available, for longer and under better conditions, to white applicants than to black ones. In a similar vein, the study by the Institute on Race and Poverty on Housing in Long Island, New York 10 concluded that between 1999 and 2000, the rates at which conventional home loan applications were denied rose by more than 20% for both African Americans and Latinos. In 2000, Latinos in Nassau, Suffolk, a county in Long Island, earning more than $91,800, around £47,500/70,000, were more likely to be turned down for conventional home loans than were whites earning less than $38,250, £20,000/29,400. This kind of practice explains why patterns of racialized residential segregation are observable in cities across the USA. Clearly this has a major impact in determining who gets to live where. In the USA, the most expensive housing is generally found in suburban areas, and the failure to obtain loans means that Black and Hispanic Americans remain primarily in cheaper neighborhoods where they can afford to buy. Moreover, the practice of restrictive covenants, explicit or implicit threats of violence, and generally adverse social conditions kept blacks out of white areas. Cutler et al. 1999, 496. When placed alongside other segregationist practices such as redlining, this results in the development of areas that black and other minority people cannot easily access. Gotham 2000. They are therefore over-concentrated in other areas. These methods should be seen as collective segregationist action. Moreover, Lipsitz, 1995, points to the functioning of the Federal Housing Authority, FHA, set up in 1934, which lent virtually exclusively to white families in the post-war period. He points to the organization's area reports and appraisers' manuals as maps of discriminatory practice. The combination of these structural patterns with the deterrent factor facing the RST black families to move into an area means that there are tangible material and ideological factors at work, granting privilege to white Americans and impeding the mobility of African Americans, and other minorities. Massey and Denton 1994. All of this serves to undermine one of the ideological edifices on which capitalism, and racism in its contemporary forms, are constructed, the rule of individual responsibility. This means, you get what you deserve, both for hard work and for idleness. Yet, obviously if you are a Hispanic earning $90,000 and not getting loans that are offered to white people earning $38,000, as in the Nassau-Suffolk County example, there is obviously a breakdown in the logic of that system. This is not to say that the latter do not work hard for their incomes, but most importantly, that there is not a level playing field. In the pre- and post-war periods, unionized labor was dominated by unions operating color bars, and therefore transferring benefits of industry disproportionately to white male workers. The FHA channeled more money and loans into white counties, which then developed white suburbs, obtained government funding for services and often sought independent status. Massey and Denton, 1994, note that although black people also moved to the suburbs, this process was uneven. In the 1960–1977 period, 0.5 million African Americans and 4 million white Americans moved to the suburbs from inner-city areas. Of the latter, 86% were living in Indiana highly segregated areas, with a maximum of 1% African Americans, by 1993. So there is no simple relationship between income, ambition, and social mobility. If you literally cannot move out of the ghetto, because you have less chance of accessing the type of employment that leads to loans being granted, and even then, less access to the loans on top of that due to the financial organization's lending practices, then how do you get to live outside it? There are observable socially constructed mechanisms for restricting the movement of non-white people, which develop from the practices of white decision-makers. In these mechanisms, all white people, regardless of class and gender, are ostensibly granted a priori advantage over everyone else, even if it consists primarily in not encountering as many obstacles. That is still a serious set of privileges. How can we link this notion of white privilege to broader issues that do not necessarily have an overwhelmingly economic basis? The discourse on segregation and urban renewal is far too large to digest here. Gotham 2000, Massey and Denton 1994, Lipsitz 1995, 1998. I shall instead point towards three trends identified by Lipsitz, 1995, that are indirect results of the decline of former industrial areas and new development. Minorities live, i.e. industrial belts of larger cities that used to provide relatively cheap housing for workers in those industries. This renewal displaced communities and destroyed more buildings than were constructed. Second, renewal through business development in these areas means larger taxes, to pay for redevelopment, levied on a smaller number of households. Third, there is an environmental aspect, in that there is a greater amount of waste dumping in those predominantly minority areas, yet lower penalties for infringing rules by dumpers than exist in white areas. The spatial considerations of larger cities and business cores are to do with protection of capital, and new high-return housing units that appeal to the middle classes, often in gated communities. Mike Davis, 1992, argues that in Los Angeles, for example, downtown space has been reorganized to suit business interests, and the urban poor are both policed away and are free to move around in increasingly smaller areas. So this map of social ripples shows that decision-making on one issue has a series of ramifications that hinder people from being as geographically and socially mobile as they would like, worsening their living conditions by making it more likely that the area they live in will be downgraded, pay higher local taxes and all the associated things such as the heightened probability of crime, poorer performing schools, etc., thus limiting their life chances. My argument then is twofold. First, that the arbitrary use of power in order to set in place a set of structural parameters that bear on a given group of people constitutes a form of terror. Simply because fewer people beat other people with sticks than was the case in the past does not mean that this is not a form of violence, but instead a form of mundane low-intensity terrorism. The second is that in this ongoing scenario, white people emerge as beneficiaries, even if they do not support such a system or benefit much from it in other areas. There is no such thing as a neutral white person in this process because it is a social process, that is, an individual cannot remove him or herself from it, solely by wishing it away or changing behavior as an individual. Regardless of class and gender, inter alia, being white per se is a relatively free ride, and the privileges in terms of options can be seen in the forthcoming chapters, where some of the complexity attached to experiencing whiteness from differing points on the class and gender hierarchy will emerge. Meanwhile, I would like to return to the thread of terror as a property of whiteness and suggest a second set of connections. Invisible men and women? Racism is not only a material but an ideological reality. There are numerous ifs and buts occluded in that little sentence, but for the moment let us take it at face value. James Baldwin, writing of the impact of racism on his life, refers to the cumulative effect of the millions of details 24 hours of every day which spell out to you that you are a worthless human being, 1985b, 404. A central tenet, and I would argue a constitutive element of any system of discrimination, is that the dominant group considers the dominated on a collective level, as worth less than itself. In most parts of the developed world this involves white people racializing others as less civilized, less appropriate for membership of or access to their nation, neighborhood, etc., although of course in other places, where the dominant group is not white, a similar dynamic may exist. 11. The basis for the American relations is that of imperialism and slavery, and can be summarized in Frantz Fanon's, 1967, argument that white Europeans made him a Negro. In other words, the identity of a black person is derived from the construction of a white identity, based on a number of assumptions about human agency. These include exaggerated claims about civilization and barbarity. From the outset in North America, black people were declared property rather than persons. Their lives were therefore worth less. They could be killed and raped with relative impunity. What they said and did was seen as evidence of inferiority. Even after the Civil War, fought in part over the issue of free labor, debates over the establishment of the new order involved many arguments that black Americans were not morally or culturally ready for democracy, the franchise, etc., while foreign white immigrants were not generally subject to this discourse. Du Bois, 1998-1935, 282, cites President Andrew Johnson in a March 1866 debate, as asking of the freed slaves, can it reasonably be supposed that they possess the requisite qualifications to entitle them to all the privileges and equalities of citizens of the United States? He went on to argue that granting of the franchise to the freedmen would be unfair to large numbers of intelligent, worthy, and patriotic foreigners, Ibid, who knew American democracy better than the Negro and had to wait years to qualify for citizenship. The practice of lynching at one extreme, and of judicial history at the other, were premised on the idea that only whites could give accurate evidence and that guilt was presumed for blacks. 12. Indeed, the dominant white gaze on black people conates them into an undifferentiated mass, men as threats to white employment and womanhood, and women as threats to male virtue. In the context of the institutions of slavery, post-war Jim Crow, and all the legacy of learned superiority, these practices became normal, unquestionable assumptions on which everything else was based, what Pierre Bourdieu, 1977, calls a doxa. What I am going to suggest is that while no one could claim that the situation in the late 20th and early 21st century in terms of vigilante attacks on and intimidation of African Americans is comparable to that of a century before, 13. The core ideas underlying those actions can still be easily activated. This can be seen in two cases where white perpetrators of murder blamed their crimes on titious black men. The RST is explored by D. Marvin Jones, 1997, in his study of how race as a social practice evacuates individuality from those objected and reduces them to a list of imputed biocultural characteristics. It is the Charles Stewart case in Boston. In October 1989, Stewart and his brother murdered his pregnant wife. They then wounded Stewart in order to throw the police off the scent. The pair then blamed the murder on a black man in jogging pants with a raspy voice. The area of Boston where the murder was committed, Mission Hill, then witnessed a very intensive police operation in which many black men were questioned. The surrounding media and political discourse involved talk of restoring the death penalty, etc. Stewart's brother Nally confessed that the scheme was a setup to claim life insurance. The readiness with which Stewart's narrative was believed, despite a lack of evidence, and with which the police suspect, local man Willie Bennett, was believed to be guilty, demonstrates continuity with the previous century's practices. Stewart eventually committed suicide and Boston's black community reacted angrily to the scrutiny to which it had been unfairly subjected. Jones argues that assumptions of black criminality thus form the basis of white responses to black subjects at particular moments, when race constitutes a line dividing innocence from guilt. White people are willing to accept a script of black violence and guilt because this is how they expect black men to act. A similar case was that of Susan Smith in South Carolina in 1994. Smith drowned her 2 infant sons and told police they had been kidnapped by a black man wearing a knitted hat. Again, local black men were soon questioned, although, as in Stewart's case, it is usual practice to eliminate the spouses from a murder inquiry about the death of a family member. These situations wreaked broader issues of media and police responses to crime, which serve to bolster and provide the framework in which events are understood. Moreover, neither Stewart nor Smith have been constructed in media discourse as shameful to their race. Nor do white Bostonians or white South Carolinians necessarily feel collectively ashamed about these crimes. Indeed, the attention given to the victims far outweighs comparable attention for black victims of shootings in Boston or of children murdered. American society shares the baseline of suspecting black men as capable of anything, whereas the sexualized practice of lynching, Harris 1999, encapsulates the fall into savagery visited on, rather than enacted by, African Americans. Toni Morrison's character Sethe in Beloved, 1987, 198-199, also suggests that the question of savagery is a projection. White people believed that whatever the manners, under every dark skin was a jungle. Swift unnavigible waters, swinging screaming baboons, sleeping snakes, red gums ready for their sweet white blood. But it wasn't the jungle blacks brought with them to this place from the other, livable, place. It was the jungle white folks planted in them. It spread until it invaded the whites who had made it. Made them bloody, silly, worse than even they wanted to be, so scared were they of the jungle they had made. The screaming baboon lived under their own white skin, the red gums were their own. Using the Rodney King case, Janine Jones, 2004, maintains that white Americans can sympathize but not empathize with African Americans, both because the latter are seen as behaving according to different and less civilized rules, and since white Americans lack motivation to NDA mappable experience to help them understand. Thus, by not seeing one's own collective historical implication, it can be projected instead onto the collective guilt of the victims. Ellison's Invisible Man is invisible only as a human being, he is visible as a representation of fear, crime, sex, and danger conjured from the centuries of white violence and terror visited upon non-whites, a distorting mirror in which the dominant see themselves deformed. Where this becomes even more serious is when we consider the next stage of the legal process, the judicial treatment of the perpetrators of homicide. It is clearly easy to blame black men for murders they do not commit. Even when they do commit murder, the path they take through the legal system is a race-specific one. In terms of the death penalty, for example, the statistics show a pattern of differential treatment for black and white murderers, particularly where the victim is white. A 1998 report compiled by the Death Penalty Information Center, Dieter 1998, concludes that the new studies revealed through this report add to an overwhelming body of evidence that race plays a decisive role in the question of who lives and dies by execution in this country. Race influences which cases are chosen for capital prosecution and which prosecutors are allowed to make those decisions. Likewise, race affects the makeup of the juries which determine the sentence. Racial effects have been shown not just in isolated instances, but in virtually every state for which disparities have been estimated and over an extensive period of time. A rough grasp of the issue can be achieved through usingers compiled by the DPIC from the NAACP/CLP reports, 2006, in tandem with those from the Bureau of Justice, Fox and Zawitz 2004. 14. Combining these datasets allows us to suggest the ratio of criminals actually executed for murders and the probability of them being executed. Clearly there are elements of the criminal justice system that are not captured in this, such as the prosecution of cases, interrogation, representation at trial, juries, judges, appeals, etc. However, the GERS suggest stark distinctions between the likelihood of the murderer of a black or a white victim being executed, and the relative probabilities of a white murderer of a black victim, and the black murderer of a white victim being executed. We might then argue that one mechanism for the way in which whiteness functions is the conferral of an otherness made visible only through collective characterization. An individual is merely the reaction of a larger trend anchored in behavior deemed normal, or at least common for that group. So black males are here transformed into what Jean Baudrillard, 1984, terms simulacra, which means multiple identical images with no original. The hyperreality, ibid, thus constituted comprises the opposite of whiteness, which consists of a set of individuals. This phenomenon is recognized in confessional and activist literature on whiteness, McIntosh 1988, Kendall 2006, as well as critical race theory such as D. Marvin Jones, 1997, and Chen by Ellison and Wright. Bigger Thomas, the central character in Wright's Native Son, 1992-1940, accidentally suffocates the daughter of the middle-class white family he works for because he knows that being caught alone with her will have serious consequences for him. Moreover, he then hurriedly burns her body because he understands that the action will be understood as homicide rather than manslaughter, the pathological black male murder of vulnerable white woman. The collective seeing of whiteness as sovereign individuality is only possible through the concomitant collective practice of not seeing non-whites except as abstractions. The question of not seeing leads us to the next section, addressing the conceptualization of whiteness, this time as systemic. Two contributions seeking to theorize whiteness as a system or structure of power relations will now be introduced, the work of Charles Mills on white supremacy and racial exploitation, and Cheryl Harris on whiteness as property. White supremacy. Charles Mills has been working on approaches to racism from within the discipline of philosophy since the 1990s. In a series of key publications, Mills 1997, 1998, 2003 AB, 2004, he has sketched the contours of an understanding of whiteness as systemic. His departure point is the failure of philosophy to even address racism. A set of interlocking assumptions produce the discipline's Eurocentric standpoint, 2004, 27. The taking of white experience as representative, the focus on ideal theory, the idea that class is the primary social division, and the refusal to engage with social justice as it pertains to racism, despite the centrality of the legacy of Plato in philosophy. Overall, he identifies the debilitating whiteness in mainstream political philosophy in terms of its critical assumptions, the issues that it has typically taken up, and the mapping of what it has deemed to be appropriate and important subject matter, ibid. 30. Mills's attempt to design a more accurate global socio-political paradigm, ibid. 26, involves delineating a structure he calls white supremacy rather than white privilege, as the former implies the existence of a system that not only privileges whites but is run by whites for white Binet, ibid. 31. Moreover, the legacy of previous clearly supremacist structures in U.S. history is thus highlighted in the present, constituting no less than a fundamental paradigm shift, 2003a, 40. This necessity of asserting continuity with the past is acknowledged also in Harris's work, below. Mills asserts that there are 6 dimensions of white supremacy. White supremacy is thus constructed as objective, systemic, multidimensional and constitutive of a certain reality, ibid. What is striking is Mills's emphasis on the collective acts of willful not seeing, of the evasions entailed in the violence of assimilating the non-white non-nation to the white nation, 2004, 27. The systemic exertion of power and reaping of benefits can be sustained only if whiteness requires its practitioners not to see the benefits as accruing from structural advantages, but as manifestations of individual failings. At best, it sees racism as something that disadvantages some groups, rather than simultaneously advantaging others. It is to the mechanics of this advantaging process that we shall now turn. Racial exploitation. Starting from the premise that Marx's class exploitation is systemic and normal in that it requires no extra measures, Mills, 2004, goes on to assert that race has relative autonomy and therefore racism is a system of oppression in itself, we might add for itself in particular cases and forms. However, while class exploitation is primarily based on wages, the racialized subordinate population, R2, is either excluded from work altogether or recruited by members of the dominant group, R1, under different conditions from other workers. In the colonial system, non-whites are coerced to work, while white workers in the metropolis are compelled by the market to work. Mills maintains that, this is not a minor but a major and qualitative difference, 2004, 39. Moreover, the R2s are not part of the group to which democratic norms apply. The normative social justice claims are therefore not available to them as a matter of course, which means that following Rogers-Smith, 1999, racism is not an anomaly in the global system but a norm in its own right, ibid. This insight has been presented in the sociology of racism for many years, but in the context of political philosophy it represents a breakthrough, containing as it does an implicit rebuttal of colorblind liberal and socialist positions. Mills goes on to identify areas other than wages as arenas of exploitation, and the state as an actor in them. Not merely in writing the laws and fostering the moral economy that makes racial exploitation normatively and juridically acceptable, but in creating opportunities for the R1s that are not extended to the R2s, and in making transfer payments on a racially differentiated basis. 2004, 41-42. Indeed, from the examples Mills gives, ibid. 44-45, what emerges is not a matter of a single transaction but a multiply interacting set with repercussions continually compounding and feeding back in a destructive way, ibid. 46. There is thus a form of exploitation analogous to, but not reducible to, class exploitation. So the importance of Mills's interventions is to underscore the systemic aspect of whiteness and suggest that it benefits white people regardless of whether they want to benefit. His racial contract explicitly states that the racial contract is that set of formal or informal agreements or meta-agreements between the members of one subset of humans, henceforth designated by racial criteria as white. To categorize the remaining subset of humans as non-white and of a different and inferior moral status, in any case the contract is always the differential privileging of the whites as a group, the exploitation of their bodies, land, and resources, and the denial of equal socio-economic opportunities to them. All whites are beneficiaries of the contract, though some whites are not signatories to it. Moreover, he suggests that there is a rational side to it, i.e. it is linked to interest perceived as racial, the terms of which have been demonstrated economically, Lipsitz 1995, 1998, Oliver and Shapiro 1997, Massey and Denton 1988. Yet as Du Bois intimated, not all wages are economic, and there appear to be psychological bonuses available, as one can only be white in relation to non-whites, Mills 2004, 52. In these works, Mills thus evokes whiteness as a multidimensional systemic phenomenon that has emerged from a specific history. Among its mechanisms is racial exploitation, here conceptualized as distinct from class exploitation. Whiteness as property. Indeed, Mills echoes some of the themes of Cheryl Harris's earlier groundbreaking work, Whiteness as Property, 1993, which we shall now address. Her framework is the socio-legal enracinement of white supremacy in terms of the validation of white European norms of ownership of people and land. The development of white supremacy is outlined as a system of economic and social domination secured by its anchoring in law. Harris argues that whiteness as property survived the civil rights era, to resurface in the form of successful legal challenges to affirmative action programs. She ends by explaining how affirmative action can best be conceptualized as combining both reparative and distributive justice, thus avoiding the impasse of individuals competing for employment, university places, etc. Space here does not permit an exploration of all the richness of Harris's thesis, 15, so I will concentrate on three strands: property in bodies, property in land, and property in expectations, as well as the issues arising from these configurations that help us understand how whiteness works. Property in bodies. The shift in status for European and African-descended elements of the workforce in 17th-century America is the starting point for the process that ended with black bodies being the property of whites. The early decades of settlement involved white indentured labor working alongside enslaved labor, Jordan 1968. The correspondence of the free laborer to the Christian and white categories, along with that of the heathen, black, and slave ones, was not absolute until the latter half of that century. Indeed, so many slaves converted that the code of Christian/heathen was scrapped in favor of white/black. This, argues Harris, was a deliberate strategy to make black people as a class subordinate to whites. The RST slave codes did not appear until the 1660s, Harris. 26 Whiteness. 1993, 1718. It was at this point that the term Negro, with a lowercase n, emerged. The free status of some former slaves and their descendants, and the ambivalence over whether they were persons or property, is shown in the way that the size of constituencies for the House of Representatives were computed, with slaves worth 3 fths of all other persons, Ibid. 1720. By the end of the 17th century, white corresponded with free laborer. While not all blacks were unfree, no whites were slaves. For the poor white workers of the South, whiteness had become a line of protection and demarcation from the potential threat of commodification, and it determined the allocation of the benefits and burdens of this form of property. White identity and whiteness were sources of privilege and protection, their absence meant being the object of property. Ibid. 1721. This safety net provided by whiteness is the context for Du Bois' Public and Psychological Wage, 1998-1935, 700, in that however far white people could fall in economic terms, they could never end up as property. This discrepancy in status became naturalized, a badge of inferiority rather than the result of a social system. This naturalization is apparent in the 1896 Plessy judgment. The plaintiff was appealing for compensation for having been removed from a whites-only carriage on a train. The court ruled both that segregation per se was not discrimination, and that moreover, no harm could be inflicted on Plessy's reputation by consigning him to the colored section of the train because he was not entitled to claim whiteness. This was despite the fact that socially, he passed as white. Harris maintains that the court's logic of understanding race was not the objective one that they claimed. The legal definition of race was the objective test propounded by racist theorists of the day who described race to be immutable, scientific, biologically determined and unsullied fact of the blood rather than a volatile and violently imposed regime of racial hierarchy. Harris 1993, 1739. In fact, the concept of the one-drop rule of descent required knowledge of genealogy that could not always be proven, and was based on two contestable ideas. RST, that race is purely biological and has no social component, and second, that whiteness can be polluted in a way that blackness cannot. If a white plaintiff were treated as not white, then he as terror and supremacy 27. Or she would have grounds for complaint because of the status difference between groups qua groups. However, a black plaintiff had no claim for damaged reputation because his/her reputation for whiteness was based on a social lie. So what the court did was assume that the naturalized status quo resided in the dominance of white over black, the rationale for why Plessy could not sit in the whites-only carriage. Yet it ignored the social implications of that status quo, i.e. what Plessy lost in terms of economic and social opportunities by being considered black rather than white. Property in land. On the issue of Europeans' relations with Native Americans, Harris's key point is the formulation of land rights. Land settled by Native Americans for centuries was taken and redistributed among white Americans. The facilitating structure for this was the way in which property was conceptualized in solely European terms, as the right of an individual to acquire and dispose of. Native Americans did not own land in this way, rather they saw themselves as collective stewards of the land, managing it for the following generations. So if the courts only recognized European property holding ideas, then only Europeans could actually own property. This fact infused whiteness with significance and value because it was solely through being white that property could be acquired and secured under law. Only whites possessed whiteness, a highly valued and exclusive form of property. Harris 1993, 1725. Indeed, property ownership has been identified as one of the key elements of civilization justifying the 16th century colonization of Ireland, Garner 2003, for example. Part of the practice of denning Native Americans as savages involved them being cast as communal wanderers who did not make the land productive. There are strong resonances here with the case of the Australian Aboriginal people's land struggles with the authorities, Moreton Robinson 2005a, b. Pearson 2003. The concept of terra nullius, uninhabited land, had been deployed in the settlement of Australia, despite the presence of Aboriginal groups, a legal strategy that privileged the European concept of property ownership. After the 1992 Mabo II ruling, in which Torres Strait Islanders successfully proved that they had owned the land even by European standards of proof, two much criticized High Court decisions delivered in 2002 Miriawung Gairong and Yorta Yorta 16 have interpreted land ownership rules in a way that has so far prevented a repeat of Mabo II. Even if ownership can be proven, the very basis upon which a group 28 Whiteness claims land back can be rejected, as with the 1978 Mishpi case, which Harris uses to underscore the role of whiteness in the powerful function of denition. The case was an attempt by this Massachusetts tribe to recover land conveyed to non-Indians without the requisite federal government approval. The basis of their claim had to be that they constituted a tribe at the time of conveyancing. Over the years, the Mishpi had mixed with runaway slaves, other tribes, and Europeans. For the trial judge, this meant they had lost their tribal essence, yet for the Mishpi, it was relationship to land and shared culture that deemed them rather than racial purity. Harris 1993, 1764-1765. Their practices of absorption led to them being considered untribe-like in law. The Mishpi were not passing, comments Harris, but were legally determined to have passed no longer to have distinct identity. Ibid. 1765. Yet the Mishpi's twin survival strategies, of mobility and mixing, have to be understood in a context where they suffered threats from disease and competition for resources, as well as pressure to Christianize, which the majority did. So presenting these strategic choices as legally giving up their Mishpi identity is also an effect of power, not a neutral reaction of a situation. In addition to demonstrating the awesome power of denition to determine people's life chances, the land contested was very valuable. The case also shows that one additional and increasingly important element of whiteness as property is its rejection of the ongoing presence of the past. Ibid. 1761, which impacts most noticeably on the post-civil rights era cases that Harris turns to at the end of her article. Property in expectations. Harris indicates that property is not restricted to the tangible, but can also come in the shape of expectations, e.g. those deriving from a belief in individual rights based on membership of the white race. In three notable cases in the 1970s and 1980s, Bakke, 1978, Croson, 1989, and Wygant, 1986, she identifies the unifying element of the court's rejection of the past as having any impact on the current racialist status quo. In Bakke, the plaintiffs claim to have a place in a University of California medical school class, where 12% of the places were reserved for minorities, is based on white individuals' claim on 100% of the places, as in the past, due to centuries of oppression. Moreover, only GPA and MCAT scores were used in court to prove merit, when there are other criteria used to determine an applicant's suitability for a place. The ruling prevented the University of California from maintaining its minorities program, while leaving in place the 5% of the as terror and supremacy 29 places reserved for the dean's discretion, Ibid. 1773, and the de facto age discrimination in medical school recruitment. In this case, the innocent white individual is faced with the burden of compensating for past discrimination, and the court overruled the compensatory dimension of the university's program. Similarly, a white businessman brought the Croson case, 1989, against the city of Richmond because he lost a contract to a black business under the city's program that was aimed at placing 30% of its spend with minority RMS, in a city with a 50% black population. The fact that the city was still actually spending only 0.67% of its budget on business with minority RMS was rejected by the judge as being irrelevant. The court ruled that no basis for affirmative action existed. Harris points out that the issue is one of treating the cases as on-off instances of individual unfairness, when the broader picture is one of widespread and systemic historic discrimination that makes white the most privileged identity, treating white identity as no different from any other group identity, when, at its core, whiteness is based on racial subordination rate as existing white privilege by making it the referential baseline, IBID, 1775. The last of the three cases, Wygant, was brought by senior white teaching staff employed by the city of Jackson, MI. These teachers had been laid off by the city in a retrenchment program contrary to the usual procedure in which the newest staff are the RST to go. This is because a prior union deal had safeguarded the jobs of black junior teachers. The city's policy of making senior staff redundant was overturned by the courts. Harris argues that their seniority was based on obtaining jobs in a period and as part of a system in which there was no competition, i.e. on a racially discriminatory basis. The error in each of these cases, argues Harris, is to connate two types of claim, distributive, fairness, and compensatory, overcoming the past. In the context for the law's construction of rights as individual rather than collective, this confusion leads to the case being interpreted as one of the claim and counterclaim of minority person v. innocent white. The salient issue is prior advantage gained through a discriminatory system. Harris posits a solution to this problem, arguing for the separation of whiteness as property from whiteness as identity. The idea of distributive justice focuses on introducing fairness into an unfair pattern of distribution that has a historical dimension, thus not focusing primarily on guilt and innocence, but rather on entitlement and fairness, IBID, 1783. 30. Whiteness. Conclusion: whiteness as property then has altered in nature over time, but retains its core characteristic, the legal legitimation of expectations of power and control that enshrine the status quo as a neutral baseline, while masking the maintenance of white privilege and domination, IBID, 1791. Harris's thesis revolves around this discontinuity between past and present. She relentlessly draws out the idea of ongoing social inequality whose result is that the law at once makes whiteness as an objective fact, although in reality it is an ideological proposition imposed through subordination, IBID, 1730, and makes of blackness and Native Americanness, inter alia, devalued identities. So, even if for many white people in contemporary America, whiteness is little more than a consolation prize, it still prevents its bearer from becoming something else, from falling into a status to which penalties are intrinsic. The kind of property protected in affirmative action counterclaims is that of maintaining white people's unquestioned privileged access to resources and reduction of obstacles facing them in the labor and education markets, among others. In protecting the property interest in whiteness, property is assumed to be no more than the right to prohibit infringement on settled expectations, ignoring countervailing equitable claims that are predicated on a right to inclusion, IBID, 1791. Taken together, Harris and Mills's contributions set an agenda for analyzing whiteness away from both the micro-level and the liberal paradigms of individual rights, placing the emphasis instead on the reproduction, adaptability, and institutionalized nature of discrimination in which white identity grants privileges even for the furthest down the hierarchy. These radical and striking understandings of whiteness as a system not only critique the institutional basis of social justice, but challenge activists and researchers to think beyond the immediacy of individual relations into the realm of the structural parameters contouring our actions and cultures. The core of the writing on whiteness derives from the specific history of the USA, from slavery, Reconstruction, civil rights, black feminism's challenge to the mainstream. So we have so far established that in the USA, decision-making concentrated in the hands of dominant groups of white people through institutions founded on inequality, serves to frame the hierarchical patterns of segregation in which resources are still unequally parceled out, and life chances enhanced or reduced. British historian John Belkem, referring to Peter Culkin, 2002, argues that whiteness has come to be presented as omnipresent, unchanging, and as terror and supremacy. 31. Real, formulations that risk losing sight of contextual variations and thereby undermining the very understanding of race and whiteness as socially constructed. Belkem 2005, 146. While I disagree with this as a general statement, indeed there is as much work covered in this book that is specific to time and place as there is that neglects spatio-temporal specificity. The critique is broadly pertinent. I want to stress that in saying that whiteness potentially equals terror at all times, the argument is not that this is the only dimension of whiteness, nor that it is unchanging, far from it. This type of debate illustrates the problem of either universalizing the American experience or not looking beyond it. American academia's domination of whiteness is wreaked in this book, but it should be problematist. What about elsewhere? We clearly need a structure through which to try and make sense of the patterns developed in this corpus, which contends that whiteness can often equal terror. All the other ways in which whiteness can be theorized are dependent on this. It is the thread holding the various dimensions together. What is useful in understanding whiteness through the prism of terror and supremacy is that it is organic, in Gramsci's sense of the term, which means it is a conceptualization primarily as a form of power experienced by people who suffer directly from its exercise. The understandings are informed by but not reducible to personal and collective experience. In this way we can see how the power wielded at a macro level, the global politics of colonialism and neocolonialism, the power to disregard, and destroy, is worked out on the lives of individuals. An effect of this power is to temporarily suspend all other sources of identity and place the white we in unity against the other, regardless of its disunities and differential access to resources. The international order in which particular states pursue the right to invade others is based on the post-war order in which the USA became dominant and Europe less so. Yet when discussions of whiteness take place, they often do so as if none of the vast global backdrop of war, trade imbalance, consumption imbalance, debt, and its prolongation is relevant to what goes on at the micro level. To resume the caveat begun in the introduction, it is only worth looking at white identities and their relation to power if it is part of sociology of racism. The starting point of this exercise is recognizing that whiteness can mean terror for those who are not white, the possibility of writing rules to suit white people, changing them when they do not have the desired effect, and being able to benefit so much from structural inequalities that non-whites die younger, are less likely to realize potential and grow up in an environment where the overriding ethos is one where they are devalued merely for existing. Any discussion of the intricacies of white internal boundaries, which will be a central theme in what follows, must always occur with the shadow of social death hanging over those who do not tie into the category white. I have framed this chapter to incorporate two paradoxical but not mutually exclusive ways of conceptualizing whiteness. There is a set of arguments that suggest that whiteness is invisible because its normalization guides scrutiny away from it, and another set arguing that the exercise of power makes it, on the contrary, extremely visible. The latter have been introduced in the previous chapter. Here, I am going to offer a reading in which both are true, at the same time, but the visibility or invisibility of the white subject is contingent, hence whiteness as a kind of absence that is produced by social relationships. We shall look at how whiteness can be invisible and unmarked, before taking the alternative view, in which whiteness is heavily marked, to the point where it saturates the eld. The last section will develop these ideas, showing how one person's invisibility is another's visibility. Whiteness as invisibility. Richard Dyer's central point in his study of whiteness, LM and Photography, 1997, is that white is the framing position, a dominant and normative space against which difference is measured. In other words, white is the point from which judgments are made, about normality and abnormality, beauty and ugliness, civilization and barbarity. Because of the dominance of Western European thought and military and technological power over the last centuries in its global projects of colonialism and neocolonialism, whiteness has come to be represented as humanness, normality, and universality. Whites are not of a certain race, they are just the human race. 1997, 3. If white is human, then all else requires qualification, everything else is deviant. So, to clarify, the argument is not that whiteness is actually invisible. A better word would be unmarked. Whiteness for the majority of white people is so unmarked that in their eyes, it does not actually function as a racial or ethnic identity, at least outside of particular contexts when they might perceive themselves to be in a minority. Whiteness is rendered invisible under the weight of accumulated privileges. Dyer's book focuses on the visual, and he is talking primarily about LM. He builds on work he did in the late 1980s on the ways in which whiteness is represented in a variety of LM genres, Dyer 1988. 17. So what we glean from Dyer is that whiteness sustains itself by appearing not to be there. The power relations of white over black, men over women, and class over class, are fused in presentations of whiteness so that they become a statement of the natural order. White is simply what it is to be human. Here we touch on a well-rehearsed theme, the capacity of power to make itself appear natural and unquestionable. This capacity lies at the root of power's representations of itself in terms of race, class, and gender. This is just the way it is, and resistance is both futile and unnatural. Cresswell, 1996, 1920, following Bourdieu, suggests that the RST efforts of dominated groups are to transform this type of oppressive ideological strategy from doxa, common sense limits, to orthodoxy, a choice of one path over others, and the awareness of alternatives. In other words, resistance aims to reduce the eld of what is taken for granted and increase the eld of what cannot be. In a much referred to article, Peggy McIntosh, 1988, 18 attempts to draw parallels between the privileges inherent in being male and those inherent in being white, and how they impinge on everyday life. The better-known section of this original paper is the part dealing with white privilege, in which she characterizes it as an invisible package of unearned assets that I can count on cashing in each day, but about which I was meant to remain oblivious. White privilege is like an invisible weightless knapsack of special provisions, maps, passports, codebooks, visas, clothes, tools, and blank checks. 1988, 1. Here McIntosh presents a list of privileges underscoring how whiteness can be unmarked. She explains the rationale. As a white person, I realized I had been taught about racism as something that puts others at a disadvantage, but had been taught not to see one of its corollary aspects, white privilege, which puts me at an advantage. I think whites are carefully taught not to recognize white privilege, as males are taught not to recognize male privilege. So I have begun in an untutored way to ask what it is like to have white privilege. The list contains things that McIntosh feels she can do that colleagues who are not white cannot. They involve unnoticed, unharassed, unauthored movement through public space, being treated as an individual rather than as a representative of a group, and ending her experiences and needs catered for as normal. McIntosh's reactivity allows for the focus to be placed on what accrues to white people rather than what disadvantages face others. One of the themes to come out of ELD work with white people is their general unease at thinking of themselves as white per se. Just as identifying class inequalities makes people defensive about their achievements, always deserved, vis-a-vis others' less successful lives, then addressing whiteness evokes a similar response, making people defensive about their social location. The reluctantly performed ideological labor entailed in white people seeing themselves as raced, and, logically, as race-making, raises painful questions about its producer's place in the world. Indeed, even when McIntosh's list of privileges is used in the classroom as an object of discussion, McKinney, 2005, reports that the structural elements do not get picked up, the students preferring to emphasize things that make a more immediate impression, like ash-colored bandages that are not the same color as some people's ash. The discomfort of white subjects with seeing themselves as raced, a process that disrupts the normality in which the white gaze can roam freely on the other, emerges clearly from two pieces of empirical work by Anne Phoenix, 1996, and Karen McKinney, 2005, which we shall look at now. 19 Anne Phoenix's interviews demonstrate how young white people in London enjoy the luxury of not having to think about racialist identity. This equates to the freedom to idealize egalitarianism, and assert that color is unimportant in judgments of personal worth. At the same time, the respondents essentialize blackness, which is experienced as a threatening presence in particular spaces. They are thus forced to confront the contradiction expressed by, on the one hand, identifying themselves with non-racial identities, while recognizing that being white signifies a social location, and as such, has a history and interconnections with other colors. Phoenix 1996, 192. This ideological impasse, whites are individuals, others are parts of groups, is encapsulated in the idea of sovereign individuality outed by Stephen Farrew, 2004, 244, 20. This consists of always viewing the white subject as a non-racial, universal individual, while the other is primarily a erased member of a collective. Here, Dyer's point about invisibility resurfaces. Treating whiteness as a non-racialist identity conceals racialist power relations and the ideas and practices that sustain them. Bell Hooks, for example, talks of feeling marginalized by white middle-class girls at Stanford who did not understand that their experiences, social comfort, and access to resources were not shared. Among other things, their pranks, messing up her room, emptying her talc and perfume, and dirtying her clothes, cost Hooks time and money she didn't have. Hooks 2000, 27. Indeed, Phoenix, 1996, 196, concludes that silence about whiteness implicitly serves to maintain the status quo of power relations between black people and white people. In this narrative of sovereign individuals we hear confirmation of the arguments formulated in the previous chapter. The white murderers, Charles Stewart and Susan Smith, are dealt with in media coverage as errant individuals, and, in Smith's case, partly as a victim herself, while sections of the African American communities in their areas were collectively pathologized as violent and criminal after they had turned the police hunt onto them. The response of the police and media was based on the postulate that any one of these black men could have killed/kidnapped the woman/children because it is in the nature of black men to do things like this. However, it is not in the nature of white people to do these things, although some may do. The distinction is any but far-reaching. Once we talk about nature we think about the incapacity for change, and we have retreated from orthodoxy to doxa. Cresswell 1996. Ruth Frankenberg's, 1994, study of white women in California demonstrates a particular understanding of race as only being activated by the presence of others. Her interviewees express varying degrees of unawareness of their own whiteness until they have epiphanies in specific contexts, such as coming to large urban areas for the RST time. Their childhoods and adolescence in white or largely white communities are not understood as being anything to do with race. These experiences mirror those of some of Bridget Byrne's interviewees like Sally, Byrne 2006, 4254, who talk about life-changing friendships with non-white people, or rural childhoods devoid of race and adult experiences of cosmopolitan London where they understand themselves as being raced as they confront bodies and spaces that disturb their expectations. Ibid. 95-102. These women do not see race as necessarily an important part of their identities in some contexts, and indeed prefer to talk about gender. Ibid. 72-74. Such avoidances and hierarchies of oppression are also referred to explicitly by Gail Griffin, 1998. Karen McKinney's experiences of teaching an undergraduate course on race and ethnicity in which she focuses on whiteness, McKinney 2005, demonstrate a variety of recurrent themes. 21 One of the most striking is the resentment and anger exhibited by the students who confront their whiteness as a raced identity often for the RST time. The general failure to come to terms with the privilege bestowed is expressed in terms of denial. This takes two main forms. The RST is to argue that racism is either exaggerated or a question of individual prejudices that the author of the diary does not share. This constitutes what McKinney calls the golden rule of treating everyone as an individual rather than as a member of a group, thus echoing Phoenix and Furua's endings. This colorblindness, Bonilla Silva 2003, entailing the idea that even seeing or talking about race is itself racist, anchors a whole post-civil rights political ideology that Whiteness, 2001, calls a racial project. The second discursive strategy is to reconnoiter whiteness as actually detrimental, rather than beneficial, to their life chances. So at the other extreme of the parameters of the idea of whiteness as unmarked is the possibility that it has become marked and transformed into a liability. There are 2 points to be made here. The RST is that such discourse has a very specific American focus, affirmative action. The second is that while affirmative action may be absent from the European landscape, the notion of white Europeans as an emerging unprotected minority is certainly present. Indeed, what Paul Gilroy might include under post-colonial melancholia, 2004, is working and lower middle-class white Europeans' construction of themselves as losing out in a new set of social hierarchies in which the indigenous ND themselves unfairly sidelined vis-a-vis minorities. The whiteness as a liability line is indeed being reproduced in the UK, and attention will be paid to that in Chapter 9. McKinney's endings 22 show that white students are concerned about quotas and affirmative action, which they perceive has impacted on their entry into university, on their obtaining grants, the size of the grants, on relatives' jobs and promotion prospects. They are confused by the rules regarding the circumstances under which race can be addressed and using what language. The young people here view the slate as having been wiped more or less clean by the reforms of the civil rights era, and see minorities as now on a level playing field with them. Yet in their eyes, quotas mean they are unfairly discriminated against as white people. Indeed, as Harris, 1993, maintains, affirmative action is constructed as reverse discrimination, with individual white subjects being held accountable for collective and historic practices. The failure of past patterns of structural disadvantage to be included in the equation that necessitates the establishment of affirmative action in the RST place is frequent in these students' accounts. Similarly, the working class men interviewed by Weiss and Fine in Buffalo are critical of affirmative action for having generated white unemployment. White male critique, they argue, revolves around a sense of being pushed out of an economic marketplace that they see as formerly functioning fairly. Weiss and Fine 1996, 502, my emphasis. This journey, however, from invisible and unmarked racial identity to new visible disadvantaged minority can be understood as a discursive maneuver that dekes attention from whiteness as a privilege holding social location, either to another geographical location or historical period. The subjects created in the narrative of white disadvantage also deem themselves through the marking of moral/racial boundaries, which we shall examine in the following chapter. It has been argued that whiteness is a position from which other identities are constructed as deviant. The invisibility of whiteness therefore stems from never having to deem itself explicitly. It is seen as the human and universal position requiring no qualification. So on one level, the entire social science enterprise of studying whiteness is, as Dyer argues, to make white people see their particularity, to make whiteness strange, 1997, 10. This capacity to be universal and disembodied cannot be separated from the capacity to be an individual rather than the member of a group, to be the liberal and liberated Enlightenment subject. From this position, white people deploy strategies of not seeing race, which is paradoxically based on the assumption that only other people are raced. When white sees itself in the mirror, there are usually particular conditions, encounters with unfamiliarity, exposure to raced others that makes the white subject reeked on his/her whiteness, McKinney 2006. At a further level there is the recognition that white, like male and middle or upper class, is a privilege-bearing position, albeit with varying and contingent privileges attached to it. Understanding how this works, not just to disadvantage people who are not white, but to benet those who are, requires thinking beyond individual opinions and into the realm of institutionalized, patterned, and structural inequality, as we started to do in Chapter 1. Whiteness visible. Much scholarly writing about whiteness and empirical work with white people suggests there is a lack of awareness about race, and indifference to the unremarkable nature of being white. Frankenberg 1994. Helen, Charles, 1992, even wonders whether white people actually realize they are white. Karen McKinney presents a large number of accounts by her students that describe white people coming to realize they are raced. This can take a number of forms and have relatively positive or negative outcomes. The epiphanies experienced by Frankenberg's interviewees are found also in McKinney's. These initial turning points for the undergraduates often came when they competed for college places. Their understanding of affirmative action virtually always involves a qualified white person losing out to an unqualified person of color, 23, and of scholarships going principally to minorities. Students express a range of antipathy towards quotas, with Jerry even stating that he would be better off black, 2005, 163, a sentiment echoed by Rick, who thinks being white in this world is getting harder with each passing second, Ibid, 177. However, writing from other social locations has long argued that whiteness is excessively visible. As we saw in Chapter 1, whiteness has been critiqued as an expression of particular power relations since the end of the 19th century. Toni Morrison, 1993, for example, in her analysis of early American literature, maintains that it is blackness rather than whiteness that has been rendered invisible. By this she does not mean only that depictions of black characters are rare, but that what constitutes black characters is also more about the white author than about the ostensible subject. Black characterization is comprised of a projection of fear and guilt, so that the overriding weaknesses of the black characters are constructed as parts of white America's struggle to successfully tame nature, while unsuccessfully, in Morrison's terms, struggling to be human. Both these projects involve exploitation of enslaved Africans, migrant labor, and natural resources, as well as the forced removal of Native Americans from their land. Indeed, she sees whiteness, deemed as civilization, technology, and force, denning itself against nature, savagery, primitiveness, and weakness, characterized by otherness in the New World. She argues that a dominant theme in early American literature was the highly problematic construction of the American as a new white man, Morrison 1993, 39. This worked by denning Europeans against a physical and gurative background of barbarity to better highlight their civilized status. Of the new man thus created, she writes, the site of his transformation is within rawness, he is backgrounded by savagery, Ibid, 44. It is therefore important in the relational construction of whiteness and its others, inextricable from each other in terms of process, that the external boundaries come to wreak savagery. This is also true of ideological attempts to distinguish between more and less civilized white Americans in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, as Rafter, 1988, 21, argues, even reprising the wilderness theme in which the least civilized are depicted as inhabiting forests and are described using animal and insect metaphors. The project of seeing otherness entails the projection of anxieties, and thus what it means to be white can be partly grasped from how the other is seen. The eponymous narrator in Ralph Ellison's Invisible Man captures this process when he states, "I am invisible, understand, simply because people refuse to see me. Like the bodiless heads you see sometimes in circus sideshows, it is as though I have been surrounded by mirrors of hard, distorting glass. When they approach me they see only my surroundings, themselves, augments of their imagination indeed, everything and anything except me." Ellison 1952, 1. We saw in the previous chapter how the re-exive process of backgrounding against savagery can be read into other contemporary situations, such as the responses to homicide and the workings of the legal system. Indeed, from this perspective, the invisibility alluded to is a form of hidden content whose privileged location reveals itself in the act of narration. Whiteness may well be invisible to those categorizing themselves as white until an epiphany triggers greater reaction about racism and the social location of the white interlocutor. This is evident in the almost confessional narratives of white anti-racist feminists such as Mab Segrest, 1994, Marilyn Frye, 1983, 1992, Stephanie Wildman, 1997, Gail Griffin, 1998, and Frances Kendall, 2006, through to Karen McKinney's, 2005, undergraduates. However, and this is an important however, it does not hurt to remind ourselves that whiteness has always been visible from the perspective of people of color. Indeed, early deployment of the gaze on white people was rooted in African American experiences of needing working knowledge of what was in the minds of those they interacted with. The accomplishment of this twin set of understandings was termed double consciousness by Du Bois in The Souls of Black Folk, this sense of always looking at oneself through the eyes of others, of measuring one's soul by the tape of a world that looks on in amused contempt and pity, 1996-1903, 5. Indeed, this re-exive, and, for Du Bois, semi-schizophrenic, gaze can be conferred with a genealogy represented in projects such as those of Roediger, 1999, and updated by Yancey, 2004, along with more in-depth treatment given to it by Hooks, 1992. Quite apart from the terror of arbitrary violence of all sorts, which has been dealt with in the previous chapter, we must address a different problem here. White people experience a number of mundane, as a kind of absence 41. Transactions, e.g. shopping, traveling across borders, banking, as unproblematic, not realizing that this is the case because of their whiteness, while others, bearing the burden of suspicion, encounter extra checks, questions, surveillance, policing and worse outcomes. We shall examine the contemporary European phenomenon of conating people of color with a variety of statuses into one amorphous thread in chapters 8 and 9. Here we might react on the everyday experiences of people being followed around as they shop, being asked to show identity papers and being refused access to services in cases where white people are not. This restricted movement can also escalate into lethal violence. Individual cases are lengthily documented elsewhere, but we might identify as exemplary the June 1982 killing of Vincent Chin, in Detroit. 2 men attacked Chin, a Chinese American, because of the Japanese car industry's impact on local employment. 24. One of the reasons for which it is illustrative is that the men were acquitted of murder and instead given manslaughter charges of 3 years probation plus knees. Chin's murder is just one of a long list of arbitrary killings following in the tradition of lynching, but I have selected it to demonstrate that blackness is not the only other generated by whiteness. There are parallels in the way Chinese immigrants were victims of extrajudicial killings in 19th-century California, by white gold diggers, and by the citizens of Los Angeles, for example, who hung 17 Chinese youths during riots in 1871 because one was suspected of shooting a white man, not permitted to give evidence, not granted citizenship, and had to pay an extra tax in order to immigrate, etc. 25. The LA riots of 1992 and the aftermath of Hurricane Katrina in August 2005 are rich topics for reaction on the power relations still infecting America's domestic policies. For people incensed by the acquittal of the police officers caught on LM beating Rodney King in early 1990s California, left to their own devices for days in hooded out New Orleans, or turned back by law enforcement at the bridge out of the city as they ED to neighboring Gretna. 26. Whiteness and blackness, almost inextricable from class, appeared to be the organizing principles of justice. It is hard to think about those two massive events in recent American history as other than raced, and as moments in which whiteness became momentarily as visible to white Americans as it is to others all the time. A kind of absence, a kind of presence. How then can we make sense of these ostensibly contradictory analyses, of whiteness as unmarked and whiteness as the supreme overdetermining factor? The question of invisibility seems to be determined. 42. Whiteness. Primarily by the perspective from which whiteness is experienced, i.e. there is nothing invisible about whiteness for African, Asian, or Hispanic Americans. I am not convinced that absence in this case is synonymous with lack of content. Like Robert Painter, 2001, 135, I interpret whiteness as a LLED, rather than empty category. Invisibility seems a more accurate term, in that it denotes ostensible absence but actual presence. So I am going to bring the two apparent opposites, visibility and invisibility, together by suggesting that movement through different types of space might reveal a pattern that enables the paradox to be retained and the apparent contradiction resolved. My starting point is that whiteness is the fulcrum of power relations in the eld of racism. Without it, the other constructions fall away, both historically and in the present. The organizing principle of race, whether you think of it as a biological and/or cultural reality, or as a social construction, was developed by actors working from a social location. There is agency here. The construction of race in the modern world has been achieved by people working within structural parameters and utilizing available cultural repertoires. And the position from which the idea of race as we understand it in the 20th century, going back to the 16th century, through the Enlightenment, scientific racism, social Darwinism, colonialism, and Nazism, was propagated, was that of white Europeans and their ancestors in the New World. This is not an argument that any subsequent projects aimed at racializing identities are imposed by Europeans on passive others. Groups use racializing strategies for defense, solidarity, and to pursue political projects around obtaining recognition and material resources. The point made here is that the unmarked nature, which we have referred to here as invisibility, of whiteness derives from it being the center point from which everything else can be viewed, but which can see itself only if rooted in another. So, typically, when making claims about another race, the white speaker is simultaneously listing characteristics whose opposite he or she feels are applicable. So when Fine and Weiss's blue-collar interviewees, 1996, and those of Weiss et al. 1996, like Lamont's, 2000, assert that their African American and Latino counterparts are lazy and feckless, they are implicitly arguing that this is a boundary along which race is measured, and that they themselves are industrious, careful, and responsible, i.e. the exact opposite of the groups they have been talking about. With some exception, contend Weiss and Fine, 1996, 504, the primary function of discourses about welfare abusers, by these white men, is to draw the boundaries of acceptable receipt of government services, at themselves the hard-working white man who is trying to support his family. As a kind of absence 43. So how does this help us understand the visibility and invisibility of whiteness? By demonstrating that both are true, unless you understand the process of racialization as a static one, which is a tautology in any case. The part of the equation which consists of the dominant groups racializing others, which we are interested in here, also entails self-racialization. You reveal your own values when describing, or more accurately ascribing, those of other people. The role of social scientists is to listen to this, and the invisibility, or inaudibility, to pursue this imagery more faithfully, of whiteness dissolves. We shall see more on values in the following chapter. Realization of a subject's whiteness comes frequently when that person experiences an unusual setting through mobility, and may also be expressed as national belonging. Let us take two brief statements from our research project on the UK, Clark and Garner, forthcoming. Elsie, an elderly respondent in our survey from the southwest of England, narrates the coach journey to her daughter's home on the other side of the country, a trip which she makes a few times a year. The coach passes through the main road out of East London, the A11. At the City of London End, there are areas of shops and street markets reflecting the district's relatively high British Asian population, 27. When you leave London, as far as Stratford, when you go along there, it's all sort of market. And you don't really see a English person, it's all like Muslims and you know. The RST time I did that on that coach, I got a bit more used to it now, I thought, oh, my, it was just as if you were in a different world, you know. Once you got past Stratford, it was okay of course. Elsie is shocked by the absence of white people on the streets, and the look of the shops and goods on sale. She uses the term English to cover white, indicating an ambiguous understanding of nationality. Elsewhere in her interviews she contradicts this. She also connotes all the religious backgrounds of the people, describing them as Muslims and The area to negotiate in this state of anxiety was bounded, ending after the suburb of Stratford, where the coach stops before continuing its journey east. Another interviewee, Brian, makes frequent business trips from the southwest to London, and bemoans the overwhelming presence of others that he encounters there. "I do envy it, I'll be honest, mildly irritating because you hardly see what you would call a normal white British person on the street. Because it is just full of foreigners in inverted commas, sorry." Brian's comments indicate a common culture shock expressed about traveling from a provincial city to a big cosmopolitan one, which is seen as racialized space vis-a-vis normal spaces. He is even more explicit in linking color to nation. Moreover, his awareness of political parameters on race talk, allied to the linking of phenotypical difference with unbridgeable and unsettling cultural difference, is a frequent theme in how many white people talk about multicultural Britain. On more local levels, research in Britain has elucidated the way younger people think about the spaces they travel through and to in terms of safety. This understanding can be multifaceted, involving gender, class and race, and complicated combinations of knowledge about individuals who use those spaces. Thus Paul Watt and Kevin Stenson, 1998, and Watt, 1998, found that young white people in provincial southern England see particular spaces as dangerous for a number of reasons, such as fear of crime and violence. This anxiety is heightened when they do not know individuals resident in the areas they are crossing. Their working-class interviewees, a substantial proportion of whom had gone to schools with racially diverse populations, often based their assessment of risk on such acquaintances. However, the white suburban middle-class youth emerged from Watt and Stenson's survey as the group most concerned about safety, lacking as they did the networks and experiences of multicultural space and settings to enable them to make nuanced risk assessments. The other side of this coin was that young minority people avoided certain areas and even whole towns because they are seen as fearsomely white. However, we should also be wary of generalizing anxiety into a norm, because other white subjects envy that mixed occupation of space can become, or already has become their norm, and their ontological security is unbalanced by an excess of whiteness. Jim and Catherine Tyler's, 2004, study of Colville in Leicestershire, a small former mining community in central England, notes a big difference between the Midlands city of Stoke-on-Trent, where he went to college, and his hometown, in that Stoke's multiculturalism pushed him to question prevalent ideas on race when he returned to Leicestershire. Similarly, two of our respondents in the city of Plymouth, England, commented on such disjunctures. The RST, a health worker from London, who had moved to the southwest, remarked that local people had strange ideas about color that struck him as such because of his own formative years in a multicultural school and neighborhood. The second, a professional, got involved in anti-racist work in the city when he realized that he had become used to Plymouth's whiteness, a landscape that contrasted with his school days in another Midlands town. From these examples it appears that whiteness as a reactive identification, as opposed to a taken-for-granted invisible one, may emerge from structural relations, i.e. the generation and maintenance of their norms, clashing with the individual's frame of understanding. In answer to Helen, Charles' question, some white people do know they are white, but this revelation comes at particular moments. Conclusion: whiteness has been theorized as both invisible, to white people, and very visible, to others. While this appears contradictory, it can also be understood as logical, but the key to this is recognition that white is not a location like any other but the linchpin of racialized identities, granting privilege to the bearer. It is only the specificity of white as linked to power that enables it to imagine that it is of so little importance as an identity. Because of the absence of obstacles encountered, white people tend to think that what happens to them is what happens to everyone else, and importantly, they imagine that everyone is treated as an individual. This clearly is not the case, one of the ways in which racism works is to treat people as the opposite of individuals, to deny this and instead produce them as merely representations of a form of person. Any Asian can stand in for Japanese car manufacturers, any black man can be a murder suspect, any woman wearing a veil can make Muslim attitudes to women apparent and underline the threat of Islam to the West's values, etc. Even while it is acknowledged that individuals are not responsible for what others do, the mechanism still functions. In Adams and Burke's research on post-9/11 attitudes in England, 2006, 992, Andrea addresses exactly this. PB, how do you feel about the media coverage? Andrea, they was showing Muslim people being quite scared to go down the street, because they were getting attacked, Muslims over here, and spat it. I must admit, if I was walking down the street and I would see one of these, you know those dresses that they wear from head to toe, and I'd get angry cause I'd think, you know, your bloody beliefs, and all the rest of it, that did all that. Even though I'd know they weren't personally to blame, I'd still feel if it weren't for you bloody people. PB, you felt an anger towards? Andrea, but it is a contradiction because I did, yet, but at the same time I do know there are normal nice people that don't agree with it as well. A liberal response to this conundrum is to emphasize that everyone is an individual, that to see race is to be racist. Here, being white is thus equated with being human, universal, the Greenwich Mean Time of identity. So when white people gaze on their racialized others and note difference, 3 hours ahead, v hours behind, etc., they are implicitly expressing their own position. By making explicit the characteristics of the Chinese, African, etc., they are inadvertently making implicit their own understandings of who they are. The invisibility sought by the subject is therefore belied. Only a relatively small proportion of white people seem to realize what being white means about their social location. This is why McIntosh, 1988, suggests that one starting point for white people interested in equality is to think about what privileges whiteness bestows upon them, as well as how it impacts negatively on people of color. 3. Whiteness as values, norms, and cultural capital. What are values, norms, and cultural capital? In this chapter I will show that whiteness has been conceptualized as consisting of cultural elements, and how this emerges as such in some examples of ELD work drawn from Britain and the USA. However, in order to do this convincingly, we have to understand what values, norms, and cultural capital actually mean in sociological terms. A norm refers to a practice or an idea viewed as constituting what is normal in a given place at a given time among a given group of people. I stress the verb viewed here because it is subjective rather than objective. The term value, on the other hand, means an objective that is seen as one that is preferable to aspire to, something that is considered an important goal in society. The material values of late capitalism express themselves in aspirations to the accumulation of capital, the consumption of goods, the ownership of property, individual self-realization, and liberty among others. These values can be contrasted with those of collective well-being, the sharing of goods and the non-existence of personal property found in indigenous people such as First Australians and Native Americans, for example. I suggested in the previous chapter that when people talk in interviews of what they admire, aspire to, and what they dislike, or feel is incorrect behavior, they are implicitly stating their own values. Others are more explicit. Many of Michelle Lamont's blue-collar interviewees, 2000, state that their values are family and outward-oriented, and they seek to differentiate themselves from white-collar workers and managerial staff they see as selfish, money-obsessed, and poor communicators. So there is a distinction between values and norms. People can hold quite different values from one another, but it is likely that their understanding of prevailing norms in their society, i.e. their conception of whether behavior or ideas falls within the parameters of what is normal, will be fairly similar, even if they adopt a critical stance towards some of these norms. Cultural capital is a more complex concept. It was coined by French sociologist Pierre Bourdieu in his famous study of the upper and middle classes in France, translated as Distinction, 1984. 28 Bourdieu was attempting to construct a more nuanced model for understanding social relationships from within the Marxist tradition. To this end, he developed the idea that there were three types of capital, including the obvious economic form. The other two are social and cultural capital. Cultural capital is quite a general theory, and those interested in its critiques should refer to the reading suggested, Lamont and Leroux 1988, Ray 1998. 29 In its most basic terms, cultural capital is an acquired set of values, beliefs, norms, attitudes, experiences, and so forth that equip people differentially for their life in society. As certain types of such capital facilitate access to the higher echelons of the education system and therefore confer privileged access to higher paying employment, this capital can be cashed in for material goods. Bourdieu argues that the dominant, upper middle class, culture reproduces its dominance by rewarding children in the education system who speak its language, and share its assumptions and aspirations. The greater one's cultural capital, the more one is conversant with ruling class culture's norms. In the discussion of whiteness below, we are using the term removed from the context of the education system, but its general applicability at this level remains. I shall give an idea of how values, norms, and cultural capital have been deployed to explain whiteness at an abstract level before looking at some case studies drawn from the USA and England. The idea that whiteness encapsulates a particular set of norms is raised by Matthew Jacobson's reading of the Senate debates on U.S. citizenship in 1870, 1998, 73-74. He NDS a capacity for industriousness, Christianity, a high degree of freedom, exercise of independent thought necessary for democratic government, and complexion. Painters, 2001, list reads, Christianity, hypocrisy, cultural gentility, i.e. cultural chauvinism. Dyer, 1988, 1997, sees norms of obsessive self-cest themselves somatically in rigidity. This creates the norms of the theontrol, rationality, order, and the repression of emotions, which manifest as sensuality, vivacity and childish disorder. In the LM Jezebel, 1938, for example, the heroine's failure to comply with the order of whiteness is symbolized in her choice of a red dress to wear to the ball instead of a white one, a failure to comply which is later reversed and manifested in her giving the dress away. Such sensuality is not appropriate for white bourgeois womanhood, yet it is suitable, and we assume natural, for the lead character's black maid, who is ultimately given the dress to wear. Henry Giroux, 1998, interprets a similar white drive towards order and repression of disorder in popular American culture. According to his reading, the LM Dangerous Minds, 1995, demonstrates a sustained attempt to devalue an homogeneous minority urban experience, and inculcate white middle-class values, presenting them as rational vis-a-vis irrational inner-city youth. The LM, he contends, functions mythically to rewrite the decline of public schooling and the attack on poor, black, and Hispanic students as part of a broader project for re-articulating whiteness as a model of authority, rationality and civilized behavior, Giroux 1998, 63. Indeed, this myth of the colonial savior, subverted in Dyer's reading of the British television serial, The Jewel in the Crown, is underscored in American big-screen representations of white messiahs, Vera and Gordon 2003 AB, Queenan 2007, who provide charismatic leadership for the oppressed other. The shun is to present whiteness, and virtually always maleness, as benevolent and zealous, and the people of color encountered as in need of uplift and direction. We noted in a previous chapter the corpus of writings by people of color about their experience of whiteness. This resource is utilized by Marilyn Fry, 2001-1992, to develop the concept of whiteliness, a personal, socialized behavior that tends towards racism. In setting this up, Fry draws a parallel between maleness and masculinity, with the latter constructed as a set of behavior whose monotonous similarity encapsulates whiteness as a collective experience. The works she draws on are principally the narratives of African Americans in John Gwaltney's, 1980, Anthropology, Dry Longso, and the collected edition This Bridge Called My Back, Ansaldua and Moraga 1983. These accounts contain a set of stringent critiques of white ethics and abuse of power that cannot be adequately summarized in this space. The key point for Fry, however, is her assertion that these critiques demonstrate how the very ethical being of what she terms whitely people is utterly undermined, since it is actually premised on the idea of the ability to assert authority, preach, teach, tell right from wrong, judge and make peace. Unsurprisingly, then, after centuries of domination, whiteness is often seen by those dominated as embodying a nefarious raft of values. Indeed, in Hooke's Classrooms, 1992, she observes that the process of even looking at whiteness through others' eyes generates anger and defensiveness among the white students. The racialist power imbalance is caught here, when white students realize that their classmates have looked anthropologically at them, and have collectively returned the dominant gaze. This type of challenge is the beginning of the undermining process that Fry addresses. It holds up a mirror in which whitely behavior appears, to the beholder, distorted, ugly, pathetic even. Values are approached from very different points in Gwaltney, Hooks and Ansaldua and Moraga. The point that Fry is arguing is that whiteliness does not mean natural attachment and allegiance to the values associated with domination, quite the opposite. It suggests that the project of detaching the white self from whiteliness is altogether possible. The idea of whiteness as a knapsack, Mackintosh 1988, of free rides and a possessive investment, Lipsitz 1998, has already been looked at in previous chapters. Painter, 2001, goes so far as to characterize whiteness as primarily cultural capital. Ghassan Hage, 2000, argues forcefully that whiteness is a form of cultural capital that can be exchanged for Anglo culture by incoming immigrants in Australia. The earliest formulation of this thesis, however, is that of Du Bois, who terms the non-material differential advantages gleaned from whiteness as a sort of public and psychological wage, 1998-1935, 700. So on one level, it might not be so surprising that whiteness has assumed such an allure that it can even be aspired to by black others trapped in the colonizer's construction of them. Fanon, 1967, explicitly deals with the psychological deceit whiteness inscribes in the non-white subject, causing a desire to mimic or inhabit whiteness, while Windance Twine's study of Brazil, 1998, indicates that people whiten up in the census to satisfy personal, yet collectively refuted, desires for privilege. Culturally, the concepts are relational: whiteness without blackness, freedom without slavery, civilization without barbarity. The former devoid of the latter becomes meaningless, and this is the key to understanding how whiteness works, by continuously readoning itself as the polar opposite of non-whiteness. Similarly, freedom for some depends on the unfreedom of others, a relationship that Morrison, 1993, 57, terms the parasitical nature of white freedom. If the holding of privilege is anchored in such shaky ground, the insecurity inherent in basing one's identity on such privilege may be identified. Given that whiteness is a phenomenon unthinkable in a context where white does not equal power at some structural level, the oppositional nature of whiteness-otherness begins to assume some clarity. The economic and psychological wages of whiteness may be more meager, and thus more precious, the lower down the social hierarchy the white subject is located. Yet this should not be seen as deterministic, but simply more likely. These diverse transdisciplinary studies generate sketches of the structurally uneven eld upon which whiteness and blackness are constructed and relationally experienced. To divorce analyses of whiteness from the power relationships that frame it is to commit a cardinal error. It bears repeating that whiteness has historically functioned as a racial supremacist identity, eatingly suspending the power relationships between genders and classes within the self-identifying white group in order to unite them. This does not mean that acknowledging this caveat grants a license to fall into the opposite error, that of supposing that whiteness actually suspends these relationships on a permanent basis. I shall now turn to some examples of eld work to illustrate some of the ways in which values become coded into racialist discourse. The Other Within. Paul Hoggett's, 1992, study of Tower Hamlets, in the East End of London, demonstrates the predominance of values as a battleground in racialized intercommunal tensions. The East End has traditionally been an area of RST residence for new immigrants to London. The Bangladeshi community in Tower Hamlets dates back to the late 1960s. In Hoggett's study, Bangladeshi incomers in this borough are perceived as displaying values formerly characteristic of working-class East End communities. The sense of loss of such values thus coalesces around the physical presence of a group of new migrants and therefore causes a degree of jealousy. The resentment the whites feel toward the Bengali community is made poignant by the fact that the latter community has many characteristics: extended and intensive kinship networks, a respect for tradition and more seniority, a capacity for entrepreneurialism and social advancement which the white working class in the area have lost. 1992, 354, 30. The modernization of a tower block, in which many Bangladeshis live, leads to a cockroach infestation. Their physical presence in Tower Hamlets, occupying not only geographical territory but also ethical space into which whiteness used to extend, becomes embodied in local discourse as the gur of the cockroach. The recurrent notions of associating dirt and potential disease with outgroups, Douglas 1966, will be looked at in more detail in Chapter 6. The Bangladeshi status as matter out of place is thus emphasized, in contradiction to the social values and shared history of class oppression, objectively binding them to local working-class white East Enders. Yet the point that emerges is that because of the values they are seen to embody, this group of others constitutes an identification. That is, the outgroup is seemingly stealing these values from the white working class. Thus what follows is a series of projections and identifications. The local white is engaged in one sense in an envious attack upon the Bengali within him, writes Hoggett, an attack which twists and corrupts him into its opposite, 1992, 354. Indeed, the traumatic experience of racialization evokes recognition of loss of place, standards, and status in unpredictable locations. White even NDS, a local British National Party organiser in Oldham, who concedes that we can learn something from the Asians about family values and looking after our own, 2002, 54. American working men. The white ethnic backlash of the 1980s and 1990s in the USA, Winant 1997, has provided a backdrop to the American research referred to in this book, while the politics of backlash in the UK, Hewitt 2005, performs the same function in chapters 8 and 9. Indeed, Margaret Anderson, 2003, 22, explains the establishment of whiteness studies partly as a product of debates in America about increasing conservatism, racial politics, and the idea of whites as a declining majority. Whiteness as a particularly defensive identity vis-a-vis that of minority others is a core theme of illuminating studies such as Weiss et al. 1996, Weiss and Fine, 1996, and Hartigan, 1999. However, as with affirmative action, this nodal point of discourse marks one parameter of distinctiveness of the ELD of study in Europe. While current debates there on immigration and asylum, with their undercurrents of racialized closure, can arguably be conceptualized as backlash politics, the idea of whites as a declining majority is irrelevant. So in the following synthesis I am seeking useful overriding themes rather than supposing that the debates and experiences map directly onto one another. Weiss and Fiennes, 1996, De industrialist white males in New York State and New Jersey deem themselves as bearers of the traditional values of patriarchy, industriousness, and patriotism, being engulfed and subsumed by amoral, family breakdown-ridden welfare-sponging minorities. They set themselves up as hard-working and deserving users of occasional welfare, which they contrast with African and Hispanic Americans. These groups are viewed as not prepared to take up jobs, unless they are handed to them on a plate through affirmative action, but instead indulging in regular welfare abuse. 1996, 499. As the authors comment, this discourse about the deserving and undeserving poor has a history, Katz 1998, 1989. Moreover, this discourse is coming to represent the transition to the period when the industrial family run on a single, masculine, wage that covers the purchase of a house has ceased to be the norm. As these workers end themselves sliding towards the type of behavior they had connected with moral failings, sporadic employment, use of welfare, incapacity to save to buy a home, they do not associate the decline with structural factors but with pathologically unethical behavior by the men seen as their competitors, minorities. The contrast between African American and white American interviewees' comments to Weiss and Fine reveals the former's structural understandings of the workings of the labor market and institutionalized racism, the existence of the crack economy and police harassment, 1996, 505. The latter construct individualized explanations of their failure to follow the American dream, in which personal responsibility is paramount. The American section of Michel Lamont's comparative study of the USA and France, 2000, covers geographically similar territory, New York State and New Jersey. A rather fundamental discrepancy about self-definition emerges from it. Although there is a degree of overlap between African and white American workers that their shared class values are family and solidarity-oriented, there is a revealing gap. This manifests itself in the emphasis placed on various aspects of morality, a distinction that Lamont refers to as the caring self v. the disciplined self, 2000, 2021. The difference is not absolute but relative. The black workers expressed greater attachment to group solidarity and generosity, the whites more on self-reliance and the work ethic. This is not to say that either group spurned the values of family and responsibility, but that this was seen more as the province of the group by the blacks, and of the individual by the whites. Lamont, Ibid, 135, concludes that self-reliance, laziness and responsibility are important in framing whites' stigmatization of blacks. When asked to identify traits, Ibid, 28, that they liked and disliked in others, 70% of white workers and 40% of black workers stated that they did not like irresponsibility, and 59% of whites and 40% of blacks said they liked people who were hardworking. Most revealingly, when asked to provide a definition of success, 20% of white workers, but none of the black workers, used work as a criterion. Indeed, it is primarily through these values that the white workers deemed themselves and their minority co-workers. Naturalized difference expressed in routine behavior is cast as a moral awe. Lamont concludes that this enables the white worker to transform a racialized judgment into an objective ethical one. For white workers, moral and racial boundaries are inseparable from each other. Whether they focus on differences in the area of work ethic, responsibility, family values, or traditional morality, interviewees move seamlessly from morality to race, effortlessly extending these moral distinctions to broad racial categories. They view these moral boundaries as legitimate because they are based on the same universal criteria of evaluation that are at the center of their larger worldviews. They are thus able to make racist arguments and feel that they are fundamentally good, fair people. Ibid, 68. Academic and journalistic practice has been to characterize working-class communities either as the sole source of racism, or as the most stubbornly racist section of an otherwise increasingly tolerant society. One counterexample is provided by John Hartigan's study of self-styled hillbillies in inner-city Detroit, 1999, 1997 AB, who are far more ambivalent about their class location and their relationships with whites and minorities from better and worse-off neighborhoods across the city. Commenting on the social mixing he observed in this area in public spaces, Hartigan concluded that the degree to which people were geographically and thus socially at home greatly enhanced the role that racialization appeared to play in their interaction. He reports that when he told some interviewees that he was studying race relations, they directed him to a housing project across the highway, indicating that it was a zone too dangerous for whites, 1997A, 191. In this their own neighborhood, they were one family among many, white and black, who held elaborate and lengthy knowledge of each other reaching back over the tumultuous past 3 decades. But across the intersection, i.e. in that particular project, they were simply whites, partly for their skin color and partly in terms of location and being out of place. The invisibility feared by Hartigan's white respondents thus thematically mirrors that of the black people who are objected by whiteness, See Chapter 1. He notes that the Briggs area, where he was based for ELD work, is one in which black and white residents are, unusually for the USA, permanently thrown together spatially, and that the general peaceful coexistence is based on local understandings of codes about how to do race, class, and gender. Yet this is predicated on long-term familiarity. One of the black residents, Marvin, explains to Hartigan that people get along well in Briggs because so many of them went to school together and have known each other for 20 years or more, Hartigan 1999-96. Indeed, what strikes the reader of Hartigan's account is the contingency of the extent to which race was, or was not, interpreted as significant in a given situation, and the plural registers of language and action in which particular terms and behavior are acceptable in some contexts and not in others. Additionally, the way race is read through frames such as class. An example of this is a multiracial baseball game. Hartigan's main informant is Jesse, whose family like to play baseball on Sundays. They arrange to play a serious game, for a case of beer, against a team of local black people whom they had met the week before. One of Jesse's brothers, David, who lives elsewhere, refuses to play because he doesn't want to play against blacks. His decision is viewed by the Briggs-based family as more evidence of David's weirdness and efforts to distance himself socially. More people are absorbed into the game as the afternoon advances, and it ends up with racially mixed teams. At this point, Sam, another of Jesse's brothers, tells Hartigan enthusiastically that this is family, Ibid. 140. Unfortunately, Becky, who is Jesse's son's girlfriend, and lives in a white suburb of Detroit, sparks trouble by expressing her discomfort about the proximity of black people. This manifests itself in her leaving early and not wanting to lend her glove to niggers, the explanation that she gives Jesse. In the event, they return only once more to Briggs during Hartigan's stay. The resulting feud is interpreted by the family as being about Becky's incapacity to socialize in this surrounding, her feeling that she, like David, thinks she is better than them, and her ambition to spoil Jesse's son, David and Becky's, striving for social mobility and higher class standing was articulated through an assertion of the need for careful racial boundary maintenance by avoiding interracial situations, Ibid. 142. Hartigan suggests that in emphasizing Becky's use of the term nigger, Jesse might well have been attempting to end his son's relationship with her. He sees the fact that neither David nor Becky are criticized for being racists, but only snobs, by Jesse's family, as demonstrating that white raciality is understood in this case through class, Ibid. 142-144. While the majority of studies are spatially located in working-class neighborhoods, Catherine Tyler's ethnography of the English village of Greenville in Leicestershire, 2003, shows that semi-rural space is defended using the development of middle-class values of belonging through adherence to ways of being and behaving. While the class distinctions within the village are not neglected, she focuses on the ways in which racism is articulated there. The Asian families in Greenville are produced as abnormal, 2003, 394, because they do not teach notions of respectability and normality, such as not getting involved in charity activities, women, and not going to the pub, men. One family extended its house, against local opposition, and the anxieties of the villagers reveal the prism of abnormality through which the Asians are, understood, the potential overuse of space, as a residence, business, and prayer room. One villager states that, "They are very nice people but eyebrows are raised when the hordes of friends and relatives come from Leicester. It isn't done in Greenville, Ibid. 405. Tyler concludes that wealthy Asians are thought to live in extended families, are perceived to be excessively wealthy, extravagantly religious, run disruptive businesses from their homes and cook smelly foods, Ibid. 409. For the middle classes in semi-rural Leicester, tranquility is a prized value. While solidarity, for the poor elsewhere, is demonstrated through the routines of charity work, the real test of belonging is to attain invisibility. Talking of a particular Asian family in the village, one resident tells Tyler, Ibid. 400, "They are as good as gold. We never see them. Hiding oneself and keeping the noise down is viewed as the correct way to behave, a value that contradicts the justification for not forging more intimate relations. Asians don't mix. The other side of this insider/outsider problem is emphasized by Garland and Chakraborty, 2006, who argue that there are problems militating against involvement in village life for minorities, particularly those who are not Christian or secular, and do not drink alcohol. Ibid. 164-165. While some ethnic minority village residents' professional status may obviate a degree of the hostility, they still cannot own the cultural codes required to function normally. For community insiders, they contend, rural villages can be places where kinship and shared identities can be played out and enjoyed. For those subject to the othering process, such places can be cold and unwelcoming. Ibid. 169. Daniel Miller's conclusion about cultural capital is worth noting here. The relationship between the two kinds of capital, cultural and economic, is uneasy. Society, then, is not to be understood in terms of a simple hierarchy, but as a continual struggle over the hierarchy of hierarchies. Miller 1987, 152. The hierarchy of economics can apparently trump that of culture. The Greenville Asians literally cannot buy the requisite cultural capital. In Watt and Stenson's 1998 exploration of the contingency of racialized space and young people's leisure-related mobility, some places, especially more rural Buckinghamshire small towns and villages, are viewed as whiter, i.e. more dangerous for minorities, than others. If cultural capital can be understood not simply as elite high culture, as Ray, 1998, suggests, then there are different classed and gendered forms of such capital that are more or less valued. The cultural capital of the Black and Asian respondents in Watt and Stenson includes security-oriented knowledge of dangerous, excessive whiteness. Moreover, minority spaces, however safe, are not always emancipatory for members of the minority, e.g. for young Muslim women, who prefer to go somewhere more anonymous for nights out, an experience echoed by young Sikhs in cars, 2003, study of Southall. Watt and Stenson's young people's leisure itineraries are shaped by intersections of class, race identities, and gender. Middle-class suburban white youth are fearful of both white working-class neighborhoods and an Asian area in the town, whereas non-whites steer clear of particular areas in Townsville unless they know white people who inhabit them through school or shared leisure activities. Indeed, most of the interethnic friendships were among the working-class respondents on estates. Watt and Stenson 1998, 256. The middle-class suburban youth, more advantaged in many areas of cultural capital, are in this respect impoverished in cultural capital that they have not accrued, in contrast to their working-class peers, from personal contacts across the ethnic divides which were so important for moving contently about the town. Ibid. 257. Yet some middle-class parents appear to be positioning themselves in order to LL their children with the same thing through investment in selected state secondary schools. Ray et al. Forthcoming, identify one strand of the British middle class that is not engaging in whiteite, but on the contrary seeing the diversity of urban secondary schools as a resource that will enable their children to compete on the labor market and develop social skills that will be useful in later life, a form of multi-cultural capital. The trade-off against poorer average grades than private schools is an advantageous one. The search for the right mix of people is taken up at primary school level in Burns, 2006, work on South London, where mothers assess local schools in terms of the various types of cultural capital available. Working knowledge of diversity goes on the list, but only if the proportion of non-white pupils is manageable, somewhere below half. Cultural capital in ethnographic work looked at here is understood to encompass far broader settings than that of the upper echelons of the middle class. This interpretation enables us to grasp the complexity of the situations, or predicaments to use Hartigan's term, in which race assumes meaning at a local level. Respectability and entitlement. One cultural battleground over which competing versions of hierarchy coalesce is the question of respectability. Beverly Skaggs argues that respectability is one of the key mechanisms by which people are othered and pathologized, something to desire, to prove and to achieve in order to be valued and legitimated. 1997, 1. Of course, what this covers varies from setting to setting, but its potency as a racialized as well as a classed boundary marker is undiminished. The Greenville Asians are seen as not respectable vis-a-vis norms of charity, religiosity, and quietness. This is in contrast to those in Oldham, who are viewed by white as repositories of old-fashioned values now measurable against those of poor whites, described as an abnegation of standards once conned to the very lumpen fringes of white working-class culture. White 2002, 53. In terms of whiteness, cultural capital can involve, among other things, shared expectations of behavior on the part of minority groups, a belief that one is part of a tradition of dominance including empire, knowledge of norms and behavior patterns that will produce intended outcomes in particular situations, including the right to question certain people's eligibility for various resources without this being countered, and the assumption of rationality juxtaposed with the irrationality of others. Anup Nayak's study of youth subcultures in Newcastle, 2003, points to differing versions of whiteness and a reading of them based on entitlement and respectability. The family and/or occupational histories of the real Geordies 31 tie them into the region's manufacturing and mining employment base, and allegiance to Newcastle United FC consolidates this local-centered expression of belonging. This leads them to view hard work as the keystone of respectability, which then grants entitlement. Yet they promote the values of a muscular Puritan work ethic, honesty, loyalty, self-sufficiency, a fair day's work for a fair day's pay, in a situation where unskilled manual unemployment was increasingly the norm. Nayak 2003, 309. The values of their parents' and grandparents' generations have thus seeped into the post-mining and manufacturing present, just as their loyalty to a football club whose players are drawn from all over the world and who earn high multiples of the local average working wage sits unproblematically for them, despite it being based on the era of local primarily working-class players performing in front of mainly working-class supporters whose worlds were not so far apart. The other two groups looked at by Nayak are held in contempt by the real Geordies. The Charver kids' unemployed or casually employed status, involvement with petty crime, and their relationship to black music and dress, drain them of respectability in the eyes of the real Geordies. Moreover, the white wannabes' explicit search for vicarious blackness and their allegiance to international culture places them outside the elds of the local and authentic. Respect, as deemed by the real Geordies, can only be derived from these elds. Sophie Wells and Karen Watson's London Shopkeepers, 2005, also implicitly posit some of these respectable values of industry and authenticity. They perceive their position as jeopardized by groups of people receiving state resources at the expense of people like them, i.e. on the basis of cultural otherness per se rather than through hard work. Even some local spaces previously seen as neutral, or as resources formerly accessible to the whole community, have been turned into mosques, for example, indicating for the respondents, the neighborhood's demographic shift away from Britishness. This decline can be charted in alternative ways. One of Wells and Watson's respondents, a butcher, 2005, 269-270, narrates the area's transformation through the types of meat available. The white working-class clientele's demand for rabbit has long given way to the appearance and proliferation of halal, and before that, kosher butchers. The expectations of civilized and classed familiar meats have been overturned by smelly and alien meat preparation methods, a microcosm of the invasion narrative that is told in the rest of the interviews. Bridget Burns' interviewee, Emma, also depicts a struggle for Englishness against such a London background. If you go round the back there are some. In the marketplace you get all this halal meat and all sorts of stuff. I wouldn't touch that with a barge pole. Not because it's different, or because of anything. But just because I think it smells funny. Byrne 2006, 149. This is a similar response to the one found in Hoggett's, 1992, study in which the meanings attached to change overlook, ignore, or downplay its economic rationale. In the butcher's case, many local outlets have been forced to close down because of competition from supermarkets, so only those who specialize, for example, in organic meat or halal, can survive in a niche market. 32. Despite good reason given for the cockroach infestation in Tower Hamlets, improvements in ducting and central heating that caused a veritable breeding ground and motorway for cockroaches, psychological othering takes precedence, and attaches to cultural manifestations of difference. Moreover, rather than global forces of capital, the local minority populations are seen as agents of change, bolstered by the state and local government. So expressions of racism can be understood additionally as forms of self-valorization, and a key in understanding this process is to anchor it in notions of respectability. Performing respectability means, among other things, paying dues that entitle a person to compensation in social esteem and/or other benefits. In cultures where working for payment, productive employment, is the norm, failure to do so can easily be pathologized as individual failure, all the more so when local narratives have constructed benefits as individual consumer rights as opposed to collective norms. In the Thatcherite Project, as Skeggs, 1995, claims. In this context, respectability plus work leads to entitlement. Not paying dues in either or both of these areas is seen as queue jumping. Just as the unemployed and single mothers in the 1980s, pathologized as feckless underclass and irresponsible overbreeders respectively, were potentgers representing failure and excess, so now are racialized others, asylum seekers who won't work and get everything on a plate, migrants who get jobs we can't get, local authority funding to build places we can't use, whole migrant communities, forget they have been living in Britain for generations, who can't/won't speak English and want us to give up Christmas, etc. The neoliberal agenda of immigration control and managed migration across Europe posits desirable migrants as only short-term labor providers. Any other type of migrant is unwanted and deemed as suspicious. 33. The emphasis on migrants being productive emerges from contemporary work in England as a mantra of banal neoliberalism, as the example taken from our research, Clark and Garner, forthcoming, below demonstrates. So to you, what are the most important criteria for deciding who should be allowed to come into Britain as an immigrant? I would say they have to be able to add some value in some respect. You're going to ask me to say what I mean by adding value, aren't you? Yes. Well, to give something really, whether that be, I mean they have to be prepared to sort of work really. And that probably sounds quite harsh, but I mean we can't become a country that just is inundated with just massive numbers of people constantly coming in, because there's not going to be enough resources and jobs and whatever to go round, and I think we have to set some kind of criteria first and foremost. Even a respondent in this middle-class residential district who was laudably indifferent to the topic of immigration as a political problem stated that it was not something I feel especially strongly about. What's the problem if they have something to contribute? The amount of political hoo-ha over it seems daft. So norms help structure the forms of difference seen as threatening, and these may well place the interlocutor in a position to deem him/herself as valuable and respectable vis-a-vis the group being described. In the cases of the USA and the UK-based research referred to in this chapter, those enunciating this type of position are white people talking primarily about people who are not white, and implicitly denying the racialized other entitlement through respectable norms. In this chapter I have traced the conceptualization of whiteness as a set of values, norms, and as forms of cultural capital through various examples of ELD work carried out in the USA and England. Despite the differences in content between the two countries, some parallels can be drawn. The notion of respectability is a convenient hook on which to hang this assertion. Respectability orders the values and enables people to identify devalued behavior of others, and valued behavior. The latter is viewed as the norm for the white us, and is discursively created in speaking of the devalued behavior. Moreover, deleterious social change can therefore be interpreted through the prism of individual responsibility and blamed on people of color who are actually also on the receiving end of such change. As respectability is valuable only to those who lack it, Skaggs 1997, it becomes a particularly loaded idiom in which to discuss change, throwing up as it does a series of contingent and cross-cutting class, gender, and racial hierarchies. It has been argued so far that whiteness has been conceptualized in a number of ways. Primarily we have looked at the intersection of whiteness and its others, the racialized identities created by white world's military, commercial, and ideological domination of the globe since the 16th century. Yet at the beginning of the book I suggested that the way in which whiteness served to reproduce social hierarchies was not simply along this border, but also by creating and maintaining internal borders between the more and the less white. Immediate examples here include Southern, Central, and Eastern European immigrant groups, Jews, Gypsy travelers/Roma, as well as the numerous divisions based on class, gender, sexuality, region, etc., identified in the literature on America and Britain, Hartigan 2005, Nyack 2003, Daniels 1997. There may well be trepidation about the extent to which we are encroaching on other areas of work. We already have concepts like anti-Semitism, sexism and homophobia. Class divisions are already covered in other literatures. Considering that European migrants are white anyway, how is this to do with race? Isn't it ethnicity, another area abundantly, if not excessively, analyzed already? I do not want to be proscriptive. There are plenty of perspectives that can bring fruitful analyses to bear on these identities and social hierarchies, and using the whiteness problematic is one of them. What the whiteness problematic has to bring to the table is a set of associations and a pathway that crosscuts the other sources of identity seen as the key ones. Take the White Australia immigration policy, below, as an example. The concepts of class and ethnicity could well be operationalized to look at this phenomenon. However, using whiteness suggests that a border is constructed by the state, in its definitions, that ignores both class and the specific cultural content of the ethnic groups in question. The individuals within those groups are bundled together as not white according to ideas about civilization and barbarity, the preeminence of a particular strand of Northern European culture and the political objectives of the Australian state aimed at improving labour capacity. The whiteness problematic may miss out on some elements of this complex situation, of course, but so do class and ethnicity alone. We should recognize throughout that hierarchies are always in the process of construction, deconstruction, and reconstruction, nothing is XED. The hierarchies I refer to are expressed in terms of patterns of power relations, that is, the power to name, the power to control and distribute resources. What I will do in this chapter is give a brief outline of the history of white as a racial identity, then look at three broad areas of study dealt with in the literature: 34 Immigration into America in the 19th and early 20th century, the In-Between Peoples thesis, the White Australia immigration policy, 1901–1972, the idea of white trash in America and the working class in the UK. Although from the vantage point of the 20th century, the terms white and black seem to go without saying, these words have not always been used to identify human beings. Indeed, the term white used to describe people dates back only to the 16th century, Taylor 2005. At that time, however, it was one of a range of labels, and not the one most frequently used. Religion, nation, social class were all deployed more than color. The literature on early modernity arrives at a rough consensus: the coexistence of religious labels of identity, Christian and heathen in the American colonies, Jordan 1968, Fredrickson 1988, Painter 2001, rendered color distinctions redundant until slaves began to convert to Christianity. Elsewhere in the New World, Nepal, 1969, notes that after the slave revolt in Berbice, Dutch Guiana, South America, in 1764, the dead were divided up in official reports not as black and white, or even as slave and free, but as Christians and heathens. Additionally, although slavery is now irrevocably linked in popular understanding of history to Africans, the status of free and unfree labor in the Anglophone New World did not correspond perfectly to European and African workers, respectively, until after white indentured laborers became numerically inferior due to their access to land ownership. So it was around the last decade of the 17th century that colony-level legislation against voting rights for blacks, race mixing and restrictions on property ownership for black people was enacted. We can thus start the clock of whiteness as an explicit legitimized social identity in North America and the Anglophone Caribbean, Beckles 1990, from that point. This was clearly not a historical coincidence. The 16th and 17th centuries was the period when Europeans were beginning to encounter people from Africa, the Americas, and Asia on an ongoing basis, and notice the obvious if cosmetic differences between groups alongside the cultural ones. In the period between then and the mid-19th century, the idea that some people's identities were white came to be attached to the new ways of understanding mankind that developed out of the Enlightenment, ES 1997, and were enshrined in elite scientific discourse as empirically provable racial differences that explained cultural, political, and technological inequalities. Indeed, as racial science and philosophy garnered credence, increasingly complex schemas were produced, in which there were subdivisions of whiteness. Notions of Anglo-Saxon supremacy began to gain intellectual support, bolstered by an amalgam of the press, a network of scientists engaged in somatic measurements, Horseman 1981, and internationally read work by such as that by Robert Knox and Joseph Arthur Comte de Gobineau. 35 The latter two developed the notion that within the white race, Anglo-Saxons were particularly capable of civilization in comparison to Celts, Slavs, and Latins. This hierarchy within a hierarchy is the basis of the thesis developed by U.S. labor historians David Roediger and James Barrett, whose work we shall look at next. 19th-century emigrants to America did not walk into a social hierarchy and corresponding taxonomy invented specifically for them. In a set of unusual publications, Roediger 1991, Barrett and Roediger 1997, 2004, 2005, Roediger and Barrett argue that in the period from the 1850s to the 1910s, incoming migrant Europeans were exposed to a situation where whiteness exerted forces that pushed Europeans to claim whiteness and gain privileged access to resources, psychological and social capital, dubois wages of whiteness, while playing off national groups against each other in an effort to be whiter than the other. They are not alone in positing whiteness as an overarching mainstream value of Americanness. Horseman, 1981, Saxton, 1990, Bernstein, 1990, Almager, 1994, Allen, 1994b, Ignatieff, 1996, and Jacobson, 1998, all suggest this to varying degrees. Barrett and Roediger, 1997, 2004, maintain two principal and two migrants from the various Catholic, Southern, Eastern, and Central European countries, they argue, were not immediately accepted socially and culturally as white. Differential access to this resource was sought by successive waves of migrants learning the rules of the game, this racial thing, as one of their respondents puts it, 1997, 6. These groups of less dominant Europeans, who are disadvantaged in the U.S. context by class and culture, are labeled in-between people. Not white, but not black either. Scholarship in dialogue with the writers above has debated the extent to which various ethnic groups such as Jewish, Brodkin 1994, 1998, and Italian Americans, Guglielmo and Salerno 2003, can be considered white. These arguments suggest some parallels between the Irish and the Italians in America in that over time they became white. However, there is a counter-argument developed by some historians such as Eric Arneson, 2001, and Thomas Guglielmo, 2003, that European immigrants did not actually have to become white, relative to blacks and Mexicans, for example, and that the in-between people theory does not withstand scrutiny. I think the keys to resolving this knot are reasonably straightforward. They are to do with understanding the priorities and assumptions of the protagonists, Garner 2007a. The RST thing to realize is that the in-between people thesis does not claim that Irish, Italian, and other European immigrants were really black, but that they were literally denigrated, likened to black Americans, in terms of civilization and social status, and they temporarily occupied the lowest positions on the economic and social ladder. So the point is not to suggest that immigrants were not phenotypically white, which is why Guglielmo, 2003, correctly identifies race and color as often separate but overlapping criteria in late 19th and early 20th century American institutional definitions, but that ideologically and culturally they were indeed considered different and lesser white races. The corollaries of this categorization were not a set of life chances equivalent to those of blacks, Native Americans, or Hispanics, rather the obligation to deem themselves as white in a society where that mattered a great deal, whereas in their countries of origin, it had mattered scarcely at all. European immigrants thus became white on arrival in the New World because they disembarked into a new set of social identities that articulated with those they had brought with them, and one overarching identity was whiteness. Yet not being white, and being black, are two very different things. The Catholic Irish were always salvageable for whiteness in a way that black, Mexican, Asian, and Native Americans were not. Garner 2003. This is 66 whiteness. Because legally they were deemed white, in as far as they could become naturalized citizens, and were not treated as imports. Haney Lopez 1996, Jacobson 1998. The second problem is an interesting one that illustrates divergence of interpretation of similar material. The protagonists in this debate prioritize different arenas as the source of their claims. On one side, Barrett and Roediger see the cultural domain as the one in which perceptions of in-betweenness are made explicit, while Arneson and Guglielmo pragmatically see the legal domain as predominant. Whatever people said or did, argue the latter, in law all white people were white. However, this reasoning is open to the criticism that in sociological terms, the law can just as easily be deconstructed as can popular culture. It is not a superior level of discourse. This is exactly what Cheryl Harris, 1993, whose work we examined in Chapter 1, argues. The legal domain was utilized from the 19th century to inject scientific rationality into decisions about who belonged to which race, and these decisions had material impacts. Yet the basis of the law was spurious, reliant as it was on unfeasibly accurate records about people's ancestry, and understandings of definitions of race that were not empirically provable. The result of this was that the legal concept of blood was no more objective than that which the law dismissed as subjective and unreliable. Harris 1993, 1740. Guglielmo, 2003, for example, refers to material suggesting that Italians, especially from the South, were subject to the same kind of racializing discourses, placing them at a lower level of civilization to Anglo-Saxons as were the Irish. Yet it is worth reiterating that not white does not necessarily mean black. Even if it did, how can we explain the court ruling referred to by Jacobson, 1998, 4, in which an Alabama court found that the state had not proved beyond doubt that a Sicilian woman was white? Used sociologically, the term white can be interpreted as encompassing non-material and dominant norms and boundaries. Within the white racialized hierarchy were, as Guglielmo rightly points out, a number of races. Using the distinction of white as an institutional starting point is a legitimate historical argument, yet this sees the terms white and black themselves as naturalized givens transposed into law, rather than products of the processes of racialization that a sociologist ought to view as part of the puzzle itself, instead of an outline of its solution. What emerges from this is that there are various contexts, economic, social, legal, cultural, for example, in which meaning is attributed to types of difference. In practice, it is impossible to completely separate these dimensions, but it is useful as a way of thinking through these issues to start from this basis. Moreover, the period covered, around 70 years from the mid-19th century to the First World War, enables us to see that understandings of who ts where in the social hierarchies can change. Why this happens when it happens can only be answered by reference to the historical record. We might put forward a few important structural items such as the Irish famine, which altered the complexion of Irish migration to America, the Civil War, Reconstruction, and after, which provided the framework both for black/white relations and for the formation of a white vote in American politics, the development of the U.S. economy to a stage which required so many manual workers that the labor supply was exhausted within the country and meant that there was plentiful work available for migrants, the consequent slump at the end of the 19th century experienced by Western Europe, which meant that the availability of employment that had absorbed some of the workers from Southern and Eastern Europe was diminished. Place all these together with the framework for understanding difference established by racial science in the 19th century, and outlines of the problem we have seen conceptualized using the shorthand in between peoples or the process of becoming white emerge more clearly. Bear in mind that being white was not just about a certain range of phenotypes, but claims on culture and values. The next case study also looks at migration policy, but across the Pacific from America, in Australia, the set of practices and legislation that came to be known as White Australia. White Australia. Between 1901, when the Commonwealth of Australia became a dominion, with the federal government, to 1972, Australia's immigration policy was based on the objectives of 1. Protecting Indigenous, i.e. white, labour from competition with Asian and Pacific Island labour, and 2. Preserving an Anglo-Celtic majority in the country. The term White Australia was coined in 1906, as an assertion of this objective. The point of looking at this policy and the problems it ran into later in the 20th century is to highlight both the haziness around who is considered white at a given moment and why, and give an idea of some of the contextual, structural considerations that frame such hierarchical modifications. In other words, to give an account in which neither the material nor the cultural predominates. White Australia was not a single piece of legislation, but a doctrine. Underlying an accumulation of laws and practices that restricted immigration from outside the country, except Europe, and excluded foreign nationals in Australia from various benefits and elements of citizenship. The 1901 Commonwealth Immigration Restriction Act, IRA, was the RST piece of legislation passed by the new federal government. Its most well-known features were its provision for a written test in any European language, at the discretion of an immigration officer, to determine a prospective immigrant's fitness for approval, and the categories of person whose entry was prohibited, the physically or mentally ill, categories of criminal other than political prisoner, prostitutes, those living on prostitutes' earnings, and those likely to be a charge on the communal purse, Taven 2005, 7-8. In addition, various other laws provided for the repatriation of foreigners. Pacific Island Labourers Act 1901, excluded foreigners from voting, Commonwealth Franchise Act 1902, Naturalization Act 1903, and from benefits like pensions, Old Age and Invalid Pensions Act 1908, and the Commonwealth Maternity Bonus, 1912. However, to properly understand the combined fear of usurping by foreign labor and racial contamination, as Labour leader J.C. Watson put it during parliamentary debate, it should be noted that blueprints of White Australia were already embodied in the legislation of the various Australian colonies before they joined to form the Commonwealth of Australia in 1900. Asian and Pacific Islanders had been working in Australia since the RST half of the 19th century, primarily in the mining and sugar industries, respectively. Hostile political agitation as a response to the migration of Indian, Chinese, and Pacific Islanders into various parts of the country had led to state governments passing restrictions in a number of waves during the second half of the century, particularly intensely in the late 1880s. By the end of the century, a model of indirectly discriminatory policies had been introduced. The IRA 1901 was therefore recognition on a national level of a set of practices that had been going on across Australia. What was at stake was a conception of Australia as a unique civilization of Europeans encountering and overcoming a natural environment that other Europeans did not have to tame. The combination of whiteness, Britishness, and Australianness that this embodied was most clearly defined in its dealings with Aboriginal Australians and with Chinese, not only through the physical differences shorthanded as racial, but the underlying values that Australians saw themselves as having and the other groups as lacking: vitality, industriousness, purity, cleanliness. The idea of geographical vulnerability added urgency to turn-of-the-century Australians' view of themselves as the pioneers of civilization surrounded by potential adversaries. 36 In the prevailing social Darwinist ideological context, they were the spearhead of the white race forced into proximity with lesser races and, in the ensuing struggle, they would prevail as the stronger, race. This is why although non-Europeans had their uses, mixing with them and allowing them citizenship was seen as counterproductive. Governments did not attempt the mass deportations provided for in the IRA, and particular industries such as pearl diving enjoyed, de facto, special dispensation to employ Pacific Islanders and Chinese, who were seen as naturally more suited to the work. Taven, 2005, 15, sees white Australia as a populist and popular device for generating nationalism in a edgeling society that garnered support from all interest groups despite tensions of gender, class, and religion. She goes on to contextualize it as central to the specific form of social liberalism that was the national ideology of the emergent state. This required state intervention to mitigate the excesses of the market, to ensure fairer distribution of wealth and to provide minimum living conditions. The cultural homogeneity putatively anchoring this set of values was seen as essential to successfully building a civilization geographically remote from the epicenter of world civilization, Europe. Within this, the labor movement's opposition to the conditions of Kanaka workers in the sugar industry on the grounds of their virtual slavery was not viewed as contradictory to its support for repatriation of the foreign element of the workforce. Indeed, it was the tropical part of Australia, the Northern Territories, that most exercised Australians' minds in the RST half of the 20th century. While the baseline for Australian immigration was to build on British and, to a lesser extent, Irish stock, the idea of race and its relationship to climate and space proved problematic. Simply put, the association of different races both with particular types of climate and innate characteristics militated against Northern Europeans flourishing in this tropical environment, Anderson 2005. Yet with the forced departure of the Pacific Islanders in the RST decades of the 20th century, the North required a substitute labor force. The settlement of the North needed not just white supervisors, as had been the case in other tropical areas of colonial expansion, but a white laboring male tropical workforce. Was this a contradiction in terms? Alison Bashford, 2000, 255, argues that tropical medicine debated the question, is white Australia possible, between 1900 and the 1930s. The problem revolved not around white men colonizing other people in the tropics, but as colonizers of a difficult and resilient space. 2000, 258. In this debate, Aboriginals had been made invisible. The focus was on how whiteness could be adapted to overcome the tropical environment. Indeed, suggestions of how to accomplish this contributed, maintains Bashford, to producing an idea that whiteness was not only a characteristic of skin and color, but was also about how one lived, how one arranged one's moment-by-moment existence in space and time. The capacity to live in the tropics had to be learned in minute, detailed and constant ways. 2000, 266. At least for those engaged in the public health discourse, the environment could be overcome. Anderson 2005. A more pressing problem for employers in the Queensland and Northern Territories sugar plantations was to remain economically viable. Here the niceties of the public health debate were ignored by workers intent on retaining a standard of living promised by the dismissal of competition in the form of Pacific Island labour. Yet in the mid-1920s, migrants from Italy were arriving in their thousands to work on the estates. This triggered a hostile campaign led by the Brisbane-based worker newspaper against Italian immigration, Shells 2006. The Italians occupied a position straddling the lines of whiteness. Officially categorized as white aliens, they became the object of a discourse aimed at presenting them as a threat not just to jobs, but to living standards, being willing to work for lower wages, and the cultural future of Australia, due to their clannishness, corruption, backward civilization, and unfitness for vigorous pioneer activity required to settle and develop empty land. By 1925, the Queensland government had set up a royal commission to look into the impact of the increased number of aliens in North Queensland, Shields 2006. The commissioner charged with producing a report made a sharp distinction between northern and southern Italians, castigating the latter for their clannishness, resistance to assimilation and propensity towards crime and violence vis-a-vis their northern counterparts. He was not alone in this, either in Australia or elsewhere. Italians themselves debated the North-South divide in terms of culture and civilization, Verdictio 1997, and the characterization of the Sicilians as inferior types represented a boundary line between whiter and less white aliens. Indeed, while the 1901 Immigration Act had been primarily aimed at keeping out the Chinese, the second and third largest groups of prohibited immigrants, i.e. those refused the right to land, were Southern Europeans, Maltese and Italians. Distinctions within the white race meant that Latins were lower down the racial pecking order than Anglo-Saxons, Alpines and Nordic peoples. Added to this complication was the reclassification of Axis member nationals, from Bulgaria, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, Germany, and Turkey, during World War I as hostile aliens. There was even a temporary internment camp in New South Wales. As York, N.D., argues, bans continued for at least 20 years after the war. In the specific context of Australia between 1912 and 1946, the period when separators on the Maltese were kept, the prevailing practice of immigration officers was to question the right of Southern Europeans to land, even if, in the case of the Maltese, they had British passports. Perceived racial difference here overrode nationality. In the most well-known case 208 Maltese were kept out of Australia in 1916, York 1990, by Melbourne immigration officials who gave them the dictation test in Dutch, all failed. What this reveals about the workings of whiteness is its lack of solidity and stability. Even the taken-for-granted visible signs can be misleading, or be irrelevant to those wielding power in precise situations. Cultural and political factors can override the phenotypical ones. Moreover, the capacity to center problems around whiteness per se can make other people invisible, or visible only in particular ways, as noted in chapters 1 and 2. Despite Aboriginals living in Northern Territories and Northern Queensland, for example, public discourse obliterated them from the picture. The space was read as empty. The basis for anxiety about shades of whiteness is expressed again through competition, or at least perceived competition, for work and conditions. It is not feasible to extricate the material from the cultural aspects of whiteness if we seek to understand it in its lived context. Changing economic and social conditions led to different appraisals of who was allowed in and why. What are the criteria? This, as well as the example of the in-between peoples thesis, are clearly about the parallel boundaries of whiteness, the one separating white from its non-white other, and those separating the really white from the less so. The ethnographic writing on white racialist identities has focused disproportionately, as has much of the academic work on class, on working class men. This is a reaction of the Academy's middle-class composition and of ethnography's colonial heritage. Since Victorian times, middle-class academics and philanthropists have conducted surveys of the poor, the work of Engels, 1969 1844, Mayhew, 1967 1861, and Booth, 1902, being the best-known examples. 37 The objective may have been to reform them, evangelize them, draw parallels between them and colonized peoples, but the common strand was to reveal their failings, and create an inventory of what they did not have. Anthony Wall, on the web resource Victorian Web, 38 notes that a number of characteristics were applied to the 19th century working classes. Irish immigrants and colonial subjects. They were unreasonable, irrational, and easily excited, childlike, superstitious, not religious, criminal, with neither respect for private property, nor notions of property, excessively sexual, lthy, inhabited unknown dark lands or territories and shared physical qualities. Wall has clearly identified an overlap between the language of race and that of class, positioning both as XED on the body and culture. Indeed, despite the counter-narratives of working-class writers from both inside and outside the academy, from Hogarth, 1957, to Collins, 2004, and the New Studies and Problematization of White Trash in the USA, Ray and Newitz 1997, Hartigan 2005, 1999, 1997a, b, Ray 2006, the same theme resonates, the displacement of contemporary anxieties and guilt about structural poverty and racism onto those at the foot of the hierarchy. This process of valuing working-class habitus negatively can be seen in the post-industrial era of structural and underemployment by the internalization of such values. The identifications with, and disidentifications from the working class by working-class subjects themselves, are highlighted by Skeggs, 1997, whose respondents deem working class by reference to values they personally do not or no longer have, or to economic predicaments they do not face. The age of readily sanctioned reference to a working class us appears, outside particular work milieu, to have disappeared. The anxiety around white working class subject positions is explored in this section, as a reaction of white middle and ruling class attempts to pathologize and racialize them as an underclass. Chris Haylett, 2001, argues that sections of a white underclass are constructed in turn-of-the-century Britain as the effects of relations that produce people who are outside/beyond/beneath the nation, Ibid. 358. This process involves devaluing social actions carried out by them, so that the protagonists in the autumn 1993 white riots, in Oxford, Cardiff and Newcastle, were not hailed as class revolutionaries or even righteously angered disenfranchised minorities, rather they were an embarrassing sign of what the white working class poor had become, a disorganized, racist and sexist detritus, Ibid. 358. Indeed, blame for this decline in the working class, in the de-unionist post-Fordist landscape, is placed on the working class themselves, or at least the poorest sections of it. Explanations, argues Haylett, have become increasingly less structural, and more individual, and XED around pathological working-class masculinities, and backwardness, in short the exact opposite of the expanding multicultural, cosmopolitan middle classes. Working-class whites are in these narratives culturally disposed to degeneracy, crime, overfecundity, fecklessness, etc. Indeed, the identity work here is relational. The multicultural moderns depend on the abject unmodern white working class, Ibid. 365. The latter represent an anomaly in the symbolic order. Poor whites thereby come to reveal the symbolically worked socially produced nature of the order of things. For governing elites, the contradiction that a mass of poor whites embodies has to be dealt with if social systems are to maintain credibility. Ibid. 361. Whiteness in this account is significantly mediated by class. A topic elaborated on by the work on white trash that has been undertaken in the USA, Betty 2000, Gibbons 2004, Morris 2005. The theme of productiveness-unproductiveness is also central to it. Hartigan's tracing of the development of the phenomenon of white trash in the USA, 2005, demonstrates some interesting points of comparison. Using the conclusion of travel writer James Gilmore, 39, he distinguishes between elements of the working class: the poor white man labors, the mean white man does not labor, and labor makes the distinction between them. So the fundamental basis for objectifications of this group, concludes Hartigan, 2005, 67, arose from this moral categorization of those who will and will not work. Writing from the 1860s evidenced the struggle between those for whom such meanness was in the blood and those who recognized a degree of environmental input. These competing logics developed into the 20th century. Racial theorist Madison Grant, for example, understood white trash as a combination of natural habitat and bloodlines, to do with sexuality, urbanization, crime, rather than just immigration, Grant 1916. Eugenics discourse stressed the perils of mixing with bad genes, and responsibility for policing the border. It argued that a host of antisocial and expensive behavior derived from poor family etiquette and practices. The result of this discourse in popular outlets, contends Hartigan, was heightened middle-class awareness of threat from below, and of their racial selves. In the scenarios popularized in the press, the idea of racial poisons dominated discourse, with the weaker blood multiplying faster than the stronger. Gertrude Davenport, the wife of leading eugenicist Charles Davenport, wrote in April 1914 that the greatest menace of imbecility is not that the imbecile may break into our house and steal our silver, or that he might set re to our barn, but that he may be born of our ash. Hartigan 2005, 95. Similarly, Winthrop Stoddard's, 1922, Freudian GHT for civilization taking place within the self sees class status coincide with racial value. Let us understand once and for all, he warns, that we have among us a rebel army, the vast host of the unadaptable, the incapable, the envious, the discontented, LLED with instinctive hatred of civilization and progress, and ready on the instant to rise in revolt. Here are foes that need watching. Let us watch them. 1922, 87. The Gur of white trash, like that of Chav in the UK, Hayward and Yar 2005, is therefore a way of making explicit and emphatic the perception of pollution that plays such a critical role in racial consciousness. Hartigan 2005, 104. The bodies thus categorized are excessive, and display the innate behavior that both conreams the depths to which the working class has collapsed, so far from work, so far from respectability, and the industriousness and respectability of the middle-class subjects that LL the signier white trash with meaning. However, there is more to it than this, as Haylett seems to suggest, and Hartigan concurs. The meanings, effects, tendencies, and images that the name assembles do not simply reside in individual bodies or groups of bodies, but rather are generated in complex coded struggles between classes and races and over what will count as sexuality and gender. Hartigan 2005, 116. Moreover, Hartigan's, 1999, study of inner-city Detroit clearly highlights the class-specific inexeons in the deployment of race there. Class innuences the way race is spoken about, the meanings attached to it, and the ease with which racelessness can be invoked. Clearly, while enjoying the wages of whiteness, Americanist nouveau white workers were, and many of their descendants are still, on a considerably lower wage than other whites. Among the economic relationships between gender, class, and race since World War II, Henwood, 1997, 178, NDS statistical evidence that most actually poor people are white, and that white males have watched their inherited skin and sex privileges wasting away for 2 decades, Ibid, 182. This, as Henwood stresses, is occurring in the context of greater racialized polarization and enduring racial discrimination. Plural trajectories of whiteness. Behind the grossgers then there are trends that alert us to the need to think more contextually about some forms of racialized power relationships. Du Bois' psychological and social wage may well still be on offer. But for some, the differential is a lot less impressive than it was a generation ago. This perception of diminishing funds, resources, and access to them, held particularly by people on lower incomes across the EU, may go some way towards explaining why the asylum seeker emerges from opinion polls as an envied competitor, see Chapter 8. Their insecurities have compelling material bases. Ethnographic work carried out in Britain has illuminated what we could call the plural trajectories of whiteness. In other words, the internal and external boundaries of the white we are shown to be contingent. People make sense of the social material we use to understand race in differing ways. We are going to look briefly at 2 pieces of British ethnographic work to illustrate some aspects of these plural trajectories. Catherine Tyler's Discussions with Colville Residents, 2004, 40, and Layback's Study of Young People on the Riverview Estate in South London, 1996. Tyler's, 2004, Intergenerational Dialogue Among Small-Town Leicestershire Inhabitants shows how personal biographies profoundly shape how people perceive others. Among the interviewees, no homogeneous representative voice is expressed, white superiority is contested by some, just as it is accepted unthinkingly by more. Identification can take the form of empathy, for example, as in Sarah's recognition of her own narrative, the experience of her Czech immigrant father's struggle to run a business in Critiques of Asian Businesses, Tyler 2004, 304. Moreover, a person may develop a critical angle through mobility and return. Another of Tyler's respondents, Jim, returns to the town after 3 years doing a degree in another small and more multicultural Midlands city. He reports that his recognition and awareness of racism increased dramatically when he was reabsorbed into family circles and heard the types of discourse that he previously listened to uncritically. He can now react on the older generation's assumptions and dissect them. When his grandmother died, the house she had lived in was bought by an Asian family, something that his uncles were unhappy about. The presence of Asians in the home where they were brought up signs an intolerable and unacceptable transformation, paraphrases Tyler, 2004, 299. Here we see a crucial element of the mechanism of enacting and critiquing whiteness, the attachment of a perceived negative change, in this case the retrospective tainting of the family, to an effect, the Asian buyer, rather than a cause, the grandmother's death, the psychological toll of memories of childhood in that home, the broader global changes that brought the family in question from Asia to Britain. Intergenerational and gendered differences are also revealed by this study. The older people are generally less reactive about whiteness and quicker to deploy racialized discourse, as are men as compared to women, many of whom see more positives where the men see only negatives. In this survey, the plural trajectories of white people come even closer to the surface. There are clearly a number of places to be located ideologically in the racialization process, a process that becomes even more interesting in the London estates where Layback worked in the early 1990s. Bax, 1996, Ethnography of Youth Culture on South London Estates suggests that values determine the salient borders of identity, and that culture becomes the modality through which they are racialized. Black and white youths there put aside sporadic but real differences in order to ally against Vietnamese and Bangladeshi newcomers on their estates, 1996. 240-241, in what Back terms neighborhood nationalism. This alliance assumes the form of verbal and occasionally physical attacks. While the black youths are well aware that in other circumstances they could, and indeed have been, the victims of such aggression from their white counterparts, in the context of denning membership of the estate, their secular, linguistic and music-based coalition with white youth in Riverview Estate appears to predominate. They thus become what Back terms contingent insiders, 1996, 240, while their counterparts in Southgate Estate seem to enjoy a qualitatively different relationship with their white peers, who had vacated concepts of whiteness and Englishness in favor of a mixed ethnicity that was shared, Ibid, 241. So while there is frequently tension, there is also often alliance, through personal relationships drawing on shared knowledge and experiences. This can also be seen in Watt and Stenson's work, 1998, discussed in the previous chapter. Indeed, a recurrent topic in British ethnographic studies is the heterogeneity and elasticity of the category white and its members' affiliations with Black and Asian cultures, to the point where terms such as Black or white culture become almost ideal types. In their study of the East End of London, Paul Hoggett et al. 1996, 113, remark on a similar set of provisional allegiances, noting the large Afro-Caribbean presence in a demonstration following the fatal stabbing of a white schoolboy by a Bangladeshi boy. The paradox is that whilst Afro-Caribbean soccer players can still be the object of crude racial abuse at nearby Millwall Football Club, Afro-Caribbeans can nevertheless also be included in an imaginary community of English-speaking Christian Eastenders which stands opposed to the alien Muslim threat. These groups of young people illustrate a paradox that resurfaces elsewhere in British Eldwork. In their survey of shopkeepers in a London borough, Wells and Watson, 2005, ND that not all those championing white values are white, while some champions of white rights include their black neighbours in their embattled and beleaguered we. In these cases the other is Muslim/Asian. Clearly, the power relationships at a personal and local level allow for whiteness to be expanded to incorporate those not phenotypically white beneath its cultural canopy for the enactment of both rhetorical and physical violence. People who are not white can be absorbed into honorary whiteness in particular circumstances, yet this invariably involves othering different groups. In fact, this othering appears constitutive of the process of redrawing of the boundary of whiteness in terms of values, so that it embraces British Black or Asian people, depending on the context. In confirming shared values, both the groups that share and do not share them are deemed. The focus on the borders at each end of whiteness, between white and non-white, and between the constituent groups of the white whole, serves to keep in mind the contingency of the political and social hierarchies thrown up. Part of what the epithet white trash expresses is the general view held by whites that there are only a few extreme, dangerous whites who are really racist or violently misguided, as opposed to recognizing that racism is an institutional problem pervading the nation and implicating all whites in its operation. Hartigan 2005, 118-119. While racist ideas do abound in the working class communities studied, although this label is contested in Midtown, Kefalas 2003, Corktown and Warrendale, Hartigan 1999, academics play a significant role in creating a selective picture in which only the working class express such ideas and live in segregated neighborhoods. Studies of whiteness in middle-class circles, residential areas, or workplaces, or at all, are few and far between. Hall 1992, Ware 1992, Pierce 2003, Johnson and Shapiro 2003, Hartigans, 1999, section on Corktown, Ray et al. Forthcoming, Clark and Garner, forthcoming. Whiteness is neither just for the wealthy, nor the poor. Yet the people who have engaged in denning the desirability of, including particular segments of their compatriots in the civilized, right-thinking mainstream have been middle and upper-class British and Americans. Hartigan 2005, Hall 1992. Moreover, under certain conditions, whiteness, as a dominant set of values and assumptions that make various groups problematic, is not even only for white people. It is clear from survey research, Lewis 2005, that minorities generally have more sympathy for immigrants and asylum seekers, and tend to understand racism as structural rather than individually generated. Lamont 2000, Weiss and Fine 1996, yet from the examples of Back, Wells and Watson and Hoggett et al., there is enough to suggest that there might occasionally be a strategic overlap of values between white and black people that coalesce around defending neighborhoods, and possibly jobs. We have looked in turn at attempts to understand whiteness as terror and supremacy, invisibility and visibility, norms, values, and cultural capital, and nally, as a set of contingent. 5. Whiteness in the Caribbean and Latin America. The geographical focus placed on Latin America and the Caribbean in this chapter serves three purposes. First, it extends comprehension of whiteness as a global and historic property of social relations into contexts that differ from the American and British ones. Second, it shows the distinctiveness of national and regional racial regimes. The countries referred to here differ in history and social composition, but the equation of whiteness with power, which is the constant in this sea of variables, speaks with local accents. Third, it enables us to examine the processes used to construct racialized identities and their relationship to bodies. In the RST2 sections, we shall look at two societies to obtain an idea of what purchase slaveholding had on the development of whiteness by using two examples, the Irish in the early Anglophone Caribbean, and the Portuguese in British Guiana in the post-abolition period. Then in the next section, the focus will fall on how the process of nation-building in Latin America, with special attention paid to Ecuador, has historically been organized around whiteness, and excludes non-white others in different ways in different places. Irish people arrived in the Caribbean from the 1630s as political prisoners, indentured laborers, administrators, and priests. Their status in the Caribbean was ambiguous, plural, and dynamic. At the outset, the Protestant English and Scots occupied higher positions in colonial society, and they generally held more land and slaves than the Catholic Irish by the 18th century. Using sources such as the 1678 census, we can assume that maybe 30% of the white inhabitants of the Anglophone Caribbean colonies in toto were Irish in the mid-17th century, around 20% of the whole population. 42 Governor Modyford's 1678 survey revealed that the Irish owned 10–20% of the property in Jamaica, Silk in 1976, and substantially more on Montserrat, Atkinson 1997. Within 25 years of the arrival of the RST political prisoners in Barbados, they had risen to become free labourers, landowners, and slave owners. The rights and power inherent in these locations should indicate the error of consigning the Irish to an undifferentiated subaltern slot in the New World hierarchy. Yet by the 1690s they had evaporated into the category white, or European, which meant dominant. 43 The last 2 decades of that century saw the African element of the population overtake and then dominate the European, a point that both relegates the precise proportion of Irish inhabitants to a lower level, and means that this question became increasingly immaterial. In the 18th century, the rising proportion of enslaved Africans to Europeans meant that the latter group could no longer afford to be split nationally in the face of the constant potential for rebellion. The terms English, Scots and Irish thus diminished rapidly in importance to be replaced by white or European. This is not to say that individuals no longer identified themselves in national terms, but that in the Caribbean context the national divisions lost salience in contrast to whiteness as an overarching identity. The fact that compared to their English and Scots counterparts, the Irish owned relatively small holdings and few slaves proves merely that there was a status gap between those groups. Irish indentured labourers and enslaved Africans worked side by side in the Elds for years in the New World. It is not surprising that planters were watchful for signs of collusion between them. Yet ultimately, reports of alliances between Irish indentured labourers and slaves appear to have been mainly expressions of English planters' paranoia. 44 The picture emerging from the texts studied by Hilary Beckles, 1990, is that planters were extremely fearful, both of Irish African alliances and Irish allegiance to Catholic European powers, and that this anxiety led them so far as to request the reduction or elimination of the supply of labour from Ireland at a time when such labour was still relatively important, i.e. until the 1680s, and a shortfall still existed. Governor Willoughby of Barbados wrote to the Privy Council in 1667. There yet remains that I acquaint your lordships with the great want of servants in this island, which the late war hath occasioned. If labour fails here, His Majesty's customs will at home, if the supply be not of good and sure men, the safety of this place will always be in question, for though there be no enemy abroad, the keeping of slaves in subjection must still be provided for. If your lordship shall offer a trade with Scotland for transporting people of that nation hither and prevent any excess of Irish in the future, it will accommodate all the ends propounded. Beckles 1990, 509–510. 45. Moreover, Michael Cratton, 1997, maintains that although white servants in Barbados were certainly treated worse than contemporary agricultural labourers in Britain, this was a transitional phase. Ultimately the lower rungs of white society in the Caribbean provided managers, voters, and militiamen for external and internal defence, Ibid. 166, and enabled the planters to dominate in societies in which they represented a tiny minority. Planters' anxiety sometimes led to the implementation of distinct social control systems for the Irish, such as passes, Barbados, 1657, and the withdrawal of the right to bear arms, Antigua, 1689. Indeed, the Irish on English-held islands were actually more likely to side with the French than the slaves. There is evidence of this in St. Kitts and Montserrat in the 1660s, for example, Beckles 1990, 519–520. The same governor had, a few months earlier, pleaded with the king for servants other than Irish, expressing his preference for the downright Scot who, I am certain, will ght without a crucifix round his neck, Ibid. 508, 46. Many of the Irish originally sent to Barbados later migrated to the USA and other Caribbean territories. In Jamaica, Montserrat, Trinidad, and British Guyana, for example, white Barbadians accessed land more cheaply and were able to rise to intermediate positions in a hierarchy predicated upon black disenfranchisement. Again, after the initial 2 decades or so of testing living conditions, the Irish evaporated into the dominant white elites in the Anglophone, and some parts of the Spanish-speaking, Caribbean. 47. The point then is that Indiana, the New World setting, the social category white itself is indigenous, if we can use that term provocatively, to the slave mode of production. Its outer boundaries may have been set phenotypically, but in terms of privilege and correspondence with labor force positions, it took generations for the joint interests of the Irish, Scots, and English to coincide, in other words for free labor to refer unequivocally to whites, and unfree labor to refer to blacks, the freedom of the former deriving explicitly from the unfreedom of the latter. 48. The Portuguese in British Guyana. In the post-abolition period, sugar planters in British Guyana sought to replace their labor force by using indentured labor drawn from a variety of sources: India, China, Africa, other West Indian territories. Around 35,000 people also arrived from the Portuguese islands of Madeira and the Azores in the 1840–1880 period, Tinker 1974. At the RST census, in 1891, they were classed as Portuguese, a category distinct from European. The Portuguese cannot be considered to fall geographically outside the category European, so we can take the latter to include British and other Europeans who arrived in Guyana neither as indentured labor nor descendants of such workers. They became Portuguese in Guyana just as Hindus and Muslims of various castes became Indians there, and Hausa, Yoruba and Wolof, etc., became Africans on reaching the other side of the Atlantic. The cultural construction of the Madeirans and Azorines as Portuguese highlights the distinctiveness of each receiving country's racial regime. Immigrants constructed historically as Portuguese in North America have also been black, as in the case of the Cape Verdeans, Halter 1993, and as poor Catholics in Catholic France. Like many of the Irish 2 centuries before them, Portuguese indentured labourers rose to become important elements of the colonial business elite. Their social ascendance resulted from their seizing opportunities provided by a colonial policy aimed directly at creating an indigenous buffer group between the British administration and planters, and the African and Indian-descended workers who comprised the majority of the population. The colonial state opened options for Portuguese economic advancement through the accumulation of capital. This avenue had been closed to other groups, former slaves attempting to establish themselves as independent farmers in the 1840s onwards suffered as a result of land prices, taxes, and the state's refusal to be responsible for irrigation, Adamson 1972. 49. Although Indians at the end of the century were able to benefit from cheaper land and free irrigation, they were not granted licenses for business outside the rice-growing sector, Nath 1950. However, the Court of Policy, Colonial Assembly, created a virtual Portuguese monopoly in the granting of licenses to open rum shops, small bars. By 1852, the Portuguese held 70% of the licenses issued Indiana the colony, and the value of their property destroyed during the riots in 1856 was an estimated £60,000. By 1865, they owned more than 90% of rum shops Indiana Demerara, the most highly populated county, Wagner 1977. In addition to the rum shops, over 50% of all shops in Georgetown and the second city, New Amsterdam, belonged to the Portuguese by 1851, Preemdis 1995. Not only did the government grant commercial licenses to the Portuguese, but they were also the only group outside the Europeans to be authorized for bank loans. British Guyana was a multi-ethnic society in which different statuses cross-cut ethnicity at different times. By the mid-1850s, the planters were forced to reassess the system of indentureship in relation to the behavior of the various groups. In January 1855, the Court of Policy, British Guyana's legislative body, met to discuss the problem of runaway Portuguese indenturers. The following debate, which resurfaced in 1856, illustrates the sets of logic inherent in the construction of the colonial ethnic hierarchy, in which whiteness draws specific and implicit meanings, and the different ways in which this logic was applied. From the establishment of indentured labor in 1834, a recruitment fee had been paid to the planters for each laborer. During the 1855 meeting, the idea of no longer paying out if a worker breached the contract by running away was outed for the RST time. The idea was amended to establish the criterion of working for 3 years rather than the 12 months provided for in the original contract. Despite their frequent desertions, the Portuguese escaped being cast as pathologically idle as were other runaways in official discourse. On the contrary, during the same meeting in 1855, they were referred to as a very valuable class of people. Local press articles on the 1856 riots, in which Portuguese-owned premises were ransacked by Indian and African crowds, demonstrate official attitudes towards the Portuguese, as conveyed by the press. The rioters, states the editor of The Colonist, actuated by blind and savage feelings of jealousy and fanaticism, destroyed the property of their more industrious fellow citizens. 50. Yet an estate manager for planter Henry Barclay alerts us to a more abiding concern. He had stated in a parliamentary commission on rioting in the colony in 1847. I think the safety of the whites depends very much on the want of union in the different races of laborers, and I should be glad to see some more made Irans and, if possible, Chinese coming in. The coolies too would always hold by the whites. 51. In the 1850s, there was an ongoing national reassessment of the ethnic groups in relation to their capacity for work. From the evidence available, the Portuguese held a privileged position within the sometimes contradictory hierarchies established in the post-emancipation period. Shielding the ruling minority from the rebellion of the Africans and Indians, as was to be the case, for example, in the widespread rioting of 1856 and 1898. The efforts made by the authorities to seek and punish Indian runaways, and slaves prior to abolition, lead us to another conclusion as regards the Portuguese community. Portuguese runaways hid with their compatriots in urban areas and disappeared. Yet pursuing them was economically unviable because they comprised only a small minority and were more useful to the colony in business. This conclusion is borne out by the new recruitment fees set after the 1855 meeting referred to above. In this new set of tariffs, Chinese workers were worth $G60, Indians $G30, and Portuguese only $G15, that is, a quarter of a Chinese indenturer and half an Indian one, a very valuable class of people maybe, but not in the literal sense of the term. These GRs were based on planters' assessments of each group's productivity. 18 months later, in June 1856, the Court of Policy met to reset the fees, in a kind of ethnic labor audit. According to the consensus expressed at the meeting, the Chinese accomplished 20% or more work than the Indians in a given period, which led to the setting of a new fee at $G100 per worker, compared to $G35 for each Portuguese worker, that is, a higher amount and proportion than in 1855, but still much less than a Chinese worker. 52. The Portuguese, by the criterion used to judge the various ethnic groups in British Guiana during the 19th century, were the least productive, sensu stricto, yet they ascended to an intermediate position above the Africans and Indians who had preceded them there. By this stage, the Portuguese were nearly white. Indeed, due to their privileged position, they attracted the hostility of subordinate groups. The Portuguese were viewed as greedy and selfish in popular attitudes. In 1856 and 1905, because of their refusal to grant credit to striking Indian and African sugar workers, Portuguese premises were attacked and looted. Yet success in business enabled the Portuguese to accrue political power. They qualified for the restricted franchise and the right to stand for election through property ownership, and later earned membership of decision-making bodies through elections. The juxtaposition of the electoral roll with the 1915 census, see Table 2, highlights both the disproportion between the number of Europeans and their actual political power, and the privileged position of the Portuguese vis-a-vis other subaltern groups. Comprising just 2.9% of the adult male population, 17.7% of the Portuguese GERD on the electoral register. They thus accounted for 11.4% of all eligible voters. Their standing should be compared to the Indians and Chinese, with whom they arrived contemporaneously in the colony. Indeed, throughout the 20th century, many Portuguese accessed the liberal professions, the civil service and the ownership of pawnbrokers' licenses in greater numbers, more 1975. By the 1950s, most Portuguese were part of a business elite represented in the Guyanese establishment, e.g. Peter de Aguiar, owner of Banks Beer and head of the United Force, a political party that shared government from 1964 to 1968. Vis-a-vis the other subaltern groups, they were clearly white by local criteria. This type of social climbing was much more unlikely for black Guyanese even if their children became mixed after a few generations. There was no argument that the Portuguese were ever black, but they did occupy types of work associated with blacks and Indians for a generation before being offered a ladder out. The privileges they attained were obviously not always gained through fair competition. Like the Irish of the 17th century Caribbean, the Portuguese had accessed white status and the advantage in life chances this conferred in a social hierarchy founded on systemic racialized inequalities of labor, in a mode of production that was both post-slave and pre-slave, based on parallel cohorts of free and unfree labor. Nation building in Latin America. Even a cursory reading of available texts on racial and ethnic diversity in Latin America suggests a thoroughly absorbing and complex phenomenon, with national, regional and sub-regional factors combining to produce a series of relationships that cannot and should not be analyzed using only tools developed from US and European sources. Bourdieu and Wacquant, 1998, claim that US imperialism has extended into models for understanding group relations, by presenting its American models as universal. Indeed, each society has its own norms, values, and specific history of race, in short, its own racial regime. Yet a convincing international history of the development of ideas and practices of racial discrimination could also be written. Bourdieu and Wacquant are also correct to draw attention to the US focus on Brazil, particularly in comparative perspective. That nation has the largest black population of any country after Nigeria, and has of course interested scholars and activists interested in civil rights and the African diaspora. Skidmore 1993, Winant 1994, Hanchard 1998, 1999, Marks 1998, Windance Twine 1998, Sheriff 2001. Brazil has also GERD in the sights of scholars focusing on the prevalent policy orientation of eugenics, Stepan 1991, Davila 2003. This literature is fascinating and the epistemological issues raised by Bourdieu and Wacquant are indeed crucial ones. In the light of this familiarity with Brazil, and the fact that Brazil is in some ways atypical, the combination of a relatively large population of African descent, Portuguese language, plus modern immigration from Asia, I have opted for a different approach. What we shall try to do in this short section is make a case for an interpretation of nation building in Latin America based on what I will label a moral economy of whiteness. This is not to argue that this is the only dimension of nation building, yet the latter is a particularly apposite site for understanding what Omi and Winant, 1994, term racial formation, in which the state plays an important role. Indeed, what we are interested in is exactly what Applebaum et al. 2003b, 9, identify as a processual and contextual understanding of nation building and race making. 53 Ecuador will be the main, but not exclusive, basis for this exploration. Its proportions of people are arguably more representative of the continent as a whole, white, mestizo, indigena, black, and it is also much less familiar to Anglophone readers. Focusing solely on national territories is not the only or even the best way to conceptualize whiteness, but it does offer a way into ideologies and practices centered on the nation-state. The themes under which we will examine the issue of whiteness are cleanliness, redemption, and the moral economy. Cleanliness. All the processes looked at in this book can be loosely gathered under the term othering, i.e. the construction of boundaries between groups in which particular characteristics and values are imputed to the other group. These characteristics and values are usually the opposite of those believed to be those denning the group that does the othering. At the root of othering process, argued anthropologist Mary Douglas, 1966, are the binaries of order/disorder, purity/impurity, cleanliness/dirt. Indeed, in social science work on othering, Sibley 1995, dirt becomes the general metaphor for matter out of place that disorders the place-based social order. In Latin America's racialization processes this is very clear. First, the construction of identities in which elites came to designate peoples and whole areas as backward, uncivilized and dirty. This doesn't mean that only the elites constructed identities, but that they held the power to enforce definition and operationalize such definitions. Second, state policies were aimed at remedying these problems through public health and education. So from the anxiety about dirt it is implicit that the question of purity is a central one. As Anderson Levy, 2005, 3, argues in her Reaction on Social Relations in Jamaica, whiteness represents itself as pure and can be contaminated in a way that, for instance, blackness cannot be. In the Latin American context, the sign are white and the bodies thus signed may well not correspond in the way that North American and European racial regimes allow. This is a point that alerts us again to the contingency of whiteness, and is also a point clear to the actors such as Grace Schubert's Black Respondents, 1981, 576, who retaliate against racist comments by rejecting the commentator's basis for calling him or herself white in the RST place. At the heart of the demographic problem as viewed by 19th-century Latin American elites was the diversity of what were seen as races. The continent's already diverse indigenous populations sat alongside Europeans and the descendants of enslaved Africans, plus the mixed European/indigenous/African people broadly labeled mestizo. The Spanish rule of blood purity, limpieza de sangre, which maintained a social class and racial hierarchy in Spain, was transposed as the cornerstone of early colonial rule. It granted higher social position to those with pure noble lineage. This concept underwent changes, particularly in its relevance to class, but remained an important obstacle to social mobility and access to democracy. As elsewhere, the sliding scale of whiteness for democracy, cf. 19th century USA, was believed to encompass whites at one end and blacks at the other, with mestizos and indigenos below the whites. Not having limpieza meant you were barred from office holding, some forms of property holding, voting, citizenship, and were obliged to pay extra taxes. So the idea of purity generated its obverse, impurity. Mixing, and the possession of blood from other races, equaled impurity. Degenerate behavior could be read from this corporeal evidence. Ann Twinham, 2005, quotes Peruvian officials in 1586. In these provinces there are many blacks, mulattoes, and mestizos and people of other mixtures, and that each day the number of them increases and many of them do not know their parents and they grow up in great vice and liberty without working, they have no occupation and eat and drink without order and mingle with the Indian men and women and join in their drunkenness and witchcraft and do not hear mass. Konetsk, Volume 1, Document 427, 1586. These kinds of official ideas were developed in a specific colonial economic context. The perceived vices of the people described above are notably geared to unproductiveness, a feature central to the construction of white trash in the USA and asylum seekers in Europe. In a context where the colony's raison d'etre was basically to produce wealth through its mineral resources, people with no occupation were morally reprehensible. In the specific Andean context here, enslaved Africans had been put to work in mines. In Ecuador, black people were also brought in from neighboring Colombia and the West Indies in the 19th century in order to work on building the coastal railways, and the line linking the capital Quito, to the major port, Guayaquil. They have historically been concentrated in the northern province of Esmeraldas, and the Chotamira Valley. These two areas, asserts Jean Rayet, 1998, 422, are looked down upon by the white and white mestizo urban citizenry as places of violence, laziness, backwardness, and unconquered nature. The ideological labor involved in associating dirt and disorder with these characteristics is a vital prong of racism. In imputing violence, laziness, and backwardness to their black compatriots, white Ecuadorians assert their civilization, industriousness, and modernity. Moreover, certain geographical spaces are constructed as naturally home to black people. When the latter migrate to the urban spaces of Ecuador, they are seen as matter out of place, as dirt in clean places. The senior policeman quoted by Reye, 1998, 423-424, view them as incorrigibly delinquent and criminal, bringing their dirtiness and disorder to a space of cleanliness and order. A similar process can be observed even more explicitly in relation to indigenos. Some groups have traditionally lived in the highlands of the country and some in the Amazon rainforest. De la Torre's interviews with middle-class highland Indians tell a story of confrontations with racism when moving into urban space. For these people, as for bell hooks, travel may well equal terror. Indian students, professionals, and businessmen are transformed into dirty Indians in white mestizo spaces. Two female students, for example, recount their experience of being approached and offered domestic work, De la Torre 1999, 101-102. The man who did so assumed that any young Indian women in an urban space could only possibly have been looking for menial work. Indeed, the association of Indians with dirtiness reached such intensity that there was a successful bus boycott in Otavalo, in the Highlands, in 1986. Drivers had made a practice of insulting locals, and de facto segregation had developed, where Indians felt obliged to sit at the back of the bus, leaving the white mestizo clientele to monopolize the front. Calor de Mansfeld 1998, 191-192. Calor de Mansfeld argues that the theme of dirt/cleanliness is the principal racial marker between white mestizo and indigena cultures and people. This is expressed in physical repulsion over smells of hard physical labor and the places where this labor occurs, which trigger white mestizo association of dirt/work/backwardness. Images of LTHY Indians and clean whites carried a discursive force, inducing white mestizo reactions of condemnation, confrontation, and separation. Ibid. 192. What is more striking in this ELD work is the degree to which Indians have internalized this racializing trope. In order to be socially mobile, cleaning up one's act means overcoming this obstacle. Otavalo's industriousness and recent successful involvement in international trade has led to a complex reconfiguration of this relation between dirt and Indians. Recognized by whites as the cleanest of the Indios, many Otavalinos have bought their own land, from the haciendas that dominated the highlands, and seek a separate existence from coastal, white and urban, society. Their very autonomy has led to a burgeoning indigena middle class that engages with white mestizo society and recognizes the importance of cleanliness. This has two important side effects identified by Calor de Mansfeld. The RST is the transformation of the taunt of dirty Indian into a way that successful Otavalinos differentiate themselves from those indigenos they see as backward, lazy, and ultimately dirty. If they do so with a Quechua rather than Spanish term, Ibid. 196, the central mechanism of differentiation is maintained. A cholera scare reignited the intensity of the clean/dirt border in the 1990s, Ibid. 198-199. Second, since the idea that Indians are incapable of anything other than manual and menial labor, or of making a success out of business, is clearly unfounded, the ideological boundary has to shift. This is accomplished by tainting Indians' material success with suspected corruption. Calor de Mansfeld reports being involved in a conversation in a doctor's waiting room with white and mestizo Ecuadorians in which the idea that Indians were actually doing narco-trafficking, with handicraft trade as a cover operation, was expressed. Indian success is thus seen as a threat to the purity of the proper, white mestizo, national economy, Ibid. 188. The notion of dirt, experienced in the sense of smell and touch, is inextricably embedded in conceptions of superiority and inferiority. Whiteness is identified with odors of cleanliness and otherness with odors of dirt. While whole regions are identified with backwardness and dirt in this type of discourse, as we shall see below, race in purely biological terms is absent from the arena. The racialized constructions of Latin America then are expressed at least as much in cultural as in biological language. Redemption. It has been argued from the outset that all racialized identities are constructed, that is, exible and contingent, and open to criteria that X people's identities culturally rather than inexibly and biologically. In the previous section we have seen that particular themes are used to X racial boundaries in Latin America, and have focused on cleanliness. So, if the argument that identities are constructed stands up to scrutiny, there must be ways in which people can move between the categories, or in the language of the previous examples, become clean, more civilized. Such discourses have historically been infused with ideas about the differences between social classes and gender, as well as about race. I have identified 3 responses to the problem of how to clean up the national population: individual effort, collectively imposed uplift, and the social erasure of people. They allow for both individuals and groups to become white, or even whiter, and therefore access the resources available from that social location. Individual effort. The example of the elements of the Ecuadorian Otavalina population which have developed into an entrepreneurial middle class demonstrates that concerted action involving the adoption of some white values, allied with national backing, can propel individuals into whitened social locations. The clean and successful indigena can develop a different, white, identity in particular contexts. These identities are always problematic and subject to others' ascriptions. Indeed, the movement of darker complexioned people towards a social location to do with paler complexions, and other forms of cultural, economic, and social capital, is a constant theme in the history of the New World. From whitening up through marriage in the Caribbean, to self-classification as white in the Brazilian census, Windance Twine 1998, and the famous Brazilian saying, "Money whitens," individuals engage reactively in strategies aimed at producing social positions for themselves and their children that enable greater access to all kinds of resources. What is aimed for is the status of whites. The physical properties of whiteness do not necessarily have to correspond to the status, nor are the criteria agreed. Stutzman 1981. In Anderson Levy's studies of Kingston, Jamaica, white middle-class respondents try to construct barriers between themselves and other black and white middle-class Jamaicans using appeals to representing good, as opposed to bad, models of citizenship and their authenticity as long-standing upright moral agents. 54. The breadth of criteria bearing on the ascription of whiteness is all the more apparent when we observe a little-known practice established in Spanish America 1795. Antwinum's exploration of Gracias al Sacar whitenings by decree, 2004, 2005, 2006, and their surrounding negotiations reveals some of the options that people who were classified as pardos and mulattoes might secure. The petitioning of local colonial government in order to be granted white status was usually the initial step of a process by which individuals had negotiated niches, then toeholds, then footholds, then given service to the crown through government or business. Although only a few were successful in their bid to become white after the establishment of the grant, the very existence of this mechanism reveals the disjuncture between the biological and the cultural in racialization. In the New World, rules could be bent, and in the bending, they reveal the constructed nature of racial categories. Yet recognizing that there are factors that can mitigate racial identities does not change the paradigm of race. Cultural reasoning only goes so far. At the end there is still a white race for applicants to join. A major policy response to this assumption in Latin America has been to build new nations on the aegis of blanqueamiento, whitening. This takes the form of improving the white and mestizo lower classes, black and Indian people in order to inculcate the values seen by the ruling classes as white. The aim of state policy can be effectively attained through a combination of whitening through demographics and/or education. The intellectual elites of Mexico, Brazil, and Argentina, for example, Stepan 1991, Stern 2003, Rodriguez 2006, found social Darwinism and eugenics compelling frameworks. These ideologies argued that the stronger genes overcame the weaker, and that this is rooted in social and cultural hierarchies. In order to strengthen the gene pool, maintained the eugenicists, stronger genes must be brought into it. White European culture and genetics were the ideal, and the strategies for whitening the nation involved European immigration and education to clean the others and morally uplift them. There are a number of variations on this theme. Stern, 2003, shows that in Mexico the 20th century saw a challenge to the idea that the elusive European immigration should be the target. Race mixing could indeed achieve the same goal, given the inherent strength of the white gene. He cites Dr. Rafael Carrillo's talk to the Mexican Eugenics Society in 1932. It is also certain that if mestizage continues indefinitely, it will disappear over time, given that the white race, being superior, will prevail over the inferior black and Indian. 2003, 193. While mestizage was thus seen as long-term whitening, other elites were interested in more concrete and short-term measures. In fact, Weinstein argues that the São Paulo region provided a new discursive context in which, even as discourses of civilization, modernity, and progress replaced earlier preoccupations with race mixture and degeneration, notions of difference based on race, broadly construed, far from fading, ourished. 2003, 240. The theme used in São Paulo was the GHT of civilization against underdevelopment as a proxy for race. The coffee boom had enabled state government to subsidize massive European immigration and industrialization, IBID. The elite fashioned a narrative of São Paulo's development and modernization in which blackness was simultaneously eliminated and used to illustrate whiteness. Folklorist Dalmo Belfort de Matos, writing in 1939 on the region's black majority during the coffee boom, stated, "This soon passed. Mortality and mixture gradually eliminated the African excess," Ibid. 244. While in the campaign of the revolutionary constitutionalists, in 1932, São Paulo is constantly portrayed as white and modern. The northeast, containing Bahia province, is depicted as degenerate, backward, the perfect foil for claims about São Paulo's vast superiority, Ibid. 249. Claims were made sometimes on clearly racial terms, slavery, degeneracy, but usually through models of development in which São Paulo is the only modern area. Appeals to the whiteness of modernity, or the modernity of whiteness, are thus fashioned by moving between registers. Similar striving for conquest of backward space and peoples through European immigration was successfully satisfied in Argentina and Uruguay, but less so elsewhere. Nicola Foote, 2006, 263-264, describes how European immigration as a civilizing process was encouraged in Ecuador. Early access to citizenship was offered for European settlers, in return for their perceived characteristics of industriousness, attachment to the soil and responsibility, in order to empty land, and to enable administrative costs to be minimized, as full citizens could staff their own state bodies. This can be contrasted with the treatment of West Indian immigrant rubber and railway workers and Chinese immigrants, Ibid. 264. In Ecuador's case, immigration did not whiten the population, because Chinese and black migrant workers outnumbered the white. These two populations were each constructed as morally threatening to the nation, Foote argues. The Chinese were viewed as entrepreneurial competitors and sources of opium, prostitution, and gambling. Indeed, Chinese immigration was banned in 1899. The West Indians building the Quito-Guayaquil railway line were similarly constructed as violent, gambling alcoholics. However, after the 1895 Liberal Revolution, indigenous Afro-Ecuadorians were not granted the same rights as indigenos by new President Eloy Alfaro, even though the blacks played their part in the armed revolt for a longer period. Additionally, no official recognition was accorded to the military efforts of black and mulatto troops in retrospective narratives of nation-building. Afro-Ecuadorians, contends Foote, 2006, 266, were thus written out of the founding covenant of the liberal state. Social erasure of people. This theme of strategic neglect leads to the third way of whitening the nation, by non-inclusion or writing over of people or space, like a social palimpsest. We established earlier that a set of associations have been built up in Latin America between geographical space and race through linking particular people and the places they inhabit to dirt and cultural backwardness. Yet while the cultural deceit may be redeemable, highland indígenas in Ecuador, or not, Afro-Ecuadorians, see below, it is also possible to redeem a region by violent usurpation, settlement, and / or post facto selective narration. This strategy is by no means new or limited to Latin America. See, for example, the English and Scots colonization of Ireland in the 16th century, Garner 2003, as well as forced removal of indigenous people from land in 19th century North America and Australia. However, one such case is that of Cauca province, in the western coffee-growing region of Colombia in the 1846–1948 period, Applebaum 2003. Applebaum's study of the town of Rio Sucio demonstrates highly contested versions of the region's history, coalescing around the privatization of communal lands and the establishment of the coffee industry. Competing local mestizo and indigena versions of the area's history detail their oppression by and resistance to the immigrants from the neighboring Antioquia province from the late 19th century onwards. White stories, on the other hand, assert the hard work and well-deserved economic success of pioneers who tamed nature. Another result of such overwriting can be complete erasure. In the case of Afro-Ecuadorians, Foote maintains, the black element of Ecuador's population was subject to a policy of malevolent neglect. In addition to the exclusion of their participation in the Revolutionary War, their inclusion in the state project of uplift and cleansing through education was minimal. They were racialized as black, not deracialized as poor, as Wade, 1997, argues is the case of Afro-Colombians. Separate strategies were implemented regarding Highland and Amazonian indigenas and Afro-Ecuadorians in the early 19th century. The two latter groups were considered irredeemable because of backwardness and savagery, while the former became the object of extensive educational efforts. While civil war raged in black-majority Esmeraldas province in the 1912–1916 period, the supply of teaching staff dried up, leaving unqualified locals needing to work two jobs as the only possible workforce. On the basis of Ministry of Education documents, Foote contends that it was not the dangerous politics but the inherently dangerous people that were cited as reasons why teachers did not want to go there. The effort of incorporating a group felt to be incapable of change into the whitening project was not worth the time or the money in the pre-World War II period. Schubert's Anthropology, 1981, of San Lorenzo, a coastal railroad town in the midst of changing from a black to a white-dominated place in the 1970s, shows that local economic changes towards a cash economy, under a different regime, and the arrival of white Highlanders, Serranos, with capital to develop businesses, alters the racial dynamic of the city. Where previously there had been no need to pursue whitening strategies because economic independence was feasible, with modernization, i.e. control of business and, increasingly, of local politics, by whites, comes a reconfiguration in racial politics. The new economic conditions require new racial strategies. Those that want to get ahead must be prepared to whiten up in terms of values, speech patterns, and behavior, at least publicly. The central state then is not the only agent of change or of whiteness. A moral economy of whiteness. Civilization in the form of rationality, development, and Europeanness has been contrasted with barbarity in the form of irrationality. Backwardness and nature by successive generations of white Latin American intellectuals and governing elites. There are a number of ways in which this has been worked out, and the positing of white identities is as much part of this process as the construction of others. The position of Ecuador's elites is illustrative. With one eye outwards, they deployed the equatorial location and the associated scientific research carried out by the 19th century Condamine mission to establish Ecuador's modernity. Yet they wanted also to distance themselves from association with the equator as a region per se, since most of the territories around it were African. Domestically, they worked to create a nation comprised of distinct geographical/demographic/economic spheres. Just as independent elites were decolonizing their identity, they were doing so on the basis of several pernicious racializations, as they attempted to maintain whiteness and racial exclusions. Radcliffe and Westwood 1996, 60. In the case of Argentina, for example, Joseph, 2000, 341, cites work by 19th-century political ideologist and later president, Domingo Sarmiento, who imputed civilization to ideas, policies, regional and global geography and physical bodies. São Paulo's intellectuals forged a founding origin myth that depicted the place as qualitatively different from the rest of Brazil, more modern and held back by the rest. Weinstein 2003, 244. The emblematic gur in this story was the bandeirante, a risk-taking adventurer and proto-capitalist. In this discursive maneuver, the São Paulo elites glossed over the region's slave plantations, that had generated so much capital, which were portrayed as parasitical relics of outmoded economics in other areas of Brazil. Arguments about whether Latin America has structural racism, either because of the lack of slavery, e.g. Argentina, and the ease with which it was abolished, e.g. Peru, de la Cadena 1998, or the difference from North American racial systems are, as Applebaum et al. Indicate, 2003b, red herrings. The absence of discursive markers identical to those of the U.S. model should not be confused with their absence tout court. Even the literature on Brazil, which was North American academia's favorite test case, now looks at how racism is conjured rather than questioning its existence. What is clear is the normative role that whiteness plays at national and local levels, and how it is grounded not merely in the exploitative labor and political relationships that have existed since the Portuguese conquest. Racialization has always included a component of attributing cleanliness, decent behavior, and progress to whiteness as a moral characteristic. We might label this the moral economy of whiteness. So the journey to nationhood involved attempts to valorize European heritage at the expense of indigenous and black ones, and/or construct mestizage as a whitening process, evolving towards normality. Yet this linking of goodness and whiteness is disrupted by the meanings attached to it by subaltern populations. Indigenos in Ecuador believe whites to be violent, corrupt, rapacious, and obsessed with material goods. Indeed, Calordo Mansfeld reports that the Otavalinos of Ecuador believe whites to be naturally, even supernaturally untrustworthy. 1998, 198. There is a further, psychosocial, issue raised by de la Torre. Given that only a few Ecuadorians can be certain of their European descent, each act of aggression against the Indian and black other is a form of denial and hatred of the mestizo self. 1999, 93. This uncertainty and ambivalence about purity permeates the emotional drive towards the European ideal, which means moving away from rural, agricultural, family and community orientation, dirt and squalor. The purity of whiteness makes it unattainable, and the distance between European whiteness and the form of whiteness engineered by Latin American elites is papered over by attention to staying clean. In Argentina, for example, Joseph, 2000, argues that a degree of ambivalence was exhibited about the rural Indio president Carlos Menem representing the country abroad. 55. The dissimulation exercise necessitates abnormal intellectual and physical labor. Calordo Mansfeld, 1998, 187, comments on the role of odor in constructions of race in Ecuador, as whites expend effort expunging all smells to do with physical labor in rural settings, which den indigenos. The odors, textures, and materials of rural life become racial emblems as the white mestizo elite constitute themselves and their national authority by pursuing an elusive physical and moral ideal, cleanliness. This pursuit of cleanliness as moral economy recalls David Sibley's summary of 19th-century London. The middle classes have been able to distance themselves from their own residues, but in the poor they see bodily residues, animals closely associated with residual matter, and residual places coming together and threatening their own categorical scheme under which the poor and the delete are distinguished. 1995, 56. Clearly, we have moved away from race as comprised of exclusively somatic properties. It is not just blood but habits that make people dirty. For white and mestizo urban Ecuadorians, menial and manual labor in rural, backward, settings is both the cause and effect of indigena poverty, and the smells associated with it must be avoided by whites at all costs. Racialized identity overlays class, residues betray poverty and the distance from whiteness. Here, extra ideological and purifying labor must be performed because the whitened object does not begin pure. At a national level, the community imagined as a nation represents a series of sometimes contradictory strategies in which pluralism is both avowed, by the Ecuadorian Army, for example, Radcliffe and Westwood 1996, 70-71, and disavowed. The division of the country's territory and peoples into distinct blocks is a powerful abstraction. Different cultures are mapped as grounded in particular and unoverlapping locations. Population and place are represented as equivalences, places become deemed by populations, discursively linked with bounded, subnational places, Ibid. 74. So despite the reality of internal migration and the mixing of populations, the racialization of Ecuador continues in the form of official representations, where populations are represented as belonging to one geographical location. Identities are assumed to be constituted in direct, unmediated, and singular relationship with one place, Ibid 78. Moreover, this is not a neutral division, but one in which whiteness and moves toward whiteness are most valued, Ibid 68. The black Costinos in Schubert's study, for example, are keenly aware of the advantages to be gleaned from strategically acting white, 1981, 574, yet this is not purely a cultural matter, but an identity ploy that responds to a material shift in the local economy. Only when white serranos begin to dominate the business and political worlds of the black Costino, does blanqueamiento appear a worthwhile objective, and then only in selected arenas. In Chapter 4 I argued that one of the borders of whiteness is placed between the dominant and subordinate groups within the nominally white collectivity. This historically contingent practice has been studied in the greatest depth by the American labor historians whose work we discussed in the previous chapter, and will look at again in the next, in relation to the Catholic Irish in America. The argument I drew from this was that not being white, i.e. being in between to use Barrett and Roediger's terminology, is not supposed to be an equivalent of being black, Asian, First Australian, Indigena, etc. So this intermediate zone of in-betweenness, if you like, highlights the qualifications required to be considered approximate to the dominant culture at a given moment. It is a space of peripherality, of being marginal to the dominant culture. However, there are margins and there are margins. Being a member of an in-between group, two examples of which we shall look at below, is not the same type of peripherality as that experienced by groups categorized as neither white nor in-between. The members of in-between groups have the option of identifying as white, either as a medium to long-term goal or as a common practice in the present, when the context is such that the border between white and non-white is the most important. This is a thorny and nuanced argument to make. I have already attempted to start the ball rolling by identifying class as a significant arena for quasi-racialist distinctions. Here, I will try to establish the argument about marginal whites in relation to Jews and travelers/gypsies. This is not going to be an exhaustive and sweeping historical analysis of anti-Semitism and anti-nomadism. The object is to indicate how each group has been positioned as marginal to dominant cultures, as not quite white. Jewishness and whiteness in the USA. Within the literature explicitly referring to whiteness, Jewish experience has received attention in the American setting, Lerner 1993, Brodkin 1994, 1998, Jacobson 1998. Karen Brodkin, 1998, inserts Jews into the American in-betweenness position through her innovative interlocking of historical research and family histories. Parallels are drawn between the passage of Jews from outsider to insider with the journey undergone by the Catholic Irish in America, as they assimilate to the American value system. What is striking is the centripetal force working in the communities she describes, caught between recognizing other minorities as versions of themselves in earlier, relatively powerless situations on one hand, and on the other, taking advantage of the opportunities earned through adherence to the values of industriousness, both in business and education. This exemplifies Charles Mills's assessment of the relationship between African Americans and Jews, Mills 1998-88, in which what distinguishes the social position is that the latter have attained a position whereby they have the option to identify with whiteness. The difference between blacks and Jews, he argues, could be described as that separating outside outsiders from inside outsiders. The former are unambiguously non-white, and the latter ambiguously white, Ibid. Jacobson's chapter on Jewish identity in Whiteness of a Different Color, 1998, 171-201, focuses on the passing and non-passing of Jewish Americans in and through whites-only domains from the late 1870s to the 1940s, using examples drawn from LM, literature and current affairs. Jacobson's chronology for Jewish identity in the USA sees the period up to 1920 as a search for Jewish specificity. This period is marked by Jewish intellectuals' use of racial science to deem Jews as a racial group as valid as others, a source of solidarity in the wake of the Eastern European pogroms of the 1880s and the discrimination faced by Jews in America. Physical appearance becomes a fetish, both for anti-Semites and Jewish race-makers who appeal to essentialist categories of difference. From the 1920s, the stake is no longer Jewish distinctiveness, but the drift into becoming Caucasian. Here, the primary motor of change is economic, with World War II as the key experience. Post-war prosperity and post-industrial shifts in the economy, too, tended to disperse Jews geographically, argues Jacobson, either to outlying suburbs or Sunbelt cities like Los Angeles and Miami. In either case, to places where whiteness eclipsed Jewishness in racial salience, 1998, 188. This process, wherein whiteness overrides ethnic distinctiveness, was exacerbated by the GI Bill of Rights, and the practices of the Federal Housing Authority, which meant that where no covenanting system existed, Jews were grouped with others under the heading white, and thus given access to residential areas forbidden to Black, Asian and Hispanic Americans. Within this location, the tensions remain between insider and outsider. Arthur Miller's novel Focus, 1945, shows how, when an anti-Semitic human resources professional is misrecognized as Jewish, the social category Jew becomes aligned with the visual category Jew, Jacobson 1998, 191. Jacobson also examines the lynching of Leo Frank in Georgia in 1915 as a way of exposing the normativity of lynching as a white-on-black form of collective violence. Frank's northernness, his middle-class location and his physical conformity to the visual category Jew, combine to place him in a position so vulnerable that he is temporarily decoupled from the protection of whiteness, in that a black employee is allowed to give key and ultimately fatal evidence against him in the Mary Fagan murder trial. Jacobson summarizes that, even in the strict white over black social bifurcation, complete with its own imperatives, rituals, etiquette, and patterns of deference and domination, Jews could be racially deemed in a way that irrevocably set them apart from other white persons on the local scene. 1998, 62. Frank was found inconclusively white, Jacobson 1998, 65, and inscribed into the role of sexual pervert lusting for Gentile women. Jacobson's most recent work, 2006, situates Jewish Americans as one of a number of hyphenated ethnic groups seeking to revalorize their difference in post-civil rights America. He highlights this tension of white ethnics, being trapped in the bind of being both identified with whiteness by non-whites and having to defend oneself using two strategies. The RST is the shared oppression argument, and the second the my people arrived too late for slavery or the Indian Wars response. He quotes Melanie K. Kantrowitz on the meaning of the Holocaust for American Jews, as Jews, afraid of the myth of Jewish power. Guilty about our skin privilege, we are so hungry for innocence that images of oppression come almost as a relief, 2006, 22. On the second argument, he notes that Michael Novak's reassurances to his Native American interlocutor that his ancestors never saw an Indian, Ibid, rely on a narrative ploy identified by McKinney, 2005, among her white students, which consists of fossilizing oppression in the past and arguing that, implicitly, there is no longer any benefit accruing from being white. What can we learn from this? Extrapolating from relatively short periods of historical oppression into the contemporary eld provides a carapace of virtue that ought to crack under the scrutiny of the whiteness problematic. Whatever social formation generated discrimination against Jews and Native, Asian, and African Americans, has altered to the point where the discrimination against Jews in America is no longer structural. The racialization of Jewishness in Britain at the turn of the 20th century. Tony Kushner, 2005, 208, summarizes what is at stake in Jewish whiteness in the British case. Looking at the various migrations into Britain in the last 2 centuries and analyzing the responses to them highlights the distinction between 2 key problematics, race relations and racialization. The former was the dominant paradigm in UK academia until the 1980s, 56 when it came under challenge, CCCS 1982, Miles 1982, 1989, 1993, Miles and Fizzacali 1984, and, under the guise of ethnic relations, remains the dominant paradigm in public policy. Racialization in the British context has thus been deployed by Miles, 1989, Solomos and Murgy, 2005, as well as U.S. academics David Goldberg, 1990, Howard Winant, 1994, and Stephen Small, 1994. What is at issue is the epistemological basis for understanding racism, whether races can be assumed as given entities, and whether they relate to each other, as such. The formulation of this problem can be traced back to Robert Park and was developed from his analysis of the way different groups behaved in the early 20th century Chicago housing market. The racialization paradigm, as distinguished from the process, which can be traced back to Fanon, 1967, and Banton, 1967, or earlier, according to Barot and Bird, 2001, sees race as inherently unstable, fluid and subject to pressures exerted by actors such as the state and civil society. The emphasis thus shifts from the pathology of races and onto the broader structural terrain of explaining how the ideas of race are used as basis for oppression, solidarity, and political maneuvering. What we are trying to accomplish with the whiteness problematic is an examination of the transformations in the meanings attached to racialized identities. It is not necessary for any of the actors to specifically use the vocabulary of white people for us to consider how Jews are the object of a particular racialization process at a particular time, in which the indigenous English differentiated them from themselves, differentiated between types of Jew, and how British Jews differentiated themselves from the new immigrants at the end of the 19th century in a range of ways. We might pick up the British story at the moment referred to in Jacobson's account as that of becoming Hebrew in America. As the pogroms in Eastern Europe got underway and people fled to the west, Britain was one of the destinations for sanctuary. In Britain, as elsewhere in Western Europe, Jews had been for centuries viewed as deicides, heretics, and perpetrators of ritualist murder, Wistrich 1992. They were represented as cliquey, and tightsted. The structural explanation for this may well be their exclusion from guild membership and the availability of the money-lending niche in the market in early medieval times. British Jews had integrated successfully into British society and the professions, yet by the turn of the 20th century, the gur of the Jew had come to represent an amalgam of threats thrown up in modernity. They were hypermobile and transnational in a context of nation-states and undivided loyalties. The wandering Jew whose mobility is an eternal punishment was simultaneously inside and outside the nation, constructed as a FTH columnist because of his loyalty beyond the state. Contemporary Catholic nationalists in France, such as Maurice Barrès, in Les Déracinées, 1897, at the time of the Dreyfus Affair, 1894–1906, could use the theme of rootedness to demonstrate the distinction between good Frenchmen, uprooted Frenchmen, open to alien Indians, and aliens, of whom the epitome is the Jew, in a permanent state of uprootedness. Robert Zaretsky, 1996, commenting on David Carroll's, 1995, book on French literary fascism, contends that the true nation, le pays real, is always deemed by what the Jew is not. Indeed, Barz's definitions of race are formulated through culture, as nothing is offered in terms of physical appearance. This use of a straw man to deem the nation might lead us to acknowledge Zizek's 1989 argument that it is not the specific content of the other that is important, rather it is the structural practice of what this represents. The Jew, he argues, is just the embodiment of a certain blockage of the impossibility which prevents society from achieving its full identity as a closed, homogeneous totality. Society is not prevented from achieving its full identity because of the Jews, it is prevented by its own antagonistic nature, by its own immanent blockage, and it projects this internal negativity into the gur of the Jew. Zizek 1989, 127. I wonder to what degree this insight can be taken at face value for somebody interested in the ways in which power is racialized and the idea of race injected with salience. Alongside the clarity that Zizek provides, and his argument's epistemological rupture with contemporary positivist social science, go a willful downplaying of the specifics of time and place. It is one thing to argue that societies construct scapegoats for their failure to cohere, and another to say that it is not important whether this farm gur takes the form of Jews, Catholics, asylum seekers, or colored immigrants. In order to examine what Zizek's thesis leaves out, we shall look at the opposition to Jewish settlement in London's East End which led to the passage of Britain's RST immigration legislation, the Aliens Act, 1905. The process of racialization was triggered by the arrival of many poor Yiddish-speaking East European Jews eating pogroms from the 1880s. This high level of immigration over a short period altered the composition of the long-established Anglo Jewry, much of whose membership occupied high-class positions, Phillips 2001. Indeed, in the 1880–1906 period, the British Jewish population increased by a factor of VE to 300,000, the majority of whom were living in London, Feldman 1994, 24. There was a very high concentration of Jews in a small part of the East End of London, Spitalfields, covering less than 1 square mile called Jewtown by contemporaries, Ibid, 167. In addition, there were several 100,000 transient migrants stopping in England en route to the Americas, Phillips 2001, 5. So what was at stake was control of the direction of the racialization process. British Jews saw that uncontrolled immigration of foreign Jews would negatively alter the way they were viewed by their Gentile British compatriots. Hence the community efforts engaged in over the last 2 decades of the 19th century. Phillips, 2001, argues that Anglo Jewry ran de facto immigration control in the period until 1905, providing funding for some, discouraging others from coming, and repatriating and shipping on many people. They realized that it was important not to provoke hostility against them as Jews, and that these newcomers risked doing just that. These efforts, however, were not enough to completely neutralize the situation's potential for racist activism. The racialization of Jews in Britain, but primarily in the East End of London, revolved around 4 interlocking areas: threats to native male employment levels, physical concentration in housing, threats to health, and alien values. The theme of dirt as an indicator of moral depravity operated as a binding nucleus. By the end of the 19th century, London's Jewish employees were concentrated disproportionately in the clothing trade, which employed 60% of them. The employment pattern in 1897, according to Feldman, 1994, 164, saw about 9% of them American Samoa employers, 20% self-employed and about 71% employees. As is commonly the case, particular niches of employment were closed to some groups. Saturday working in factories militated against Jewish employment, while areas of casual employment such as the docks and the building trade were dominated by informal networks, Phillips 2001. The new wave of Jewish workers accepted lower rates and much poorer conditions than the local workforce. As the British economy experienced contraction in the last quarter of the 19th century, unemployment struck the less skilled element of the workforce harder than the skilled. This had the result of pushing unskilled male laborers out of the job market, and drawing the lower-paid, immigrants and women, into it. As the principal area of new Jewish settlement was in the already poor and working-class East End, hostility was expressed by the vulnerable section of the workforce who perceived themselves as being ousted by alien labor that did not comply with local rules. This meant Sunday working, but also the construction of sweating as an alien rather than indigenous practice. Sweating, which involved substandard and often insanitary working environments, together with the lowest pay and longest hours, was a practice conned neither to Jewish employers, nor to the clothing trade. It predated Jewish immigration, but by the end of the 19th century, came to be associated in anti-alien campaigning solely with Jewishness, so that it was presented as a kind of paradigm of otherness, as removed as possible from the English aspirational norm of unionist and regulated labor. Kirshen 2005. Garner, 1972, notes that the housing conditions into which large numbers of Jewish immigrants settled were already marked by overcrowding. Yet the population density of Spitalelds rose through the 1880s and 1890s. Not only were there physically more people in the same space, the proportion of the population who were Eastern European Jews rose also. While the area in which most of them settled remained small and restricted, this did not limit the degree of antipathy expressed, either over the changing public face of the area, or the practices with which the newcomers were most closely identified, rack renting and insanitary behavior. Garner documents a number of complaints over the practices of Jews buying up houses and renting them out to immigrants, who would over-occupy them, and whose experiences of housing were not up to the relatively poor but more sanitary ones of East London tenements. Claims that toilets were not used properly and that refuse was thrown into the backyard fueled concerns about health as well as cementing the image of the dirty Jew invading the hitherto respectable and clean working-class quarters in which they lived. Again, the presence of the new immigrants served to exacerbate already difficult conditions rather than cause them per se. These different standards of hygiene were a major source of anger. In a culture of public health awareness, routine exposure to refuse of all kinds was guaranteed to spur health scares. When official reports found similarly insanitary conditions in the infamous sweatshops, the threat of epidemics was expressed. Although the 1903 Royal Commission in fact found that such claims of sweating and associated conditions were exaggerated and not more prevalent than they were in non-Jewish industry, the link between Jews, dirt, and illness had already been established to the point where it was a key claim in anti-alien agitation. Kirshen 2005. Moreover, certain poverty-related illnesses were overrepresented among Jewish immigrants, plica polonica, syphilis, and trachoma, Maglen 2005, were linked to poor living conditions and poverty, so it was unsurprising that groups of very poor people should exhibit them. Additionally, the malnutrition also located in the lower orders of society was highlighted by leading eugenicist Karl Pearson, who claimed, on the basis of his endings of physical development among the RST generation of children born to Jewish immigrants, that the parents were inferior stock not to be used to regenerate the British nation. The new Jewish Eastenders were seen by many as congenitally dirty, risks to public health, and displacers of labor, in short, an unassimilable invading force. Yet at the root of this interpretation were cultural differences, or alien values. Considering the amount of ideological labor that has gone into depicting Jews as physically different from Gentiles, primarily by the latter but also by Jewish theorists seeking racial solidarity, relatively little of the early 20th century discourse in Britain revolved around the phenotypical. We should be wary of generalizing this statement, however. Gilman, 1991, 172-176, argues that in popular mid to late 19th century European representations, the Jew was blackened, and that particular parts of the body, noses and feet, were also projected as pathologically Jewish throughout the early 20th century. This led to the popularity of rhinoplasty practiced by the pioneering Jacques Joseph in Berlin in the 1920s. Importantly, the darkness of the Jew's skin, which was open to debate, was associated with illnesses, both plica polonica, Polish plate, and syphilis. In this combination, proof that Jews were not white was thus indelibly linked with immorality, the lack of whiteness exaggerated into moral failing legible on and in the body. Yet while the British debate was less about appearance, 57 it was more about difference expressed through values. This was a more complicated arena. On the one hand, a number of cultural practices had, by the early 1900s, become fuel for anti-alien campaigns in England involving trade unions, parliamentarians, and candidates, as well as individuals such as Joseph Bannister and Arnold White, and lobby groups like the British Brotherhood League. The RST, sweating, confirmed the view of Jews as simultaneously money-grabbing exploiters of labor, and blackleg workers lowering the industry bar. Moreover, Sunday working encapsulated this excess, as forcing people to work on the Sabbath and agreeing to work on the Sabbath were seen as cultural slaps in the face by the British workers. At both ends of the scale, Jewish behavior was perceived as exceeding the local norms. Another point of moral discrepancy was the lesser-known topic of white slavery, Holmes 1979, 44-46. Jewish involvement in this appears to have been primarily at the organizational level, distributing poor Eastern European women across the New World, yet accusations that Jewish prostitution in the East End was nourishing, and that indirectly, the overstocking of labor supply forced British women into prostitution surfaced and resurfaced from the 1880s, Ibid. 45. Clearly, as with the other accusations, Jewish immigrants did not instigate the institution they are later blamed for, but their involvement in it is given a higher role and lent one-dimensional and explanatory form. This projection of sexual depravity and moral failings onto an identifiable other is a frequent element of anti-immigrant discourse. What is important about this particular version is its relationship to an ambiguously white population, and the fact that the pro-alien arguments were couched within cultural terms. Support for the Jewish immigrants among the Gentile population, Garner 1972, Holmes 1979, can be traced to the middle classes, and the dominant liberal ideology of the day. Religious toleration, individual industriousness leading to the accumulation of capital, innovation, entrepreneurial spirit, and intelligence were traits admired by both the established Anglo Jewry, and the newcomers. The example of the former showed there was promise in the latter. Indeed, Deborah Cohen, 2002, 461, goes so far as to argue that racial difference was used as a discourse in relation to British Jews precisely because they had become so hard to distinguish from the Gentile population the higher up the class structure they climbed, a version of the money whitens approach noted in Latin America. White middle-class Jews, she states, were the most able chameleons, Ibid. 469. Cohen uses the mistaken identity case of Albert Beck, a Norwegian falsely imprisoned for crimes perpetrated by the Jewish Englishman John Smith, to assert that physical differences as a means to distinguish Gentile from Jew were fallible, despite popular notions to the contrary. Indeed, the overriding characteristic detected by Cohen in British discourse about Jewish identification is uncertainty. This corresponds to the most insidious difference, the somatically undetectable kind. Adaptability thus becomes essence. The only characteristic that denotatively signaled a Jew was mutability. John Smith's many disguises attested more reliably to his Jewishness than his outward appearance could ever have, Ibid. 477. Yet even this adaptability is both a liability and an asset, as Jews could be depicted as both unpatriotic and selfing, or extremely integrated patriots. We have argued throughout this book that whiteness is to an important extent to do with cultural norms. In late 19th and early 20th century Britain, Jewish norms corresponded to the dominant ideas of the white ruling classes, a scenario also exploited by Brazil's Jewish community, Grun 1998. Yet clearly not all Jews are of equivalent standing, some Jews are whiter than others, and this was a distinction made by both Gentiles and British Jews at the time. The diluted contents of the 1905 Act are testimony to the prevailing liberal hegemonic ideas. The Act's restrictions bear only on the poorest immigrants. Yet, the Aliens Act of 1905 is merely the beginning of an increasingly restrictive pattern of immigration laws from 1914 to the early 20th century. More indiscriminate blocking of Jewish refugees occurred in the 1930s and during World War II than after the class-oriented 1905 Act. Sander Gilman's, 1991, compelling argument that wealthy European Jews strove to efface their physical differences developed primarily from the German and Austrian context. Their Jewishness still could not be hidden in the 1930s, even with Joseph's rhinoplasty. Britain's Jewish communities thankfully did not have to withstand such violence, but it is also clear that the racial assumptions of the Nazis were not completely absent from the situation. The most Jewish characteristics, i.e. those furthest from Western European norms, were those of the East, the Ostjuden. Michael Burley, 2000, 575, remarks that the Germans moving eastwards through Poland and the Baltic states encountered different Jews from those they had grown up with as fellow Germans. The extent of cultural difference must have facilitated their process of dehumanization. Burley quotes Goebbels in Poland in 1939, "These aren't human beings anymore. These are animals. This is therefore not a humanitarian but a surgical task. One must make cuts here, moreover really radical ones, ibid." Soldiers trained to think of Jews as being physically and sartorially different could tell immediately who, among the people they encountered, were Jews, as their clothes and language set them apart from the indistinguishable German Jews. The readiness of locals to join militias and participate in pogroms and round-ups indicates that long-standing hostilities and racialized understandings of difference required a context in which to be transformed into collective action. The paradox is that in anti-Semitic propaganda, all the things that tied European Jews into Western European culture, physical appearance, capital accumulation, involvement in the arts and intellectual life, the capacity to utilize networks and resources to flourish in business, also later served to distinguish them from Gentiles. European Jews inhabit both a marginal and a mainstream space in terms of their place in Western societies. While successfully negotiating particular spheres of business and achieving above-average education levels, they are also vulnerable to identification as beyond Christian and secular societies. They have thus been in the ring line of far-right propaganda seeking to scapegoat them for the excesses of capitalism, just as during the communist period they were linked with Bolshevism. At particular moments, as we have seen here, a convergence of factors means that the way a nation sees its Jewish members can come under intense scrutiny. Yet this can only happen because there is a pre-existing idea of Jews as a group being different. This is clearly recognized by the British Jews in the 1890s who organized onward migration and the distribution of funds to their Eastern European co-religionists at the end of the 19th century in order to manage potential fallout. So, what the whiteness problematic enables us to do is focus on the process of racialization and how it creates and maintains types of borders based on ideas of innate capacities and behavioral traits within the larger groups understood as constituting races. By focusing on the racialization processes we can see how such marginal groups move across the borders at particular moments, thus producing a more nuanced and exible picture of the way race functions than can be procured by deploying race relations, or using binary maps of identity. Antinomadism. Another group in a marginal position in relation to dominant white culture are nomads, whether travelers, gypsies, Roma, or Sinti. Nomads have been the targets of state policy at local and national levels, aimed at eliminating them from particular areas of space and relocating them in others because of the threats to order and purity they represent. Hawes 1996, Sibley 1995, Heliner 2000, Barani 2001, Bancroft 2005, Sigona 2005. Between 500,000 and 1 million nomadic people died as a result of the Nazi operations in Eastern and Central Europe and in the concentration camps. In Oporojmos, the Gypsy Holocaust, 58 Gypsies were listed in Nazi race laws as a group that were forbidden from marriage with Aryans, but they had been identified as a degenerate race centuries before the Nazis took over. A number of laws had been passed against Roma over the period since the 16th century, a law in England having proclaimed the death penalty for travellers, and their companions, in 1554. Yet the RST documented law goes back to Lucerne in 1471, Kenrick and Puxon 1972, 42, initiating a trend that spread throughout Europe by the end of the 17th century. 59. Nomadic peoples have consistently been characterized as unchristian, immoral, dirty, and subhuman. The central characteristic of nomadic society, its rejection of city, appears to have given rise to the constructions of nomads as both anti-modern and anti-capitalist. We are going to look at two national cases here, Ireland and Britain, to illustrate some of the borders that have been developed to set nomads apart as racially distinct. Not all the treatment of nomads has been as extremely violent as that referred to in the work cited above, yet the underlying ideas about difference are similar, and still salient in the contemporary period. Ireland. There is now a growing corpus on racism in Ireland. Lenton and McVeigh 2006, Garner 2003, Fanning 2002, McVeigh 1998b, 1992, McLaughlin 1995, in which travellers have been identified as central to the problematic of racism as it is played out on the island of Ireland. To go by opinion polls alone, which is usually inadvisable, travellers are the subject of the most hostile attitudes of any Irish racialist or ethnic minority in the attitudinal survey work done between 1972 and 2001, Garner 2003. Despite the presence of refugees and black people in growing numbers, antipathy towards whom is identified in the Eurobarometer 1997 and 2000, European Commission 1998, 2001, and the sporadic newspaper polls, travellers were still the most socially distant ethnic group in Greel's work, 1996, 52nd of 59 groups. They also constituted those whose presence is found to be most disturbing in the named surveys above. They record the highest frequency of physical and verbal attacks among the minorities in the 2001 Amnesty International Survey, Amnesty International/FAQs 2001, and experience discrimination principally in the areas of accommodation, leisure, health services, and education. Travelers' mortality levels are well in excess of those of the settled population, and life expectancy far lower, Barry et al. 1989, CSO 1998. A series of state attempts to reassess the nature of the problem and propose action between 1963 and 1995, Garner 2003, 144, have still not brought about either the infrastructure required to provide adequate living conditions, or the cultural change required to see travelers as equal members of the nation. The Department of Justice's Monitoring Committee on the 1995 Task Force's recommendations even acknowledged in its report, Department of Justice 2013, that the numbers of families on the roadside had increased rather than diminished since the 1995 report, and that 1 in 4 travelers still had no access to toilet facilities or running water, etc. So clearly, the results of whatever relationship exists between travelers and settled populations at the beginning of the 20th century are detrimental to the former in a number of areas. Yet travelers have gained the status of officially recognized ethnic minority in the Republic. 60. As one of the arguments goes, travelers are a white ethnic minority, so they cannot be the victims of racism, which is assumed to be a property only of white/non-white relations. What I want to do in this section is emphasize the significant elements of the border between Irish travellers and sedentary society, to argue that the former are, at best, marginal whites. The exact status of Irish travellers 61 only comes under scrutiny at particular moments in history, when stages of modernity are at stake. This RST comes in the push to attain statehood from the British. Sinead N. I. Chouinier, 1994, notes that although references to Irish tinkers are traceable as far back as the 13th century, the appearance of the Irish traveller as a distinct grouping in academic circles occurred in the 1890s, during the Gaelic Revival, when Irish indigenous culture was being revalorized in order to provide fuel for claims for independence. An Irish variant of the discourse equating nomadism with barbarity had existed since Giraldus Cambrensis' 12th century treatise, History and Topography of Ireland. It was moated over the following centuries and intensified from the 1570s onwards. Moreover, Jim McLaughlin, 1995, asserts that anti-nomadism assumed new dimensions in the conservative and aggressive forms of blood and soil nationalism of the nation-building 19th century. Attachment to land in the form of individual, not communal, property relations was posited as the keystone of modernity. So part of the process of Irish nationalists ideologically transforming the Irish nation inwarding to a modern one, the equal of other European nations, is to designate those without claims on land ownership, travellers and the peasantry, the Irish versions of abject whites, as outside, or at least marginal to, the nation. What the travellers represent in addition to the landless peasantry, however, is hypermobility in a Western culture where sedentarism is valued. Since its inception in 1922, the Irish state has responded to the travellers by wavering between assimilation, the elimination of cultural differences through housing policy, expulsion, the elimination of bodies from territory, 62 and a recognition of cultural difference. Robbie McVeigh, 1998b, asserts that the overall orientation of the policy is underpinned by a genocidal logic. Travellers' very culture is the target of criminalising legislation. As we shall see in the case of Britain, below, the state can act to shrink the space available for the enactment of traveller culture, and turn normal cultural practice into crime. The most important of the state's instruments are the 1998 Accommodation Act, Section 32, and the amendment to the Criminal Justice Act 2002, making trespass a criminal, rather than a civil, offence. Powers conferred on the police in the cases of what is interpreted as illegal encampment allow on-the-spot and confiscation of vehicles. So it is possible for travellers to lose their home and means of transport for parking temporarily in an unofficial roadside site. Yet at the same time, local authorities have consistently failed to provide the targeted number of halting places, thus leaving a proportion of travellers with no option but to use unofficial sites, therefore putting themselves in jeopardy. One of the principal functions of racism, the ordering and government of movement into and within physical and imaginary spaces, is thus starkly apparent. The Irish state has transformed spaces central to the maintenance of traveller culture into no-entry zones, as a quid pro quo for the provision of some, but not the agreed number of, accommodation sites. The relationship between the authorities and travellers is played out at both national and local levels. Brian Fanning, 2002, 112-151, explores the institutionalization of anti-traveller racism in one local authority, Clare County Council in the west of Ireland between 1963 and 1999. He argues that councillors prevaricated around the statutory obligation to provide accommodation for travellers. When accommodation was provided, it was only in spaces where travellers did not want to stay, e.g. close to a cemetery. Councillors used putative distinctions between local and outsider to argue about travellers' eligibility for housing. Even if individual travellers felt they were from Clare, they were likely to be categorized as being from another county because the proof of residence within the council's jurisdiction was difficult for travellers to provide. This bureaucratic procedure ran parallel with a de facto policy of only rarely offering council housing to travellers. Indeed, councillors helped create a climate of antipathy to travellers by giving popular leadership to residents' fears of traveller settlement in their areas. They would criticize voluntary sector initiatives aimed at ameliorating travellers' living conditions, and they contributed to focusing attention away from the council's failure to initiate policy and onto travellers' behavioural norms. This was despite senior local authority officials' warnings that the council risked being overridden by central government in the case of non-compliance with directives. The occasional minuted suggestion by councillors that travellers should not be dealt with by the same criteria as others indicates the degree to which they could be successfully excluded. Popular discourse on travellers is saturated with assumptions that they are inherently violent, thieving, cheats. This has the dual result of enabling them to be thought of as an especially undeserving case, and a priori invalidates any claim that they have been discriminated against. These claims draw responses that they are actually being given special treatment, or are even engaging in a massive extortion racket enabled by the equality legislation that was adopted in the Republic at the end of the 20th century. Proof of their special case status is that the Minister for Justice, Equality, and Law Reform ruled in 2003 that travelers' claims against discrimination by pubs, restaurants and hotels could no longer be dealt with under the Equal Status Act, 2000, the only group for which this exception has been made. Yet the Equality Authority's 2005 annual report, Equality Authority 2006, 6062, shows that travelers are still the group making the largest number of claims under the Equal Status Acts 2000 to 2004, which deal with discrimination in the provision of services, 29.1%. There has been a dual movement in settled Irish society on its relationship with travelers. While since the mid-1990s, the official language used has assumed the more moderate and equality-based model, couching references in terms of ethnic difference, using capital T for travelers, including a question on membership of the traveler community in the 2002 census. The policy to support this linguistic gear shift has remained wedded to a framework of criminalization. There has been a failure to translate established and agreed housing, health, or education targets into reality, in tandem with legislation that simultaneously recognizes travelers' citizens' rights to non-discrimination and other laws that criminalize and delegitimize the basis of their culture. Moreover, the sporadic anti-social, and highly publicized, behavior of small groups of travelers is used as a justification for legislation impinging on the rights of all travelers unrelated to these incidents, treating them collectively as potential litterers and vandals per se. N.I. Chouinier, 2002, 1994, comments that Irish settled society has internalized anti-nomadic ideas that were put into circulation centuries ago in the British colonisation of Ireland. Just as Indigenous people in the Americas and Australia, for example, were displaced and excluded from the project of nation building because their relationship to land did not involve individual property ownership, so too have European travelers, Gypsies, Roma, and Sinti suffered progressive exclusion from the land and the cultures of the countries they move within. The treatment of travelers, Native Americans, and First Australians derives from the common assumption that the irrational, nomadic, non-landowning, non-capitalist organization of collective life is backward and inferior to rational, modern, capitalist society, and that the individual members of the groups share a pathology of degeneracy. This is therefore a justification for controlling and decimating it through passive or active state intervention. The aim of policy has therefore been to control movement, exclude and eliminate the other from national space as they have been excluded from the imagined space of the nation. Britain. Mary Douglas's insight that people, like dirt, can be seen as matter out of place, 1966, is frequently referred to in cultural geographies. In the logic of out of place there is always an implicit in place, which enables the out of place categorization to make sense. However, the case of British gypsy travellers lends itself to a less clear-cut interpretation. Competing narratives at the national level sought to locate gypsies in their appropriate environment in the 19th, Holloway 2003, and early 20th centuries, Sibley 1995. By the contemporary period, it is questionable whether there is an appropriate location at all, Half-Acre 1996, Holloway 2005. This is due to a combination of state-driven legislation and enduring representations of travelers as thieves and con artists. Sarah Holloway identifies two explanations of the geographical location of British gypsies posited by 19th-century elites. The RST imagined them as exotic and romantic others in the countryside. They were bearers of traditional pre-industrial values and could be compared to the noble savage of colonial lands. The second viewed travelers as a rural version of the urban criminal underclass, and as such a group who should be controlled and assimilated, Holloway 2003. Both can be seen also in the House of Lords debates on the Movable Dwellings Bill, 1908 described by Sibley, 1995, 106-108. The Insight Holloway, 2003, brings from Eld work on an annual fair in the north of England, Appleby Horse Fair, traditionally attended by travellers is that at local level, the vocabulary and ideas used to distinguish gypsy from non-gypsy do not necessarily correspond to the national debates. Neither the cultural references nor the concept of traveler in 19th century Appleby tea with the elite discourse described above. The concept of the identity of particular groups at the fair being traveler, or Romani, rather than merely horse traders and sharp practitioners, does not emerge until the interwar years of the 20th century. Moreover, this transformation accompanies the discursive ploys of distinguishing the authentic from the inauthentic Romani. The authentic are identified by activities and appearance, horse trading, caravans, dress and dark complexion. Their appropriate location is rural. The inauthentic are poor horsemen, only con men, and do not dress or look noticeably different from the urban poor. In the hierarchy of representations, the rural and traditional trumps the modern and urban. Indeed, although gypsies have actually always used urban space, Oakley 1983, they are seen as belonging only in the countryside. Yet even this belonging is contingent upon the interests of the dominant groups who seek to portray them in threatening or less threatening ways, as part of, or as a stain on, the English countryside, Sibley 1995, 106. In the contemporary period, legislation to restrict travellers' mobility and capacity to settle were introduced in Britain, as it was later in the Republic of Ireland. Part V of the Criminal Justice and Public Order Act, JPO, 1994-63 successfully made the countryside a location in which not just gypsy travellers but New Age travellers, hunt saboteurs, and ravers were officially matter out of place. As well as granting police powers to arrest people felt to be intending to stay illegally on property, it gave them the authority to stop suspects and confiscate their vehicles and other property. The 1993 debates surrounding the bill's introduction focused primarily on the perceived antisocial behavior of New Age travelers, characterized as sponging welfare recipients, contrasted often unfavorably with other types of traveler, shades of the authentic/inauthentic distinction frequently made about travelers. The JPO was aimed at restoring order to types of mobility seen as disordering, that is, threatening to the interests of some of those living in the countryside. However, alongside the extra police provisions enabling them to turn groups of people away, the statutory responsibility of local authorities to provide halting sites, under the Caravan Sites Act 1968 and the Local Government Planning and Land Act 1980, was abolished, thus shrinking the legal space for travelers to stop in. What is left available are often sites under yovers, next to dumps, lay-bys and wasteland, already viewed as polluted and dirty by settled society. British gypsy Daniel Baker, 2006, has the following to say about authenticity. Although our presence is felt in the contemporary cultural landscape, it is only as a form of cipher or archetype. Any sense of the real as a community or as individuals is left behind when popular cultural representations are set in motion, prone as they are to the seductions of romance, villainy, fantasy, and myth. Yet as Sibley points out, the marginal space in society and the marginal places of travelers in the West are not only a fantasy, they translate into exclusionary practice. 1995, 69. While gypsy travelers have internal social order, and very strong ideas about cleanliness, hygiene, and purity. Oakley 1983, this is ignored in the dominant discourse on them, which transforms them into the source of all dirt and disorder. 64 Indeed, the British government found that around 90% of legal halting sites had been closed down between 1994 and 2004, ODPM 2004, 21. So if they are out of place in the countryside and in urban settings, where can they be in place? In the RST decade of the 20th RST century, the relationship between travelers and settled population has risen to prominence again. Gypsy travelers in the 20th RST century have access to cars and caravans, and some have made money from their entrepreneurial activities. They are clearly no longer the romantic kerchief-sporting characters with painted horse-drawn caravans, smoking pipes, playing violins, and performing seasonal labor, if indeed they ever were. This increase in material resources, for some, combined with a willingness to take on local authority planning committees, sparked an intense anti-Gypsy media campaign in March 2005 led by tabloid newspapers, The Sun and the Daily Mail 65, focusing on the government's dealings with illegal encampments. Use of planning regulations by local authorities to block travelers from developing land they have bought 66 has spurred a series of conflicts between local residents and authorities trying to prevent travelers building on land they have purchased. Two nationally prominent ongoing planning conflicts have received the most coverage, one in Cottenham, Cambridgeshire, and the other at Dale Farm, near Basildon in Essex, both counties in the southeast of England. In both cases, groups of travellers have challenged planning law and a series of rulings and appeals has ensued. In a Mori opinion poll conducted in 2001, travellers were the group that respondents felt the least positive about, placing them just ahead of refugees 67. While such scores are only indicative, it is striking that both these groups constitute folk devils in contemporary Britain. Travellers who transgress into some places make themselves symbolically inauthentic, as Van der Beek, 2003, highlights in his analysis of responses to the Tony Martin case. 68 Both settled rural and settled urban travellers emerge as out of place, the former because they bring the outside, crime and disorder, into isolated and quiet communities, and the latter because they are viewed as constituting an element of the abject urban underclass. When travellers are mobile and angst, they are suspect because they owe no allegiance to and have no investment in place. Yet when they adopt sedentary lifestyles or even purchase property, the cultural traits imputed to them remain those with which they were endowed on the road, bringers of dirt, crime, and disorder. What does this tell us about whiteness? The racialization of the travellers tells us what has been valued in white Western modernity. Dominant whiteness is about order imposed on disorder, Dyer 1997, with groups perceived as close to nature racialized as pathologically wild and uncivilized. The order of sedentary society is expressed not only through unambiguous city to place, local community and nation, but through the consumption of goods, the payment of taxes, respect for the law, and avoidance of dirt. Travelers' failure to be XED makes them disordering, and their marginal location in space reinforces the symbolic ideas of them being dirty. Moreover, they are also seen as obstinately unproductive and non-compliant. Their very trade of scrap metal dealing feeds off sedentary society's residue. So even though travelers now perform protable, and now mainstream, recycling functions, the scrap around their encampments is interpreted as mess inside settled space. Just as in the case of immigrants and asylum seekers, power is expressed through notions of purity and boundary maintenance, and implemented through the forces of order, legal tools, and sometimes violence. As usual, not all those racialized as white enjoy the same level of access to planning regulation discourse and means of protecting the countryside, but even the white working class subjects and ethnic minority individuals settled in rural areas are part of the sedentary community that can be mobilized against encroachment. Jews and travelers, wandering strangers in modernity. In previous chapters we have explored some of the discourse about whiteness as it is used to demarcate the powerful from the powerless along the basis of color, class, and nationality. The examples of anti-Semitism and anti-nomadism remind us that Zashin with difference is an enduring element of the cultural repertoire of Western civilization that predates colonialism. A superficial racial reading, perhaps of far-right websites and manifestos, and new right material, MacDonald 2004, 69 could leave us with the idea that Jews are fully in control of the dominant elites of the West. Why else obsess about them owning everything and manipulating state policy in Europe and North America for their own ends? There is no equivalent to the protocols of the Elders of Zion, nor traveler conspiracy theory, in far-right mythology, perhaps recognition of the absence of power held by nomadic communities vis-a-vis the economic success of European and North American Jews. However, if we are interested in what it is specifically that makes Jews and travelers marginal whites, then there are some common elements. At the margins 117. To identify. The idea is not to suggest that experiences are parallel, but to indicate that there are parallels in the way whiteness is constructed to exclude them. It is not an accident that these two groups suffered most from the Nazis' extermination policies, justied as an act of cauterization of a series of degenerate strands of Western civilization. The RST is the trope of mobility in sedentary civilization. Allegiance to place through physical location is a key idea in the construction of community. Gypsy travelers therefore cannot earn this type of allegiance. They move all the time, not just within the borders of the nation, but frequently across them. Like the Jewish people, they are a diasporic group. Whilst not proper local citizens, they cannot be bona fide national citizens either. Similarly, however much Jews might see themselves as British or French or Irish RST, they are always open to the accusation of having supranational loyalties, to other Jews and/or Israel. In the world of nation-states there is little room for the really ambiguous play of loyalties identified as constitutive of the eld of transnationalism. Bauman's, 1998, theory that modernity cannot cope with ambivalence between categories is nowhere better borne out than in the continual misclassification of bodies viewed as out of place in the nation. Such bodies are a threat to the nation-state that demands unequivocal loyalty. 70. Not only is this encapsulated in ideas of Jews being unpatriotic, but in the twin 20th century imaginings of international labor and international capital. At various times in the last century the gur of the Jew was the representation of both of these, as the international banker and financier, and as the Bolshevik. The theme of impurity attaches to both traveler and Jew, who are constructed as poor, dirty, and harbingers of disease. Travelers and poor Jews generate LTH and live in it, this is what can be gleaned from representations of them above. Yet the most unbearable and infuriating aspect of the non-whiteness of travelers and Jews is that they can pass social ascendance, and the dropping of names and religious practices can render a Jew unidentifiable as such. Individual travelers outside their settings are not identifiable as such, particularly at the wheel of an expensive car, for example. The idea of mobility is not merely applicable to geographical movement through space, but of transgression into social space. Jews and travelers are also shapeshifters, not playing by the rules. One of the rules is that the dirt of one's culture should be apparent, when it is absent a challenge to the dominant culture is advanced. If the difference between white and not quite white is down to dirt and disorder, and the representative of the latter is clean and ordered, then what else is left as an indelible distinguishing mark? Sonali, the combination of exclusionary practices and the drive for autonomy makes the separateness of both groups a social reality. The word ghetto was coined to describe segregated organization of urban land in which Jewish settlement was conned. Travelers' residence in marginal spaces similarly wreaks power relations that dictate where particular bodies are in and out of place. Choosing to remain at arm's length from the source of power that racializes and criminalizes your community is one act of resistance, but when this strategy is followed largely on the terms of the dominant culture, the spatial marginalization of bodies becomes a self-fooling prophecy. At the margins 119. 7. How the Irish became white, again. 71. One of the key texts in the American literature on whiteness is Noel Ignatieff's 1996 study of Philadelphia, How the Irish Became White. It was noted in Chapter 4 that one of the main criticisms of historians' construction of whiteness as a research problematic is that the process of becoming white is not proven. The European immigrant groups covered by these studies were already white. The argument in this chapter is that not only did Catholic Irish immigrants become white in 19th century America, but that the Irish in 20th century Ireland also became white. To recap, it was argued in Chapter 5 that the Irish in the 16th and 17th century Caribbean experienced a shift in their racialized status. As the major dividing lines became those separating enslaved workers from free laborers and landholders, the people in the former group were all African, and those in the two latter were virtually all European. In this context, the relationship between black and unfree and white and free emerged as denting the social hierarchy of plantation societies. After negotiating an intermediate status as colonized, Catholic indenturers, the Irish were absorbed more readily into the dominant group. The distinction between on one hand, not being white, and on the other, being black, is central to this argument, and in the U.S. context, particularly, we will focus on the Irish transition from the position of disadvantaged ethnic minority, to a place in mainstream American society. The last section looks at the ways in which the shift from country of emigration to a country of immigration has positioned the Irish as a dominant white group vis-a-vis minorities within Ireland, with particular reference to recent state intervention in the area of citizenship and entitlement. Irish into white Americans. Why and how the experience of 19th-century America turned Catholic Irish emigrants, from before the famine, into white Americans, and what ramifications the process has for contemporary society, have been the subjects of increasing attention since the early 1990s, particularly among American labor historians. When few Irish immigrants in America signed up to a petition against slavery in the 1840s, Irish nationalist leader Daniel O'Connell lamented that his countrymen in the USA had eschewed the international solidarity with victims of oppression and joined what he labeled the LTHY aristocracy of skin. 72 O'Connell had not grasped the central social reality of American life. For Catholic Irish immigrants, becoming American meant becoming white, and proximity to African Americans, whether spatial, cultural or political, was inimical to such a process. The Catholic Irish in the 19th century. American racial hierarchy. Catholic Irish immigrants disembarked into a social structure that differed vastly from the one they had left behind. In 1790, the American Constitution had opened citizenship to white men, while black people were deemed as imports. By the time of the 1870 legislative debates on citizenship, it had become deemed as the right of civilized whites. Jacobson's study of those debates, 1998, 7385, led him to conclude that whiteness referred to four overlapping factors: color, degree of freedom, level of civilization, and devotion to Christianity. Ideas of culture and race were thus inextricably linked. U.S. society was constructed on a racial hierarchy, with different rungs allocated to the various groups. At the top of this hierarchy were upper-class Protestants of Northern European extraction. While from the vantage point of the 20th century, the differences between this elite and Irish emigrants, who were generally from agricultural backgrounds, were primarily to do with social class, educated 19th-century Americans would have viewed the immigrants through a specific prism. The 19th century witnessed an extraordinary set of developments in the ways in which race was understood and used as a determining point of social difference. Scientific racism, developing through pseudosciences like phrenology and craniology, Gould 1997, had, in the last few decades, attempted to reinforce the more general claims of the Enlightenment thinkers, e.s. 1997, about the links between climate, appearance, and collective intellectual capacity. A transatlantic network. 121. Of writers and scientists sharing the belief that people's measurable physical characteristics determined their ability to reason, and achieve civilization, grew up around the 1820s, Horseman 1981, Fryer 1984. Europeans and Americans engaged in the enterprise of racializing humanity referred to each other's work, and gradually gained dominance over the monogenicists, who explained the human race as being descended from Adam and Eve, so that by the 1850s, asserts Horseman, 1981, 135, the inherent inequality of races was simply accepted as a scientific fact in America. In this context, the Catholic Irish were perceived as uncivilized and degenerate because within the proliferating racial hierarchies, Celts had been posited as a less developed white race, particularly relative to the Anglo-Saxon. This did not necessarily mean that they were black. Indeed, they enjoyed the opportunity to become citizens, move without restrictions, and exercise rights unhindered. Yet they were not considered white, if that meant able for the responsibilities incumbent upon members of the American democracy. The point of difference between Irish and Americans on which pro-Protestant American nativist discourse concentrated was religion. The putative backwardness of Catholics, manifested in tribalism and dogma, was diagnosed as symptoms of popery. This meant questions raised about their loyalty to a Protestant state, industriousness, and readiness for democracy. Irish Catholics, as we have seen, had been viewed as bearers of a non-modern culture and were thus a threat to the Republic, with their alleged propensity for idleness, political corruptibility and external allegiances. Moreover, in terms of fitness for democracy, the Catholics' fealty to Rome was constructed as inculcating a slavish, childish and, above all, pre-modern mentality unsuited to the rigors of one-man one-vote democracy. American racial scientist Samuel Morton claimed that the Celts' physical traits, moral character and peculiar customs had undergone little change since the time of Caesar, before going on to cite the natives of the southwest of Ireland, whose wild look and manner, mud cabins, and funereal howlings recall the memory of a barbarous age. Morton 1839, 16. Indeed, the incompatibility of the Irish with modernity became a cliché in American commentary. After the Fenian raid in Canada, in 1866, for example, Atlantic Monthly stated, "All the qualities which go to make a Republican, in the true sense of the word, are wanting in the Irish nature." New York, Anti-Abolitionism and the Irish. Why did the Irish side overwhelmingly with the anti-abolitionists and vote Democrat, the pro-slavery party? The exceptional conditions of New York City helped to explain the Irish immigrants' adherence to a cause that put clear blue water between them and the slaves. Irish emigration to the USA peaked in 1851. 73. The principally Catholic famine Irish remained overwhelmingly in the urban setting. In the period May 1, 1847 to December 31, 1860, the Irish comprised 41.4% of immigrants disembarking in New York, i.e. over 1 million, while the Irish-born made up 53.1% of the city's population at the 1860 census, Miller 1969. Indeed, the increased level of immigration, and its focus especially on New York City, is of significance in the story. The exceptional role of New York City is derived from its close commercial integration into the southern states' economies, and therefore, indirectly, into the slave mode of production. This meant that its business community had the most to lose should slavery be abolished. So then did those employed in its factories. Most of the Irish in work were unskilled workers, the category most vulnerable to even minor economic deterioration. Yet why did a class-based vulnerability express itself as a racialist struggle? Within the logic of anti-abolitionism and democratic populism from the 1830s onwards, the plight of the white worker in the North and of the slave in the South had been bound by a particular message: the end of slavery for blacks would lead to wage slavery for whites, who would then be forced to compete for low-paid work with an influx of freed slaves. Elements of the Democratic Party and local New York newspapers such as the New York Weekly Caucasian, the New York Day Book, the Freeman's Journal, the Herald, and the Metropolitan Record habitually linked these two ideas, Miller 1969. This reasoning was the basis of the idea that the abolitionists had fomented the war, which took root prior to the 1863 draft riots. As a consequence, Irish workers were, in this version of events, being recruited to GHT for Negro emancipation, which appeared to them to be counterproductive. The majority of work done on the interface between Irish and African Americans in the 19th century has been accomplished by labor historians. Some of the forms of hostility between these two groups are described by Roediger, 1991, Allen, 1994a, B, Ignatieff, 1996, Barrett and Roediger, 1997, 2004, and Jacobson, 1995, 1998, and included labor organization aimed at removing rival black workforces from specific locations and thus competition, political organizations such as Tammany Hall, cultural organizations such as the 1910-1916 Irish Race Conventions, violent protests like the 1863 draft riots, Bernstein 1990, 2731, smaller scale. Attacks on black homes, places of worship, and public places in which blacks and whites spent time together, Ignatieff 1996, 125-127, 134-139, 151-153, participation in white supremacist projects such as lynching, anti-Chinese immigration activity, in the order of Caucasians, Saxton 1990, Almaguer 1994, and involvement in the Army's campaigns of removing and persecuting Native Americans. Socialization through the workforce was a crucible of Americanization in the 19th century, and for immigrant workers, the processes of becoming white and becoming American were intertwined at every turn. Barrett and Roediger 1997, 6. The economic relations between immigrant and indigenous groups became a key focus of Democratic Party propaganda under the leadership of Buchanan and Douglas. Moreover, the Democrats' willingness to enlist immigrants into white America through local patronage networks saw appeals couched in terms of the working man slide into those for the white working man as the century progressed. From the conclusions of Fox, 1917, Schlesinger, 1988-1945, and Bridges, 1984, we might go as far as to say that the Democrats created a white vote over the middle decades of the 19th century. Certainly attempts to scare workers away from sympathizing with slaves involved explicit calls for racial solidarity. Allen identifies the proactive role of the Democrats as one of two strategies, the other being the Catholic Church's official neutrality on slavery, an anti-war position, that pushed Irish immigrants to oppose abolition. It was argued that freeing the slave population would create a massive pool of cheap labor, which would then lower wages in the northern cities where immigrants were already pitted against each other. Indeed, the success of this strategy is that it managed to frame the debate on competition in such a way as to cast the free blacks as the threatening rivals, whereas it was the Irish who actually usurped them. Moreover, Allen, 1994a, 192-198, shows that other white immigrant groups provided by far the stiffer opposition in terms of jobs held in those occupations where the Irish were dominant by 1855, while Ignatieff, 1996, sums this situation up: it was not competition but its absence, i.e. the protection of jobs from blacks, that generated conflict. Indeed, the free blacks they encountered in New York and other urban areas had been improving their social standing in the 1810-1830s, accessing unskilled and semi-skilled occupations in addition to the domestic service into which, as an extension of the practices of slavery, they were accepted. Albanman summarizes the position. Before the spurt in immigration in the decades of the 40s and 50s, such occupations in New York as those of longshoremen, hod carriers, brickmakers, whitewashers, coachmen, stablemen, porters, bootblacks, barbers, and waiters in hotels and restaurants, had been almost wholly in the hands of colored men. Domestic maids, cooks, scullions, laundresses and seamstresses were generally colored women. They were secure in these types of employment and earned relatively good wages. But with the huge influx of white foreigners, particularly after the Irish famine of 1846, their position changed radically. Mann 1951, 376. Lessons learned from the Democrats' ideological labors manifested themselves in the internalization of the American value of ethnic classification. Irish-dominated unions, such as the longshoremen, both legitimized the expulsion of black workers, and then sought to protect Irish jobs by attempting to ban Germans from the dock under the pretext of safeguarding white men's work. Ignatieff 1996. Similar tactics were deployed on the West Coast later in the century in the campaign against Chinese labor and employers of Chinese immigrants, led by the Order of Caucasians. It is hard to imagine a more forceful expression of assimilation of values. Indeed, Barrett and Roediger, 1997, 31, detect a strategic movement from the terrain on which the Irish were most exposed to one in which power relations could be invoked in their favor, changing the political subject from Americanness and religion to race whenever possible. They challenged anti-Celtic Anglo-Saxonism by becoming leaders in the cause of white supremacy. The GHT for whiteness and the meaning of slavery. The geographical concentration of Catholic emigrants, particularly, but not exclusively, in urban areas of the eastern seaboard, had brought them into close contact with another racialized group, free African Americans. The ideological positioning of the two groups, who shared a similar social place, concentration in the lower echelons of the workforce, was dialectical. Black Americans were abolitionists, mainly Protestant, voted for the Federal and Republican parties, and maybe even the nativist, and rabidly anti-Catholic, know-nothings. Moreover, they were fans of Britain, which had abolished the slave trade in 1807 and slavery in 1838. The urban Irish were Catholic, anti-abolition, supported the Democratic Party and regarded Britain as the overriding source of Irish suffering, Miller 1969. Even without the addition of difficult access to resources, there was enough to indicate that some level of antipathy would develop between the groups. In the eyes of WASP America, however, blacks and Irish immigrants were perceived in racist discourse as being comparable, if not interchangeable, as late as the 1870s. The Simeonization of Irish and black characters in later 19th century pictorial representations created equivalence in their position at the foot of the racial chain, while their juxtaposition in publications such as Harper's Weekly, the self-styled Journal of Civilization, indicated the limits of fitness for citizenship. Frequently their attitudes would be compared in terms of civilized behavior and aptitude for citizenship. The following is an extract from a book review published in Atlantic Monthly in 1864. The emancipated Negro is at least as industrious and thrifty as the Celt, takes more pride in self-support, is far more eager for education, and has fewer vices. It is impossible to name any standard of requisites for the full rights of citizenship which will give the vote to the Celt and exclude the Negro. Indeed, in John Apple's study of images of the Irish in Puck magazine, 1971, 368-369, he points out that out of a number of stereotypes held by white Americans about their black compatriots in the 1930s, 18 are also evidenced in Puck's treatment of the Catholic Irish in the late 19th century. 74. It is in this context then that the Irish drive for whiteness must be interpreted. The attainment of whiteness meant above all the banishment of blackness. Whiteness safeguarded access to the labor market, the vote, and a degree of social prestige constituted from its antithesis, a constant unerring comparison with occupationally and residentially segregated blacks. The theme of slavery provides an interesting focus for the complexities of the Irish-black relationship. Irish nationalists, particularly in the era of O'Connell, developed the use of the term to refer to Britain's control of Ireland. In America, where slavery had acquired a specific institutional form, the two interpretations coexisted, creating a barrier to solidarity. On one hand, the Irish claimed to be enslaved, both nationally, and as a class of wage slaves in the American economy, a line pushed hard by anti-abolitionists. There was even an argument that white workers were worse off than the slaves, who were fed and kept by their masters, while the former were left to their own devices. Frederick Douglass, an admirer of the Irish in Ireland, Sweeney 2001, Ralston 2003, took issue with this understanding of slavery. There is no analogy between the two cases. The Irishman may be poor, but he is not a slave. He may be in rags, but he is not a slave. The Irishman has not only the liberty to emigrate from his country, but he has liberty at home. He can write and speak and cooperate for the attainment of his rights and the redress of his wrongs. Foner 1999, 169-170. Moreover, he often raised the matter in public speaking engagements, stating that he had recently vacated a position of slave that was now available, but to his knowledge there had been no applications from Irishmen to it. Too much overlap between Irish and black, both in the occupational and residential spheres, therefore militated against social advance for the former, certainly in America. This is put forward as an explanation of attacks on blacks living in mixed areas or even neighborhoods next to Irish ones in urban America, Ignatieff 1996, 136-137, while the theme of informal policing of racialized borders is further explored by Barrett and Roediger, 2004. They observe that broader gatekeeping duties performed by the Irish were a formative experience for other white and off-white European groups, whose earliest experience of urban America later in the 19th century and the RST decades of the 20th, Barrett and Roediger 2005, was of Irish-dominated neighborhoods and institutions, that is, those in which control of police, political appointments, and some other areas of employment lay in Irish and usually Democratic Party hands. In other words, the new arrivals learnt the codes of racial conduct from their Irish-descended peers. The removal of blacks from areas of proximity to the Irish thus parallels the usurpation of the former from specific economic niches within the urban setting. It also established ground rules for incoming apprentice Caucasians. Indeed, transforming nigger work, that performed exclusively or usually by black Americans, into white men's work, i.e. that from which black Americans were excluded, was a project successfully accomplished by urban-based Irish immigrants over the 1830–1865 period, Roediger 1991, Ignatieff 1996. The 20% drop Indiana the black population of New York City in the 1860–1865 period testifies to the unfavorable climate both residentially and occupationally, generated by events of the time, Mann 1951, 375–405. From Irish American to White American. Coming from a position in which they and their culture were vilied under colonial rule, the Catholic Irish emigrants found a similar reception on arrival in the USA. Yet there were three important differences. First, the combination of the Democratic Party machinery in urban America and the strength of the Catholic Church gave them membership of two powerful networks, on the basis of which they could consolidate and then advance their social position. Second, by the 19th century, the distinction between free and unfree labor had endorsed the natural order of white and black worker. This both provided a glimpse of the abyss from which Irish laborers had escaped, and permitted the threat of its dissolution to assume an apocalyptic nature. The relationship of ideas about working-class freedoms vis-a-vis those of slaves was a key factor in framing and motivating the frequent outbursts of violence against free blacks in urban America in the mid-19th century. Third, there were already uncivilized others in the American ideological landscape against whom they could aim to whiten themselves. The ongoing construction of black and Native Americans as constituting savagery, Morrison 1993, was part of the process by which European Americans made themselves white. Whiteness was about civilization, taming nature, governance, religion, and the exercise of power. So the overlap of these three factors from the middle of the 19th century created an impetus for Irish immigrants to distance themselves from black Americans in the urban areas where the groups encountered each other. However, it would be an oversimplification to assert that the Irish merely became white through social pressures to conform. Groups within Irish America deemed themselves as an Irish race, as Celts, and as white Americans, simultaneously. The role of Irish America in developing the notion of the Irish race lay in the provision of solidarity with Irish nationalism and the creation of an interest group to further Irish causes in the States. The emphasis on an Irish race tied the diaspora community to the homeland in a relationship that to a degree eliminated time and space, and made the Irish equivalent on the world stage to any other group that had not been colonized. The cultural content of the race had, in America, been evacuated of its Protestant component, with the latter's collective identification as Scotch-Irish, Miller 1985. The Catholic Irish identification process is wreaked in the cultural organizations, nationalist activities, and newspapers produced. In the post-Civil War period, organizations such as the Fenian Brotherhood, the Ladies' Land League, the Ancient Order of Hibernians, Clan Na Gael, the Irish National League, and Gaelic societies were set up, while the community's press was dominated by the Irish World, and the Catholic Citizen. There was also the Irish Language and Jodel, which was published in the 1881–1898 period, Jacobson 1995. It was with this sense of destiny, then, that Catholic Irish America invented itself as a diasporic community bound by bloodlines to its homeland and united against its enemies, be they absentee English landlords in Ireland or know-nothings in the USA. The Irish race in this form developed in a society undergoing industrialization, and whose racialization processes were derived from a different social base to those of Ireland, a neo-colonial country of mass immigration, with indigenous people and an enslaved population of African origin. The project of racializing the Irish therefore involved virtually dialectic confrontation between those seeking to place either a generally positive or a generally negative interpretation on Irishness. In other words, the GHT was for inclusion in, or exclusion from, the entitlement to be American and enjoy the fruit of that social location. The integration of Irish Americans into the mainstream of white America that would become the Caucasian race in the 20th century was thus far from complete at this time. Yet they had crossed a social Rubicon. The eugenicist-inspired 1924 Immigration Act imposed no quotas on immigration from Ireland, a sign that it was no longer considered a contaminating source of manpower. This incomplete incorporation into hyphenless America entailed ambivalence over its imperial projects, particularly since they constantly recalled Britain's own role in Ireland, yet integration into the ideology of racialist difference had been accomplished long before. Not only had Irish Americans learned what was at stake in being white, but now saw international conics through this same hall of mirrors. 75 The ideological struggle in which they were engaged did not involve throwing the rule book out of the window, but honing skills and playing better than those from whom they had learned the rules in the RST place. This meant accepting that there was civilization and barbary, staking out their claim to a position within the former category, and then seeking to reach the upper echelons of it. Conclusion. The Irish in 19th century America could therefore be seen simultaneously as carriers of an inferior, less civilized culture, and compared unfavorably to black Americans in terms of their readiness for full membership of the Republic, whilst forming the core of an army whose principal mission was to dispossess those deemed to have cultures inferior to that of white America, and be in the vanguard of a movement to drive Chinese workers out of California to preserve the labor market for the white man. In the context of the New World, new classificatory dichotomies, free-unfree, white-black, cross-cut and reinforced older categories, civilized and barbaric, thus forming unique congregations of power. Relationships founded on race. The Irish grasped that they were capable of attaining whiteness but would have to argue their case, and that revolved around distancing themselves from others, especially black Americans. Passage through this transitional zone, between blackness and whiteness, was successfully negotiated over the 1830–1890 period. Yet Irish immigrants started off as not white, in terms of culture and religion, and ended the century as white, i.e. part of the dominant majority. The argument that they were basically a white race as good as any other, and therefore better than non-white ones, was key to their success. Indeed, the American setting and the transatlantic network of migration could be argued to comprise part of a collective imaginary, an Irish-American dream. However, the glossed-over element of this history is that black and Native Americans, not to mention Asians, lost out to the Irish in this battle for privilege, whose consequences profoundly shaped the life chances and work opportunities available in America to the present day. Loeb Haight 1997, Corcoran 1997, Lloyd 1999, 105–106. Whiteness in the Republic of Ireland. Just as Anglo-Saxon Protestantism, a specific set of racial ideologies and a moment in the development of capitalism, framed the process of group identification described above, then we can identify similar factors contouring the changes occurring in the Republic of Ireland since the mid-1990s. I suggested at the outset that whiteness spoke of power in local accents. The local accent, or habitus, to use Bourdieu's term, here is that of a Catholic secular state, 76, which has existed only since 1921, and was itself previously a colony. At the same time, Ireland benefited from empire by proxy through trade and prestige, while a large number of Irish people held power of differing forms in empire, as soldiers, administrators, and priests. Ideas and practices derived from colonial rule thus circulated in this community, as they did between the USA and Ireland. Jacobson 1995. The Irish case underscores the need to look beyond national boundaries, at those of people and ideas, in order to understand the way whiteness functions. In the period leading up to independence, the Irish nation-in-waiting had developed particular others, Jews, travellers, the British colonizer, and was a country of large-scale emigration. Whatever the similarities between the exercise of power through whiteness there and in the USA or the UK, there are also clearly differences. One of these is the response to increasing diversity. The idea that Ireland was somehow devoid of racism until black people arrived in significant numbers in the mid-1990s was popular, 77, but has now been successfully challenged by scholarship from the last few years. However, what is not disputed is that the transition from a country of net emigration to one of net immigration, since 1996, has had a serious impact on Irish identity, Lenton 2001, Garner 2003. Apart from challenging the Irish to rethink themselves as citizens of one of the richest countries in the world, the diversity of the country's population is now a source of reaction. In 2002, for example, work permits were issued to nationals of 130 countries, Garner 2003, 58. The response to these changes has meant the identification of new ethnicities, a rise in racism, and debate on the relationship of this new phase of Irish history to the past. In 1996, Ireland became a net importer of labour, thus catching up with European former labour providers like Italy, Portugal, and Spain, as countries of immigration. Ever since then, the numbers of migrants to Ireland have been rising. However, the Groskers conceal three important trends. First, until 2001, the majority of migrants were returning emigrants, i.e. Irish people who had been living abroad. Second, the numbers of labour migrants exceeded the number of asylum seekers in every year except 1999, and third, that the majority of labour migrants were white Europeans, either from EU member states including the UK, or from accession states and non-EU Eastern Europe. Overall, then, the type of migrant most represented in this wave was white. Here is the RST clue to what whiteness might mean in a country with few minorities, the disproportionate emphasis on visible markers of difference. In the polling work carried out between 1996 and 2003, it became clear that one pattern observed was for Irish people to express increasing concern about the problem of immigration and asylum. 78 There is nothing country-specific about this. However, the concerns voiced indicated that particular groups were more worrying than others, Black people, Roma, and Muslims. The discourse on immigration has focused primarily on the minority of those migrants. Moreover, the conation of labour migrants and asylum seekers, together with the emphasis placed on illegality in the discourse, meant that Black Irish people were also singled out for abuse. The context for this enactment of whiteness is an economic boom that attracted people to the country, ever-deepening integration of the Republic of Ireland into the European Union and its own border-defending agenda. By the beginning of the 20th century, racist abuse had become endemic in Ireland and its victims could be anyone who is not white, regardless of their nationality or immigration status. At the beginning of the second phase of policy making, after a new Minister for Justice, Equality and Law Reform took office, a referendum on citizenship was held in June 2004. The details of this are covered elsewhere, Lenton 2006, 2004, Loeb Haight 2004, Garner 2007b, c, and analyzed in the following chapter. The most important point was that a constitutional amendment was made as a result. The phases of racialization leading up to such significant state-directed border closing are described in the following section. Irish-born children. After the 2002 election, a new minister, Michael M.C. Dowell, was appointed at the Department of Justice, Equality and Law Reform. The former minister, John O'Donoghue, 1997-2002, had not explicitly connected Irish citizenship and immigration, although he had been less than positive about immigration, stating in 1999 that Ireland was becoming a target for immigrants, Loyal 2003, 75. His handling of immigration and asylum had been roundly criticized, and not just by NGOs, Public Affairs News 2000. Cabinet colleague Liz O'Donnell, Minister for Overseas Development, also labelled the policy administrative shambles in a speech in November 1999, McKenna 1999. The importance of the incoming minister's agenda turned out to be crucial. The situation he inherited can be summarized. The citizenship laws accorded Irish nationality to all children born in Ireland, including those born in Northern Ireland, immigrants and asylum seekers. The only parents to whom this was valuable were nationals of non-EU member states, since it extended residence to parents of Irish-born children. The Department of Justice acronym IBC became significant from the late 1990s, as people awaiting asylum decisions, in the late 1990s this wait lasted up to 2.5 years, had children, and were advised, either by immigration lawyers or department officials, to apply for residence through an IBC. The administrative normalization of this term indicates the way in which clearly racialized distinctions enter into Irish mainstream politics. Separating Irish children into two groups for administrative purposes, the IBC classification made the most salient point about one group of Irish children, the fact that their parents were not Irish nationals, hence implicitly emphasizing the prioritization of bloodlines over residency, a distinction not made in the Irish constitution, but one that was the objective of Minister M.C. Dowell. Because of the 1989 Fahilionu case law ruling, see below, it was a ministerial privilege to grant residence to foreign parents of this category of Irish children. By the end of 2002, residence had been extended to between 7,000 and 10,000 people, with a further 10,000 pending, Haughey 2003. It is at this point that the new Minister for Justice's agenda becomes apparent, his statement of intent having been given on assuming office, when he argued, 80% of foreigners in Ireland have nothing to do with asylum. We have to approach it on a rational basis. We have an immigration policy which is fair and free from wrongful discrimination against any particular group. The asylum-seeking process costs about $200 million, $265 million, annually, and between 80 and 90% are found not to be eligible, by a system the UN upholds. Coulter 2002. In this statement, M.C. Dowell's linking of the various immigration statuses and construction of the problem as one of fairness, administration, and good housekeeping, is key to the presentation of the subsequent referendum on citizenship as a neutral, rational non-racist process. This depiction of rationality seeks to conceal the more populist appeal of the minister's objective, which was to make it more difficult for particular, racialized groups of people to stay in Ireland and access resources. The change from the reactive, ad hoc approach favoured by Minister O'Donoghue to a stridently proactive clampdown was heralded by Operation Hyphen in July 2002, which involved Garda, police, and immigration officers raiding a number of addresses in order to remove visa and asylum process overstayers. This cost over $132,000, and was criticised within and outside the Dáil, Parliament, as a waste of money, Fakit 2002. The operation constituted a message to the electorate that the new minister was determined to expel those with no right to be in Ireland. His subsequent policy manoeuvre, a challenge to the Fahilionu ruling in the Supreme Court in 2003, was an attempt to close off one important avenue of settlement in the Republic of Ireland by non-EU nationals. The challenge to Fahilionu. Under Citizenship Acts in 1956, 1986, and 2001, children born in Ireland acquired Irish nationality through ius soli. The status of non-national parents of Irish children was dealt with on the basis of a case law precedent set in December 1989. The Supreme Court judge's Fahilionu ruling had established a precedent for non-nationals to obtain the right of residence through having Irish children, i.e. children born in Ireland. 133. Annual Review of Population Law 1989. The judges had agreed that Irish children were entitled to the company and protection of their family, as stated in Articles 41 and 42 of the 1937 Constitution. Thus, the justification for Mr. Fahilionu, who had overstayed his visa, and his wife to remain in Ireland derived from the specificity of the Constitution, steeped in the non-secular values of the Catholic Church. The absence of large-scale immigration into Ireland at that time appears, with hindsight, to have allowed the luxury of compassion. By 2003, things had changed. Ireland was a country of immigration, and MC Dowell was Minister for Justice and no longer a barrister defending people such as Fahilionu. In January, 3 asylum seekers, a Czech man and a Nigerian couple, who had Irish children, challenged their deportation on the grounds of Fahilionu. By a 5-2 decision, the Supreme Court ruled in favor of the minister. The Fahilionu precedent had thus been nullified. Among the reasons provided to support the ruling were political context. The 1989 decision had been made against a background of net emigration and tiny numbers of asylum seekers. The 2 dissenting judges, however, argued that the 2003 ruling addressed the rights of the parents, whereas Fahilionu, correctly, had been focused on those of the child. The rights of the parents should only be secondary. Loeb v. Minister for Justice, Equality and Law Reform 2003. The outcome was that from January 2003, asylum seekers and other third country nationals' access to residence rights through the so-called IBC route was no longer automatic. De facto, not all Irish children had the same rights. Access to citizenship was henceforth contingent on the parent's nationality. Applications for residence through IBCs would now have to be dealt with on a case-by-case basis. The referendum that ultimately resolved this state of affairs, redrawing Ireland's citizenship laws in order to exclude these parents even from a case-by-case discussion, is covered in the following chapter. Conclusion. The Irish had become white in the Caribbean, Chapter 5, the USA, this chapter, and Australasia by the 20th century, 79. But the question of whiteness had been posed differently in Ireland itself. The thrust of its nationalist narrative involved siding ideologically with the colonized, although this was a minority sport, with the main ideological labor being expended on carving out a niche for the Irish within the white race. Garner 2003, McInerney 2006. Moreover, Irish nationalism has struggled to enter a place for travellers and Jews in particular, and, to some extent, Protestants. When the Republic became a country attracting migrant workers and asylum seekers from outside the EU, the racialization process began to work differently. Among the responses ranging from solidarity to hostility by individuals and NGOs were institutional interventions from the state and the media. The latter played the role of agenda setting, disinformation on, and distortion of, the actual benefits, entitlements and living conditions of migrants to Ireland, as well as reacting the government's construction of the issue as an administrative and financial burden rather than an international reciprocal obligation. In the 1997-2002 period, the state's interventions included racializing entry checks and the establishment of an asylum regime which imposed particular restrictions. After Minister MC Dowell's accession to the Department of Justice, this agenda became more stringent in its orientation towards defending the nation. One of the strategies involved redrawing the rules of access to entitlements such as residence and citizenship. The RST part of this was accomplished in January 2003 by overturning the practice of granting automatic residence rights to foreign national parents of Irish children. This meant that the possibility of Ireland becoming more multicultural through further settlement by people from outside the EU, most of whom are not white Europeans, was greatly reduced. The state's input into the process of raising Irish nationality, in which non-white bodies were being demarcated for verbal and physical violence, was to affirm the otherness and the threat of such bodies to Irish national cohesiveness. After being Catholics, Celts and Gaels, the Irish, in Ireland, had become white again. Since the fall of the Berlin Wall, asylum has become an intensely controversial issue on the agendas of European governments and the European Union, EU. It is indisputable that more people have sought asylum in the last 20 years, and numbers have only tailed off since 2002. However, while it is important to establish trends in asylum up to a certain point, what is interesting from the point of view of analyzing whiteness are the responses to asylum. I will begin by sketching the broad patterns of asylum in Europe before we go on to 2 case studies, the Republic of Ireland and the UK, which will analyze state action and demonstrate both the way that asylum seekers have been represented as threats, and how the various types of other have been conated into the GUR of the asylum seeker. Current trends in asylum. A number of factors might account for the increasing numbers of asylum seekers in Europe up until 2003, when overall numbers began to decline. These include the breakdown of communist regimes in the former Eastern Bloc and resulting removal of restrictions preventing people moving between Eastern and Western Europe, from 1989 onwards, increasing instability due to wars, and the collapse of civil society institutions, e.g. Iraq, Somalia, Afghanistan, former Yugoslavia, the Russian Federation, Turkish and Iraqi Kurds, the Central African states involved in the Rwandan genocide and its aftermath, Sudan, Colombia, etc. The UNRWA maintains that particular situations generating refugees are protracted, and that there were 38 of these at the end of 2005, accounting for over 6 million refugees. Many of these began after 1989. While absolute numbers of people of concern to the UNRWA, which includes internally displaced persons, IDP, peaked at around the 20 million mark. By the UNRWA definition, the proportion of refugees, i.e. people who have left their country of origin to seek asylum, now stands at around 8.4 million. 81 The majority are located in the developing world excluding Sub-Saharan Africa, 47%, and in Sub-Saharan Africa, 41%. The peak for asylum seekers in Europe came in the 1999-2000 period, when more than 500,000 applied for refugee status. The year 2005 was the FTH consecutive year in which total asylum-seeking numbers had fallen globally, and the almost 2 million asylum seekers located in Europe, down C15% on 2004, accounted for 23% of the total, under 2006, 382. The top two asylum seeker receiving countries were Pakistan and Iran, which together held more than 1 FTH of the total. The highest-ranked European country was Germany, 3rd, followed by Great Britain, 7th. The top 10 countries of origin of people seeking asylum in the UK in 2005, see Table 3, which accounted for 60% of the overall numbers, provide an indication of the push factors. War or political persecution is ongoing in all of these countries. All these figures are in the public domain, including those that confirm the decrease in asylum seeking over recent years. However, in the UK, and, to a lesser extent, Ireland, the decade 1995-2005 witnessed an intensifying combined process of demonization of asylum seekers, the racialization of asylum, and the simultaneous conation/collapse of statuses so that labor, migrants, students, asylum seekers, and nationals perceived by other nationals as other could be routinely grouped together and viewed as potentially threatening in a number of ways, such as through crime, competition for resources, sex, and disease. The state, the media, and citizens have responded to asylum in particular ways at particular times. We shall look at two national examples, England and the Republic of Ireland, to observe how white nationals have developed discursive strategies aimed at categorizing and racializing these others. The racialization of asylum in Ireland. The late 1990s represented an economic and cultural shock for Ireland. Its economy grew at the highest annual rate in the EU, and it became a country of net immigration after centuries of providing labour for other countries' economies. One of the consequences of Ireland's transition to a wealthy country status was an intensification of the racialization of Irishness, McVeigh 1992, Lenton 2001, Garner 2003. This in itself is an interesting counter case. The usual explanation of resource competition-based arguments states that hostility intensifies in economic downturns. One motivator would be that it is rapid social change per se, rather than boom or bust, that exacerbates feelings of insecurity that are expressed as racist. Another point is that writers such as Allen, 2000, and Kirby, 2002, posit a polarization of income parallel to a net increase. This might suggest that those feeling themselves left behind in Irish society's material advances would be most likely to experience relative loss of status, one of whose outcomes might be racist tendencies. This is an important starting point to grasp. Too often whiteness is discussed in American literature as if it were tending to the universal position. The configuration of white norms in Ireland is around a Catholic secular base, with a particular historical relationship with Britain and as a colonised country of emigration. The relationship between travellers and the settled population is increasingly tense. There are also elements of imperial superiority that teared down through Ireland's ambivalent position within empire, the benefits accruing directly to some sections of the population, and the privileged power relationships enjoyed by the many Irish administrators, soldiers, priests, etc. What happened in the late 1990s then was that twin relational processes drew tight lines around Irishness, and thus around its others, during a period of rapid economic growth. The focus for this process of racialization was asylum, but it was not inevitable that this should be so. The colour line in contemporary Ireland. It should be understood that racialization of the Irish resident population along colour lines long predated the mid-1990s, Nick Suabaitney 1998. Paulin 2000, Mullen 2001, Murphy 2001, Lenton and McVeigh 2002, and intensed from that point. One of the outcomes of the transition to a country of immigration was the underscoring of the line in the imaginary between national and non-national based on somatic rather than cultural difference. While anti-Semitism, anti-traveller racism and hostility towards minorities in general in the Republic have far longer histories, McLaughlin 1995, 85-86, Fanning 2002, the new forms of discrimination amalgamated black nationals, migrants, asylum seekers, refugees, students, and tourists. Indeed, the RST person killed in a racist attack, in January 2002, was a Chinese student learning English, Zhao Lihu Dao. Some Irish people had started to make distinctions between those who looked Irish and those who did not, a distinction that could literally mean life or death. It was not a coincidence that this happened on a personal level, since state officials had begun to do the same thing as early as summer 1997. Fears of illegal immigration had spurred an official policy of assertive border policing, Cullen 1997. The practice of immigration officials and police at points of entry involved selecting non-white passengers, and staff, for questioning, Cusack 1997, Irish Times January 17, 1998. Small-scale research reports from the same period, Pilgrim House 1998, 1999, African Refugee Network 1999, had also identified blacks, with Roma and travelers, as the groups most likely to experience verbal and physical abuse. In October 1998, a Dublin pub was refused its license after a case taken against it by Teresa Lynch, a black Dubliner who claimed she had been refused service when the pub changed hands earlier that year, Irish Independent 1998. This was the RST prosecution of a defendant accused of discrimination on the basis of colour to take place in the state. The telling element of the story is Lynch's comment that despite experiencing racism all her life, things had got much worse since asylum seekers started arriving in larger numbers over the past few years. Indeed, by summer 2000, Amnesty International was using a radio advert for its anti-racism campaign in which a black Irishman complains of a significantly negative change in attitude towards him over recent years. Moreover, in that organization's study of the experiences of minorities, Amnesty International/FAQs 2001, the subgroup of minorities expressing the highest rate of discrimination suffered, 88.6%, was Black Irish. There were erroneous arrests of asylum seekers in Dublin under the 1935 Aliens Act, for failure to provide proof of identity to police, and passengers reported black people being taken off the Belfast-Dublin train and obliged to show ID, while their foreign white counterparts were left alone, Smith 2002. Hysterical responses to non-whites include the temporary jailing of 7 Pakistani businessmen in 2000, Parkin 2000, and of a British-based Nigerian woman making an inquiry in a social welfare office in Cork in January 2003, Kelleher 2003. These practices indicate that the 1997-1998 policy of victimizing non-white individuals has been continued into the 20th century in unchanged form. Indeed, in a small 1998 survey of Irish people, Pilgrim House 1998, 70% of those polled stated that they had formed opinions about asylum seekers based on what they saw, implying that without speaking to a member of that group, only 2% said that they had spoken to an asylum seeker. They had categorized individuals as asylum seekers. Those individuals might have belonged to any one of a number of categories, including that of Irish nationals. The act of equating color with legal status is a racist act. It demonstrates that the process of assimilating all non-white people in Ireland to the status of asylum seeker, with all the negative connotations the term has accrued, was already well advanced by summer 1998. With such a lead being shown by Officialdom, and the intensely hostile coverage of asylum, rather than labor migration, by the media, Garner 2002, Equality Authority 2003, it cannot surprise us that so many people followed suit. In view of this, outbursts by public officials in more recent times are elements of continuity, representing the point of contact between underlying racist thinking and official discourse rather than isolated blips. Such attitudes were publicly articulated by various elected representatives such as Liam Lawler, Fianna Fáil, Ivor Cayale, Fianna Fáil, and Helen Kia, Progressive Democrat, in the run-up to the 1997 general elections and after, with Cayale especially referring to a culture that is not akin to Irish culture, and the bleating of lambs in back gardens, Donahue 1997, in the context of an attack on refugees receiving social benefits. During her election campaign in Dublin, Kia labelled asylum seekers professional beggars. 83 in January 2002, Cork North Central TD, Parliamentary Representative, Noel O'Flynn, Fianna Fáil, claimed that Cork's North Side area was home to many illegal immigrants, a supposition questioning the legal legitimacy of the presence of black people per se. How could their illegal status be determined on site, if the implicit point was not the blanket supposition that all asylum seekers are bogus and therefore illegal? Local media 84 was supportive of O'Flynn's stance, which went unsanctioned by his party leader, the Dowsiak, Prime Minister. The suddenly increasing presence of both migrant labour and asylum seekers in Ireland has produced technical discourses on visa regimes, yet the conation of statuses with phenotype referred to above ignores the relative weight of numbers. Since 1996, when Ireland became a country of immigration, the number of people receiving work permits has outnumbered those applying for asylum only in 1 year, 1999. In the 20th century, the labour migrants have outnumbered asylum seekers by a factor of at least v/1. 85 Part of this trend can be explained by the composition of each group. The majority of migrants were either returning Irish emigrants or Eastern Europeans. Yet the media have focused on asylum seekers, many of whom are from the various parts of Africa and Asia, although a substantial minority are from the former Soviet Union or Romanian Roma. However, as we have argued throughout, race, and whiteness as an exemplar, are to do with ideas both of culture and physical appearance. There is an accompanying discourse that stresses culture and values as dividing lines between Irish and others. A letter from an American-based emigrant, published in the Irish Times in 1998, encapsulates a viewpoint that posits an opposition between industrious, productive Irish, and indolent, unproductive others. We come prepared to work hard and make a go of it. We would not be allowed to claim unemployment benefits or otherwise scrounge off the state. Taxes in Ireland are appallingly high. They will remain so if we keep subsidising the economically challenged from abroad. I suggest that many of the recent influx of foreigners have come to Ireland, not for the love of the country either, but because the word is out that we are suckers for a sob story. Letters to the Editor, Irish Times, May 27, 1998. The industrious, white, Irish emigrants made a positive contribution to the economy of the host country, while the non-white foreigners in Ireland subtract from it and absorb without contributing. In addition to the anachronism embodied in this strand of anti-immigrant response, there was no social security in 19th century America or Britain, nor were there international treaties on refugees. It demonstrates a misunderstanding of legal realities. As in most European countries, asylum seekers are prohibited from taking paid work. Indeed, there is a high degree of ambivalence as well as misunderstanding around the question of asylum seekers' productivity. In the poll carried out by the lay Catholic organization, Pilgrim House, in July 1998, 81% of those polled stated that they felt that asylum seekers should be allowed to work while they awaited their decision. Pilgrim House 1998. By the time of an Irish Times/MRBI poll 18 months later, Irish Times/MRBI 2000, the level of support was almost identical, 77%. The striking thing about the latter, much larger, survey. Virtually all the variables being more or less within the statistical margin of error. Higher levels of agreement were expressed by ABC1S, 81%, and those with degrees, 83%, and slightly lower levels by C2DES, 73%. These results might be interpreted as a desire to see people earn their keep rather than any expression of support for the freedom of movement of labor. Again, we should note that the cultural production of difference, the white Irish are more hard-working than the non-white immigrants, has roots in both the economic, the defense of resources, and the effective, construction of collective self as valuable and productive. As usual, there are competing versions of whiteness and, in Ireland, this derives from specific Irish historical experience. Asylum seekers here are recognized as the economically and politically persecuted Irish of other times. This idea is expressed across the NGOs, political opposition parties, trade unions, interested church bodies and more radical anti-racist organizations. A succinct example of this comes from a speech by Labour deputy, Liz McManus, in a 1998 parliamentary debate. For this global celebration of Irishness St. Patrick's Day, this focus of investment, this tourism opportunity, we have to thank the generations of Irish asylum seekers who were driven out to seek refuge among strangers. They were often poor, hungry, sick, and homeless people. Sometimes they died in IT, sometimes they were political outcasts and convicted criminals. I refuse to accept that our past has no bearing on this debate. Our history requires us to be generous and just. My emphasis, Dale Debates, March 10, 1998. This, however, is a minority view. The majority, when offered the opportunity to read an Irishness more narrowly, by reference to bloodlines in 2004, did so. The government held a referendum on changing the citizenship laws to introduce a qualification period on the access to citizenship enjoyed by the children of foreign nationals. The debate has been well covered in detail and critiqued elsewhere, Loeb Haight 2004, Lenton 2006, Garner 2007b, c, and the vital background to the referendum forms part of the previous chapter. To summarize, a 1989 Supreme Court ruling, Fahiyonu, had established a precedent whereby non-national parents of children qualifying for Irish citizenship through birth in the state were granted leave to remain in order to ensure that the child was able to enjoy her/his constitutional right to the company of family. In January 2003, the Minister for Justice, Equality and Law Reform successfully challenged this ruling. Instead of being guaranteed residence rights, such parents would now be obliged to have their applications examined on a case-by-case basis. Between 7,000 and 10,000 people had been granted residence rights like this by January 2003, and a further 10,000 had applications pending at the time of the ruling. The 2004 citizenship referendum, Racing Irishness. The minister was not satisfied with the outstanding ambiguity, and sought to close what he considered a loophole that allowed people to access Irish residence too easily. Such people were de facto, as the only people affected by such options for obtaining residence, asylum seekers and labour migrants from outside the EU. In March 2004, he announced that a referendum would be held on the issue of amending the 2001 Citizenship Act. MC Dowell proposed the introduction of a 3-year residence qualification for non-Irish national parents, before their child born in Ireland could be entitled to citizenship. It is at this point that the racialization of Irishness becomes starkly apparent. As the right to Irish citizenship was, by 2004, the right of any child born on the island of Ireland, the government's proposed amendment would separate these children into two groups. On one side were those with at least one Irish national parent. On the other were to be those who had no Irish parents, the so-called Irish-born children. This category, accorded the Department of Justice acronym, IBC, were no longer to constitute an advantageous foot in the door, but were to have their right to enjoy the benefits of Irish constitutional protection stripped. Yet the right to Irish citizenship for those with at least one grandparent born in Ireland would remain, the whole package thus privileging membership of the nation through bloodlines over membership through birthplace. If the amendment were approved, Ireland's citizenship laws would be adjusted to institutionally discriminate against a portion of its citizens on the basis of ancestry. The referendum took place on June 11, 2004, when the minister's amendment received an almost 80% backing of the voters on a 62% turnout. It was later enshrined in the Citizenship Bill 2004, which came into force on January 1, 2005. The right to Irish nationality is no longer automatic for some children born in the Republic. Moreover, the 3-year period does not include time spent as an asylum seeker or student, as the residence period visa must be without restriction. There were 3 principal interlocking arguments for amending the constitution to protect the integrity of the Irish immigration system. 1. The concept of ius soli was posited as anomalous within the EU. Ireland should therefore comply with existing norms, an administrative reasoning not necessarily consistent with Ireland's relationship with EU directives in other areas, some of which have long been ignored or resisted. This initiative did not even stem from a directive or policy guideline issued by the EU. 2. A strong theme in the discourse of the Yes campaign, in favour of the restrictive amendment, was that in the new conditions of immigration, Ireland's ius soli law enabled people without social or cultural links to the country to access membership of the nation. The content of the social and cultural links was not made explicit, the implication being that birth within national territory alone was too tenuous a bond to allow citizenship. 3. The phenomenon of citizenship tourism was identified as a threat to the immigration system. The campaign began with the minister's statement that 60,000 children had been born to foreign women in Ireland during the previous year. He also claimed to have been approached by the masters, CEOs, of the Dublin hospitals to prevent foreign women arriving in the latter stages of pregnancy, absorbing resources and endangering lives. First, he had collapsed all non-Irish women into one group, and second, the masters later challenged MC Dowell's interpretation of their correspondence with him. However, the focus of this element of the argument extended to cover an example of a case which had been with the ECJ Advocate General since February 2004. 86. A UK resident Chinese woman, Man Lavette Chen, had gone to Belfast to have her second child in order to strengthen her case to remain in the UK, as the child would have an EU nationality. Although Chen was not an asylum seeker, never set foot in the Republic or cost Irish taxpayers a penny, her case was brandished as a cautionary tale of citizenship tourism. While no offshulgers were produced to enumerate the size of the problem, its impact was clearly felt by pregnant non-Irish women in Ireland who suffered physical and verbal abuse in public spaces, Lenten 2003. Thus the predominance of the administrative argument, the need to assume responsibilities in regard to EU neighbours, and the chance to weed out the bogus from the genuine applicants for Irish nationality emerge as the key criteria for constitutional reform of the border separating Irish from non-Irish. It might be argued that the Irish citizenship laws, even after the referendum, are still relatively liberal. After all, in some countries, the children of non-national parents have to decide at 18 whether to assume European nationalities. In Ireland, the child still gains citizenship if the parents have been legally resident for 3 years. Yet if the amendment was so minor, why bother holding a referendum? The topics for other referenda in recent Irish history have been abortion, divorce, the peace process, and adherence to the Treaty of Nice. The potency of the referendum and amendment cannot be understood solely in relation to dry offshore regulations, they carry a political and cultural charge in their own context. What I mean by this is that the resulting citizenship law restored primacy, not exclusivity, to the ius sanguinis root to Irishness and, in practice, only excludes people from particular parts of the world. The one grandparent avenue to Irish citizenship still applies. This means that someone whose grandparent emigrated, and who may never have set foot in Ireland, is unproblematically granted citizenship, whereas a child whose parents may live, work and pay taxes in Ireland has citizenship withheld. Even if the parents do not work, as is the case with asylum seekers, legally prevented from taking paid work, the same principle applies. The amendment reduces the rights of some Irish children and does not affect others. Conclusion: race, asylum, and the state in Ireland. The asylum issue in Ireland has been bureaucratized in the Weberian sense of the term. The humanitarian dimensions of the problem have been minimized by the state in favor of a number of processes appealing to technical and legal instruments, so that it appears that these are the only compelling sources of parameters. Weber argued that bureaucracy could become amoral in that it is set up to perform any rationalized task asked of it in the most efficient form possible, a point that Bauman, 1989, applies to the Holocaust. State bureaucracies dealing with asylum tend organizationally towards this amoral, technocratic approach. Beyond the ministries dealing with the technical side of these matters, debates have grown up that place emphasis on differing readings of Irish diaspora history, running from empathetic to resistant, seeing the reaction of Irish experience either as deserving of empathy, or unwarranted and distorted. Moreover, the threats embodied by asylum seekers, such as invasion of space, unfair access to resources, spread of disease, sexual morality, were so potently deployed that the majority of voters in the 2004 referendum declared in an exit poll of over 3,000 people conducted by Root, the state broadcaster, that they had cast their yes vote, in favor of restrictions, because they felt negative towards immigrants, 36% or because the country was being exploited by immigrants, and a further 27% or because there were too many immigrants. This was not on the technical grounds of the referendum but on a broader, affective basis. In this lies one of the key mechanisms of whiteness, draining individuals of their humanity, and making them invisible except as masses, see Chapter 2. Yet this ostensible solidity of thought hides fragility. This form of whiteness is open to amendment primarily because it is so emotional and resistant to facts. The deportation and return of Nigerian schoolboy Olukunlo in spring 2005 demonstrated that empathy can be achieved and allied to political action when a person becomes more important than the representation. A campaign to bring back Olukunlo was initiated by his schoolmates, and became national. The Minister of Justice reversed his decision and the boy returned to Ireland in April, 2005. In a poll taken that weekend, 46% stated they now wished for the referendum decision to be reviewed, Harris 2005. Asylum and whiteness in the UK. Britain has debated its migration policies since the mid-19th century, when Irish immigration was identified as having a negative impact on employment and morals. However, more recently, the politicization of immigration has really intensified since the waves of migration after World War II. One of the most striking things about the direction such debates have taken since the early 1990s is that a link has been established at state and popular levels between immigration, asylum, and the idea that these phenomena are necessarily problematic. By far the most problematic of these is asylum. Whilst the granting of asylum is frequently depicted as an integral part of Britain's history, reacting its tolerant character, the record of successive British governments is actually more fraught. Schuster 2002, Stevens 2004. Legislation ties nationality, immigration, and asylum. Nationality, Immigration, and Asylum Act 2002, Immigration Asylum and Nationality Act 2006, while the statuses of citizen, labor migrant, and asylum seeker have become blurred. Moreover, media representation of asylum seekers frequently portrays them as criminals, security threats, and a burden on the public purse to an extent that British nationals are not. Buchanan and Grillo 2004. The relationship between politics and the media in terms of racialization is a symbiotic one. Law, 2002, reports that overall, the British press is a lot less racist than during the 1970s and 1980s, yet asylum has added an autonomous sphere to the political agenda, where race and politics intersect. In the post-7/7 period, the focus has turned to Muslims. Buchanan and Grillo, 2004, 41, argue that tabloid newspapers posit an asylum crisis consisting of ever-increasing numbers of asylum seekers arriving illicitly in the UK, abusing the Binet system, being involved in criminal or terrorist activities and generally posing a threat to the British way of life. They also point to confusion over the status of asylum seekers and refugees, with the terms illegal immigrant, asylum seeker, refugee, and migrant being used as synonyms, as well as the use of stock images of male asylum seekers breaking into the country, ibid. What is important in the argument is that the norms against which asylum seekers are spuriously evaluated constitute a version of whiteness where it articulates with Britishness. The context is of invasion of the nation and threats to welfare and other resources to which nationals have preferential entitlement. This discourse contains a strand of naturalising difference, and to see this more closely we shall look at some empirical work on attitudes to asylum seekers in general carried out in Britain in the last few years. The RST is a literature review carried out for the Commission for Racial Equality, Finney and Peach 2004. They note that research into such attitudes has developed from the literature on racism and immigration done in the previous decades, and that work specific to asylum has mostly emerged since 2000. This should alert us to the political contingency of public perceptions. That was the year when the policy of dispersal, distributing asylum seekers to provincial centres, was RST implemented in Britain. This made the issue more immediate for people living away from London and the main ports of entry. Moreover, people's heightened sense of vulnerability to attack after the 9/11s and particularly the 7/7 bombings has served to sharpen defensive attitudes towards others. From the work available to them, Finney and Peach, 2004, observe that there are a number of widespread beliefs that inform public opinion on asylum seekers. Britain is a soft touch, there are too many asylum seekers, the majority of asylum seekers are not genuine, asylum seekers pose a threat to British culture, including religion, values, ethnicity, and health, asylum seekers pose a threat to the British economy, through illegality, increased competition, and an economic burden, and asylum seekers are treated well to the detriment of the existing population. They conclude that these attitudes are fostered in a context where there is a lack of confidence in policy and governance on asylum issues, and that fears about asylum are closely associated with ideas of national identity and national security, ibid. 28. These conclusions are certainly borne out in the studies of responses to the location of asylum processing amenities in specific places in England that we shall examine in the next chapter, Grillo 2005, Hubbard 2005a, B. Modale 2004, D'Onofrio and Monk 2004. However, here I will concentrate on the work done by Miranda Lewis, Lewis 2005, which comprised focus group interview and discussion-based research in 4 sites in Britain, Cardiff, Camden, a borough of London, Norwich, and Weymouth, with a large sample in order to illustrate the way people make sense of asylum in contemporary Britain. I will then draw some conclusions on the ideological associations being made and argue how this exemplifies certain aspects of whiteness. The research took place prior to the 7/7 bombings in 2005, and captures a trend towards more hostile attitudes towards immigrants and asylum seekers noted in polls from 2000 onwards, Lewis 2005, 2-3. She observes a number of problems arising from these surveys, one of which is that the terms race, immigration, and asylum are often used interchangeably both by the public and the people carrying out survey work, ibid. 4. Throughout the report, Lewis stresses and reiterates the confusion reigning over the status of various groups of people, and over authentic information. Very few participants were able to distinguish conveniently between different categories of migrants. In some cases this meant any non-white person was classed as an asylum seeker. White European migrants were also often described as asylum seekers, ibid. 8. Yet whatever the degree of misunderstanding, one pattern emerges strongly: white British people frequently lump everyone who is not white together into what they feel is an inferior and threatening group. Some were deeply opposed to any asylum seekers coming into Britain, while others took a more moderate but still largely hostile view. In some cases this extended to any non-white or non-British community. No one raised issues about white immigration from countries such as Australia or the US. Ibid. 7. One subset of the research sample was BME, Black and Minority Ethnic, and the comparison of white UK to BME attitudes is revealing. People from BME communities were less likely to display very overt hostility about asylum seekers, and more likely to express sympathy than their white counterparts. Ibid. 10. However, they did express concerns that the focus on asylum seekers and immigration made them more vulnerable, and felt that it had increased intolerance and racism. Ibid. 11. This also manifests itself as resentment at some of the new arrivals, who are seen as in some way undoing the integration achieved by the longer-standing communities. Among the most salient issues in relation to which resentment is expressed towards asylum seekers are access to bennets, housing and culture. As the report recognizes, much information and personal experience comes in the form of rumors and second- or third-hand accounts. Overall, asylum seekers are widely believed to receive better welfare benefits than the white British-born population and to access the welfare system with greater ease. Ibid. 27. These alleged benefits include driving lessons, free bus passes and swimming lessons. Again, there was a tendency to assume that anyone from a minority ethnic background was an asylum seeker, reinforcing the belief that vast numbers of asylum seekers are tapping into the bennet system. Ibid. 28. Indeed, a wide range of deteriorating life experiences are associated with the presence of asylum seekers. This confusion of people's immigration status, the causes and effects of problems, coalesce around what is perceived as the diminishing capacity of the health service. Additionally, labor migrants working in the public health service, and people perceived as putting undue pressure on provision, leapfrogging the British for entitlement, are viewed as different aspects of the same problem. Ibid. 28-29. While housing is seen as a major issue by the majority, Ibid. 30-35, there is a class distinction among the respondents. While few from the ABC1 groups were concerned about social housing, several expressed fears about the impact of asylum seekers upon house prices, and about areas being brought down. Ibid. 31. Working class respondents perceived heightened competition with asylum seekers for public housing. The latter are seen as receiving unfair advantage in accessing housing, while locals spend years on waiting lists. In fact, asylum seekers are not housed in local authorities' social housing but in private rented accommodation either procured through the local authority, in collaboration with the National Asylum Support Service, NAS, or via private sector companies to whom such work is often outsourced in the UK. To an extent, local authorities seek to avoid aggravating these fears by deploying invisibility strategies. In Birmingham, the local council seeks to place asylum seekers in areas with already large BME populations in an attempt to reduce their visibility and perceived impact. Ibid. 31. Dorset County Council, in whose jurisdiction is Weymouth, takes primarily Eastern European asylum seekers into its 99% white population Indiana an attempt to achieve a quiet life. Therefore local government colludes with the idea that anyone who is not phenotypically white will trigger a set of associations that result in action troublesome for the local authority. Indeed, the basic point to come out of Lewis's research is that the white UK respondents make assumptions about the non-white people they see. Whether they are fellow Brits, tourists, labour migrants, students, asylum seekers, or refugees, all can be tarred with the same brush. This ending not only underlines the argument that whiteness is the way that people make sense of social difference, but that the way race is now discursively constructed in Britain represents a new moment in its history. The following comment, for example, could well have been uttered in the late 1950s, "I know this sounds awful, but why can't they conform to our ways? They stick together and bring down an area." Ibid. 37. However, there was a period during which people would not have voiced this feeling in this way because of prevailing taboos about race. Apart from ignoring the 1919 race riots, the respondent who argues that there never was a problem with race in Cardiff, but now there are far more of them, it's a different world, Ibid. 40, is absolutely correct. The them in the respondent's formulation serves as a lightning rod for pent-up frustrations about the perceived deterioration of life in contemporary Britain to be funneled into a safe place. Asylum seekers are a distinct group about whom prejudice can be publicly expressed with little fear of sanction, even by relatively moderate people. Racism towards non-white British groups overrose into an ideological space where it is unsanctioned and no longer contained by the politically correct orthodoxies that the respondents claim prevent the disadvantaged us from articulating traditional views about them, Ibid. 37. The exaggeration of the numbers of minorities and asylum seekers seen in past polls, Ibid. 14-15, is a common enough story, Clark and Garner 2005, Byrne 2006. People overestimate the number of minorities and asylum seekers in their areas, often by a large factor. This fear of invasion, usurpation, and obliteration is both irrational and comprehensible. If many people now think everyone who is not white is probably an asylum seeker, it is not surprising that such numbers are vastly inundated. Again, this draws attention to the current historical moment. Before asylum seekers were so in this contemporary configuration, we see, in part, a return to the color line, with everyone not white considered as a threat. Yet, in the ELD work looked at in other chapters we see that it is not necessarily always the case that the line separates white from black, it may fall elsewhere. Many asylum seekers are white Europeans. What the particular discourse about asylum seekers shows is that there is something specific about this category of other which, at this moment, allows the color line to be reinvigorated. It does not constitute continuity between the color line of the 1950s and the early 20th century, but a profound rupture with what has developed in the intervening period. At both popular and policy levels, the distinctions between migrants and asylum seekers have been blurred. The state institutionally links asylum, immigration, and citizenship, so can we really be surprised that so do the media and the public? Here nationality and whiteness intersect. Indeed, throughout this book I have been arguing that it always intersects with something. Whiteness in isolation is a paper exercise, as are all one-dimensional models of identity. When people are talking about hierarchies of entitlement and justice, they set up a scenario in which nationality generates entitlement, and when it comes down to it, color is the privileged sign of nationality, whiteness is a kind of ag. In their implicit discussions of entitlement, people are still envisaging a white Britain after more than 50 years of non-European labor immigration, and depressingly, after centuries of settlement of black and Asian people. 87 An opposition between white British and non-white other is established. In this vision, a discourse of anxiety at the pace and content of social change is projected onto anyone suspected of being a non-national, to use the telling Irish administrative term. Now, these non-nationals can be objected as scroungers, criminals, threats, job stealers. No one is really deserving except the omnipresent genuine asylum seekers that most people are at pains to accommodate in their exclusionary standpoints without wondering how these claims to authenticity can be successfully arrived at. Conclusion. The processes referred to in this chapter started before 9/11, but in the post-2001 period, and especially since the 2005 bombings, sharper focus has been bestowed upon Muslim threats to the West. The term refugee no longer holds the same connotations either for policy makers or public as it did before 1990. Anxieties about the welfare state, house prices, in the owner-occupier cultures of the UK and Ireland particularly. Changing employment conditions and perceptions of degradation, regardless of context, coalesce around the ideas of defending borders. In this process, physical appearance again becomes the key distinguishing factor. Differences of class, gender, region are forgotten, as security against the outside is emphasized as the overwhelming priority. In Europe, as in Australia, the bureaucratic response to immigration has been to erect taller and more effective fences, to attempt to position the racialized others asking to be let in at greater distance from us. As bodies racialized as not white literally fall from the sky, back 2003, out from underneath lorries, Lewis 2006, get washed up on Mediterranean beaches, or festooned on wire separating Ceuta and Melilla from Africa, the fences get placed further away. Australia's PASIC solution, Garner and Moran 2006, is the blueprint for the EU's plan to process asylum seekers in third countries, i.e. third world states on the periphery of Europe or at the source of large numbers of migrants, Dietrich 2005. Even the granting of refugee status is now temporary in some places. The UK passed a law in August 2005 stating that once granted refugee status, an individual must have his/her case reviewed every VE years with a view to return to the country of origin. The message could hardly be clearer: all migrants are a threat and must be dealt with at arm's length. The particular context of such policy initiatives is one in which the failure to achieve or bear whiteness marks the body as such a threat. Different groups act on asylum seekers to produce identities. The state wins votes by appearing tough but reasonable defenders of the nation. The populist media keeps in touch with the people by critiquing the liberal laxity of the politically correct governing classes. Middle-class NIMBYs hang on to purity and the good life. Anti-racists struggle to posit a different version of the nation, and the working-class assailants who attack asylum seekers may see themselves as defenders of the nation/neighborhood against those funneling resources away from their rightful targets. Yet where individuals are adopted locally, a different set of strategies is enacted. Local campaigns to resist deportation attract personal support from people who are happy for ever more stringent regulations to be enacted. Both types of discourse thus coexist, a white exclusive one, and a white inclusive one. Yet the former is currently the dominant discourse, complicated by the state's avowed multiculturalism. The discourse of the asylum seeker/immigrant as a folk devil, Cohen 2002, or FTH columnist, Lee and Lin 2004, is a product of the process of building the European Union. To summarize, because internal borders have so diminished in importance due to the consequences of the Schengen Accords, 1986, and the Treaty of Amsterdam, 1997, the 152 whiteness. External ones have become commensurately more important, particularly when O's of migrants have increased overall since the 1980s. This discourse has taken deeper hold in some member states, e.g. the UK, the Republic of Ireland, than it has in others, where the trope of debate has always been immigration alone rather than asylum, e.g. France, Germany, Italy. By the RST decade of the 20th RST century, this process has reached the point where the term asylum seeker has swollen to accommodate a number of meanings and anxieties around social strains from other spheres. So few people have a grasp of the rather mundane facts about asylum, what an asylum seeker is, how many there are, what entitlements they have, what the restrictions on them are, etc., that the discourse is not, strictly speaking, about asylum seekers at all. Rather it is about white Europeans reconquering their social and psychological boundaries to exclude groups of people from their national imaginaries, and thus from the resources available within those nations. The very different legal statuses inhabited by different groups of people, labor migrant on a work permit, asylum seeker, refugee, student, tourist, national, are dissolved in the act of redrawing the boundaries so that everyone on one side is white and unchallenged and everyone else is game for the attachment of familiar meanings: scrounger, illegal worker, feckless gambler, rapist, criminal, pimp, prostitute, etc. This comforting whiteness can, in particular contexts, be subject to scrutiny, because local conditions highlight the diversity encompassed by the terms asylum seeker and migrant worker. Many of them in Britain and Ireland are of Central and Eastern European origin. 88 The issue of asylum illustrates that whiteness is open to activation in different ways. Asylum has been the catalyst for racialization that has resulted in the blurring of categories so that not white corresponds to asylum seeker, and threatening presence. Some more detailed examination of how these threats are imagined and represented follows in the next chapter. 9. Racial purity, integration, and the idea of home. Material and emotional attachments of people to place are a staple of social science research. The language to describe such attachments is often drawn from nature. Alan White, 2002, 1056, argues that in the UK hydraulic metaphors imagine O's of migrants, water, blood, diseases, leaving and entering states, reservoirs, lake or the body, that are protected by international borders and immigration laws, dams or surgical instruments. Flows may be out of control, threatening the livelihoods of all citizens, thus hoods of refugees or asylum seekers threaten to swamp the state. Another set of metaphors about home uses roots. One puts down roots in a place or is uprooted from one. The image of normal growth and development in a specific location is disturbed by a number of factors that physically tear one away: economics, famine, war, oppression. People do settle, often for generations, in one place, and immobility is the default setting upon which communities are built. Yet it is equally true, as Goldberg argues, that the history of the human species, for all extents and purposes, can be told as the history of human migrations. 2014. It is in the tension between these two almost banal truths, that ideas of home are constructed. The end of White's observation underscores such complexity, representing the state and refugee movements in such a simplistic, but seductively holistic, way legitimates the replacement of polyvocal, complex, and chaotic stories and realities of migrant life with a monochrome universe of truth. White 2002, 1056. Moreover, the relationships between individuals and peoples, between peoples and the lands they inhabit, are neither neutral nor natural, but are vehicles of social systems of inequality through which their actors interpret themselves as more or less belonging, more or less entitled to enjoy the fruits of Cal-Eld work conducted in contemporary Britain, which will illuminate some of the changing stakes in what whiteness means and how it refers to itself at this precise juncture. Town and country. We saw in Chapter 8 that the racialization of asylum had produced a configuration of whiteness that overrode that of previous ones, positing white people again as the sole repositories of Britishness and everyone else as potentially suspect. In this section we are going to look at the way this relationship of white people to particular places is expressed in both rural and urban settings in some recent Eld work in England. The countryside has long been constructed as a repository for pure English values, and a space of authenticity vis-a-vis the dangerous cosmopolitan urban centres. Work by Neil, 2002, Garland and Chakraborty, 2006, and Neil and Achiemeng, 2006, for example, shows how this functions in 20th century Britain. In Rose, 1998, 176-177, Study of Ideological Interpretations of Disorder in 20th Century Britain, he compares rural calm with urban revolt by juxtaposing press coverage of rioting on a North London estate with former Home Secretary Lord Whitelaw's memoirs. Urban inhabitants, argues Rowe, are constructed as implicitly culturally alien and their presence degrades cities, exacerbating their distance from the putative bucolic norm. 89 At the very least, urban centers are seen as intrinsically multicultural spaces, places where anything to do with asylum would be better suited. J. 1992. Places where, as one of David Modell's, 2004, interviewees suggests, asylum seekers can mix with their own kind. To distance the semi-rural, seaside village habitus from British urban centres, another of his subjects asserts that London probably has more in common with Baghdad than with Leon Solent. In two related articles, Phil Hubbard, 2005a, b, argues that in the process of opposing the location of asylum seekers in particular spaces in England, rural landscape is racialized as white. Alongside protests over land use per se, he identifies elements of discourse produced in campaigns in rural Nottinghamshire and Oxfordshire that construct asylum seekers, regardless of their geographical origins, as an undifferentiated, overridingly male, criminal, sexually threatening and alien presence in the English countryside. Hubbard contends that there is a specific narrative of white rurality dependent on implicit norms of place, remote from chaotic and dangerous multicultural settings. 1 Oxfordshire. Complainant writes to the local planning authority, as a Bicester resident, I do not want to live in a multicultural community. Having lived in London and Surrey, I have experienced the trouble this brings. Hubbard 2005a, 14. Such logics are presented as rationalizing the defense of beleaguered communities against inappropriate encroachment. Indeed, elements of this discourse can also be identified in both urban and semi-rural settings. Grillo 2005, Clark and Garner 2005, Modale 2004. Residents of such sites where asylum hostels and processing centers are planned assert that their type of living space precludes both the business function of dealing with asylum seekers and is inappropriate for those kind of people in any case. In Portishead, near Bristol, a coastal town in southwest England, where an office on a small business park was transformed into an asylum screening center in 2005, not accommodation but for processing applications, the arguments are expressed in 3 registers, Garner, forthcoming. These are premised on assertions that both the town, and the area within the town in question, are residential, semi-rural, village-type locations. First, a deracialist technocratic register, in which objections based on planning regulations are raised. There is concern over the change of use, poor access and transport, insufficient parking, and lack of amenities. Suggestions for more appropriate places to house such a facility, usually Bristol, but occasionally other urban centers in the region, are made. Second, there is a more emotionally charged resentment of the impacts such changes would have, the deterioration of living conditions, concern over property values and loss of trust in local and national officialdom. This concern is focused nationally on the Home Office's handling of the immigration issue, and locally on the County Council's long-term failure to provide sufficient infrastructure and what is viewed as lack of value for money in terms of local taxation. Third, there is much speculation over the behavior of the asylum seekers. Where an opinion is offered, this is expected to be universally detrimental to the lives of locals, involving as it does a variety of threats to Portishead's way of life, see below. Yet virtually nowhere in the approximately 200 objections to planning application at Portishead are explicitly racialized comments. 90. The syntax of race talk has developed to a point where most people now go out of their way to disown racism. Just as Grillo's, 2005, Saltine Opes officially rejected the hand of support offered by the British National Party, and ideologically distanced themselves from it, so people in Portishead explicitly deny their vantage point is a racist one in their letters. One woman cites her own Asian origins as proof that her comments cannot be racist. She goes on to claim that the least we can expect is begging from the asylum seekers. What emerges is a discourse of anxiety and frustration about a number of elements of contemporary life in Britain, one of which is the association of asylum with threat, danger, and degradation. As one of the screening center's opponents notes wryly, whether we like it or not, asylum is a word guaranteed to raise more than a little controversy and anger. It is quite conceivable that prospective home buyers from outside the town will be reluctant to move to the town. At the time of the campaigning, when most of these objections were written, March-April 2004, no specifics had been provided or sought in terms of the role of the asylum seekers who would be using the center, yet the construction of them is of a homogeneous group of desperate people who wander recklessly alongside main roads, steal, beg, hang around threateningly, may be terrorists, and pose sexual threats to women and children. According to many of the letter writers, the asylum seekers are often biding their time to disappear into the nation's motorway infrastructure and parallel economy. On the other hand, the community of residents constructed by the objectors is composed of law-abiding, quiet, unthreatening and reasonable people responding to the unfair imposition of a detrimental facility. As Potter and Wetherell, 1992, 182, point out, in the liberal political discourse of Western democracy, compulsion is a negative, constituting an infringement of individual liberties. So we are less concerned here with whether or not the potential change of use of the building is actually an imposition, and more interested in the types of argument deployed to oppose it. In this case, the common sense of liberal individualism provides the starting assumption for opposition. Property ownership, combined with citizenship, bestows rights, and these include the right to resist compulsion. The authorities are thus depicted as unreasonable imposers of foreign bodies that do not bear rights, agambens homo sacer or bear life, 1998, on national bodies that do. The argument put forward by the Portishead objectors is to do with protecting a type of life, on a new-built estate on the outskirts of a small town in which the inhabitants are white and British. The last part of the sentence is not as insignificant as its position at the end of the sentence suggests. What this discourse achieves at one important level is the homogenization of two heterogeneous populations, Portishead residents on one side and asylum seekers on the other. While the residents are brought together by realization of a common Weberian class interest around keeping their estate pure, it is they who hold the power in this situation to imagine and deem the asylum seeker as a conglomeration of similar people whose innate characteristics will lead inevitably to behavior that will delie the Vale estate. The actual prole of asylum seekers shows they are primarily male, yet drawn from Europe, Asia, the Middle East and Africa, Heath et al. 2006. They are from a variety of social backgrounds, religions, and age groups. Whatever you can say about asylum seekers, homogeneous is not an accurate description. 91. The collective assumptions expressed in the Portishead round of opposition to planning permission is not solely driven by racism, yet race is a key discourse underpinning the other anxieties and enabling them to coalesce. Indeed, the point is neither to brand the actors in this discourse as racist, or indeed as non-racist, although cases are made by protagonists on both sides of the issue, Aronovich 2004, Bright 2004, but to examine how discourses about race are utilized in the everyday talk of local matters to create communities, both of defended white citizens and menacing asylum seekers. The view of the nation, invaded by asylum seekers, the region, of which the center is Bristol, sets up a racially weighted polarity consisting of multicultural Bristol v. the white hinterland. In their letters of objection, people state that they have chosen to live in Portishead because it is both quiet and up-and-coming, and on that particular estate because it is new and contains potentially more valuable housing. For the objectors, this tranquility and investment is threatened by the asylum seekers, regardless of numbers, both because of the implications of their coming, knock-on effects, and their putative inherent qualities, desperation, incipient violence, troublemaking, etc. In such a context, the overwhelming whiteness of Portishead enables the development of a solidarity of interest against encroachment, one that is structured by values and their projected opposites. Indeed, the theme of defense against invasion by immigrants/asylum seekers suffuses responses to asylum seekers. One interviewee in Models, 2004, documentary on a South Coast community split by the asylum issue expresses concerns about potential asylum seeker accommodation in Leon-Solent, Hampshire. Recalling his time living in Reading, he states that our colonial friends had moved into a set of streets. We moved out and I don't know how many roads they've taken over now. He species that these people were Jamaicans. I've got nothing against them, not one little bit, cause there are some nice guys, but it lowers the price, the value of your property as soon as they move in. The acute awareness of disadvantageous social change that is attached in narratives to the arrival and entrenchment of racialized minority groups here is a common story. In this narrative, the colonials colonize an area of the town. Yet in Leon-Solent this ignores an intrinsic issue. The people destined for accommodation in the former barracks have no choice where they are housed. They are not private individuals accumulating capital for investment in a housing market, as were the Jamaicans in Reading referred to by the interviewee. They cannot therefore take over any streets by buying property. The frequent conation of labor migrant with asylum seeker here bestows the latter with titious agency and power, the potential to usurp residents, to threaten their entitlement to property. Elsewhere, Catherine Tyler's studies of the Leicestershire village of Greenville, 2003, 2004, 2006, show that semi-rural space is defended using the development of middle-class values of belonging through adherence to ways of being and behaving, which are classed and raced. A self-employed interviewee, Mike, discusses a client who lives next door to one of the village's Asian families. I have got a customer up there and they are very nice houses. But he is very racist, very British Raj, and he is an ex-Air Force navigator. Yes dear boy, an old chum mockery of upper-class accent and all this you see. He has got Indians living to the back and side of him. The house with the mosque thingy. So you can understand it from their point of view. They have worked hard all their lives to achieve whatever bracket of wealth or status, to enjoy their retirement in a quiet village, and all of a sudden you get 3 families moving into one house and try and run a business from it. Transporter vans coming and going, and they probably have a couple of sewing machines running in the garage. Women doing a bit of machining, and then multiples of kids running around the garden, as he is sitting out on a nice sunny day, and it all drives you mad. It is very difficult for them. Tyler 2003, 402-403. Mike's speculations make his fantasies explicit, and aligns him as an ally of the Raj man. Worship, business, and noise will erupt. It is tempting to think of this as revealing the projection of some contemporary British fears, secular doubt in the face of faith, where the latter is seen as communal, self-effacing, and irrational, guilt over others' industriousness that threatens your supposition of laziness and incompetence, may be combined with unfair competition, through unwaged family labor. Finally, there is the plague of large noisy families and expressive communities. The hint of high birth rates and the ultimate assumption of power by the hordes. In addition, this example from semi-rural Leicestershire shows that whiteness is classed, even when stressing its external border, and that the locations of the actors, at least in this hierarchical imaginary, stem at least partly from the reconfiguration of the colonizer-colonized relationship. Ambivalence. While home for many villagers, or people who do not live in villages but would like to, covered in the research referred to in this chapter, is threatened by jarring otherness, there are a number of ways in which the coincidence of home and matter out of place is experienced. Our research project on white identities in provincial England, undertaken by the author, provides the material for the following sections: Clark and Garner, forthcoming. Eric, one of our respondents in Bristol, is asked what picture the word immigrant conjures up. Oh, it conjures up negative images, I hate to say it, but it does. It conjures up East Europeans or Africans. Soweto, not Soweto, what do you call them, what's that place, there's a lot of them in Cardiff. Author's note, we think he means Somalia. It conjures up bad images. It conjures up spongers, people living off us who are not destroying our way of life, but having an effect on the British side, I suppose. This is why we're partly being deluded. It's not being deluded by Indians or Pakistanis who've been here for 55 years or whatever. It's by people coming in, and I've noticed it. I go to London once a month, and I do ND it, I'll be honest, mildly irritating, because you hardly see what you would call a normal white British person on the street, because it is just full of foreigners in inverted commas, sorry. Even this account includes ambivalence. Multicultural urban space is viewed as un-British in this narration, yet the exact positioning of the line separating the British from the foreigners is hesitatingly created. White Europeans and black Africans are mentioned as foreigners, yet Indians and Pakistanis, and presumably their descendants, who have settled in Britain since World War II, are abstracted from the process of dilution. Yet at the end, the normal British person is unambiguously white. Dilution rather than destruction is the outcome, through parasitical behavior. It is not clear how this presence and behavior are linked so unequivocally in Eric's mind, but we can see this as an ideological effect. Particular types of bodies are understood as behaving in intrinsically negative ways, and again it is the trope of productivity that is dominant. Our respondents virtually always couched discussion of immigration in the basis that it must be productive and that economically contributing individuals are more or less welcome. It has been established then that in the eyes of non-migrants, residential space can be taken over and altered negatively, by or for migrants. 92. Another of our interviewees, Denise, talks of the areas in a northern English city where she grew up. The RST has been altered by white people. When I grew up we all knew each other, the people that had their houses, their council houses, but they looked after them, they had pride in them, in the gardens, and there was respect. But I think over the years, when we had gone back, a lot of the people had been replaced with single parents. And, oh gosh, not that single parents, it's just the type of single parents, it's the one that they were almost school children themselves, so of course it changes because they're not the same, they don't have the same values or anything, so they were allowing their children to go and play out till all hours. It was just different. A lot of the people she goes on to talk of the area where my dad and his wife lived, slowly over the years, there was more Indians and Pakistanis moving into the area, and that was a bit strange. Once one family moved in, a house came up for sale, they bought the next house and the next house, and it went on from there, and it was like living in a foreign country. So the two experiences, read together, are of conditions deteriorating and combinations of class and race as explanatory factors. It is strikingly similar to the narrative about housing in Reading told to Modale, 2004. The absence of a qualifying adjective suggests that the single parents in the former area are white. When an area becomes a byword in a city for minority residents, the two are often conated so that racialization subsumes the class dimension, that is, it is spoken of as a place for minorities rather than a working class district, even though the latter might well be an equally accurate description. Few people talk of the compounding effect, but Gladys in Bristol does so. She is married to a man from an Asian country and she comments on a particular part of Bristol because of his invisibility in the streets there are huge divides, some of them are economic, some of them are cultural, and when the two combine it is quite a staggering difference. The husband's transformation into someone who is at a certain level at home in this part of the city, causes his wife to look at the place with a particular gaze in which her whiteness and invisibility elsewhere are highlighted, and where she reeks on what makes this space not home for her. So there are a number of crisscrossing themes in people's references to space, race and home that are informed by their vantage point as white British people with classed locations. Home is projected as an absence of otherness and the maintenance of particular values, often backward-looking, to recapture a moment in one's personal biography, as is the case with some of Burns' White Mothers, 2006, Tyler's Village People, 2006, and Modell's Anti-Asylum Protesters, 2004, when surroundings were uncomplicatedly devoid of otherness. Moreover, the Golden Age phenomenon, back 1996, relates not only to racial purity but social mores, cohesion, and patterns of life that were less alienating. Indeed, it is important to think of whiteness and the lines between white and other identities being drawn as part of an ensemble of elements connected, especially for older people, with perceived reduction in the quality of life. The attachment of particular causes to particular effects might be debatable, but it is clear that for many people the numerous shifts in British life, rising costs of living, different working patterns, female employment levels, increasing feelings of vulnerability to crime, for example, are the changing demographic features of neighborhoods. Culture and race. A striking feature of contemporary discourse about race, immigration, and Britishness picked up in our work is the importance of cultural space as a contested resource. Many people see Britain as losing its identity, although a minority see change as a positive thing, and this is expressed through a variety of references to culture. One particular battleground is the way religion impacts on people's lives, not necessarily in the formal church-going context, but in terms of how Christmas is celebrated and referred to. One outstanding gripe from people is to do with the idea of Christmas being abolished in some way, school plays banned, words or phrases used to avoid saying Christmas, Christmas cards not being placed in public spaces, etc., are all examples people have commented on. Yet it is not at all clear where, when, or even if such events took place, or who is actually offended by such expressions, although it frequently occurred in the context of discussion of Islam in Britain. They may well all refer to a reading of one or two incidents reported nationally. Berkemans, 2006, Search for Institutions Stealing Christmas in Britain in 2006 NDS Only Unsubstantiated Stories. What then is the function of these stories and the comments they provoke? In the realm of tolerating diversity, one thing which is frequently pinpointed as a step too far is interference with Christmas, a festival that epitomizes something British for our respondents. For some this might have more to do with symbols of Christianity, while for others it is more of a paradoxically secular festival in which they feel particularly invested. This type of discourse occurs in the context of white cultures in general being referred to by white respondents as intrinsically uninteresting, Frankenberg 1994, McKinney 2005, and the implication in some multicultural proclamations that British culture was, in journalist Julie Burkhill's laconic term, a wasteland before mass immigration, 2001. Indeed, comments by then Cabinet Minister Robin Cook, 2001, who commented in a speech that the typical British meal in 2001 was chicken tikka masala, point towards the idea that, as many respondents intimated, British culture per se has benefited from external infusion and needed literally spicing up. The question of culture has been central to racialization since at least the English colonization of Ireland, and provided the object of discourses in which it is argued that civilization A is superior to civilization B. Indeed, culture has always been constitutive of the idea of race. Robert Young contends that culture has always marked difference by producing the other, it has always been comparative, and racism has always been an integral part of it. The two are inextricably clustered together, feeding off and generating each other. Race has always been culturally constructed. Culture has always been racially constructed. 1995, 54. So it is not surprising to ND that in the early 20th century, in the long shadow of the Holocaust, where direct talk of racial inferiority is shocking, the sphere in which it is possible to talk openly about race is the cultural one. Much has been written about what are identified as new forms of racism, from the new racism based on sociobiology that informed the Thatcherite era in the UK, Barker 1981, 1990, to the neo-racism suggested by Balibar, 1991, as the dominant form in contemporary Europe, and color-blind racism, Bonilla Silva 2003, in the USA. What binds these concepts is their reliance of the normativity of culture as an experience that produces, in both Foucault and Balibar's senses, the people, as a national population people who are culture-coded as either normal or other. The history of post-war migration into Europe shows how culture has been deployed as an exclusionary device by the state, and on a popular level to distinguish between assimilable migrants, like us, and unassimilable ones who are not. Goodhart 2004. The British state moved from a position of inviting workers from the colonies to Britain to rebuild the economy in the late 1940s, to one in which immigration controls were imposed on some Commonwealth nationals, of colour, and nationality was reconfigured as pertaining to bloodlines rather than residents throughout the 1960s. This was due to problems of assimilating what was referred to as coloured immigration, Miles and Fizzacoli 1984, Miles 1993. By 2005, the British government was recognising that EU expansion policy allowed Eastern Europe to supplant other places as sources of immigration. Home Office 2005. 3 English People's Takes on Integration. Although the term has been conceptualised as involving a two-way process of negotiation, Parekh 2000, Castles et al. 2002, integration is perceived by people in contemporary Britain as a synonym of assimilation. The idea of home as a place is constructed as much along the lines of people as of spaces, buildings, and adherence to particular values. 3 examples from our ELD work in England illustrate the dynamics of this home-building process, and how whiteness runs as a thread, sometimes in a surprising way, through the discourse. Clark and Garner forthcoming. Jack. The RST is Jack, in his 50s. He lives in a residential area in a city in the southwest of England, and has responded to a question earlier in the interview about what pleases and displeases him in Britain at the moment, by talking immediately about people coming from all over the world and living here. He feels that, to a certain extent, that if people are going to be here, they should play by our rules rather than we should bend over backwards to let them play by their Jack's is a common formulation of the problem of integration and cultural behavior, a discursive commonplace, Billig 1991, as well as a clinching argument. We might call it the when in Rome view. Variations included references to not being allowed to build a church in Saudi Arabia, or styles of dress in Arab cultures. First, this sets out a general principle of equality that must be respected. Second, it posits an equivalence between the structural position of Third World migrants in Britain, and British migrants elsewhere, thus glossing over a central part of British experience. Colonialism involved making other people play by British rules. By arguing that the migrants whose culture is causing a problem are on a level playing field with the British, respondents are ideologically casting the past as niched business that no longer has an impact on the present. One element of white British identities is clearly some kind of fragmented and suppressed relationship with empire. While few speak openly about its legacy as a source of pride, fewer still engage critically with this legacy and attempt to articulate how it may still structure contemporary experiences. Knowles 2005, 2004, 2003. The principal way in which recognition of empire is recorded is paradoxically through its elision in the when in Rome argument. Jack's personal take is enunced by his strong secularism and antipathy towards religion, which he sees as a major source of conflict and tension in the world. He returns to this topic more than once in his interviews. Jack revisits it later when asked directly what his feelings about immigration are. "I think the problems with it will be that unless people are integrated more into society, and by integrated, that means, we haven't just got to accept them, they've got to accept a degree of Britishness, then you're going to get hot spots where there's going to be resentment that people are taking their place in the hospital queue or their place in the school or their place in the whatever, because it is my country, what are you doing here? But if those people come in and are given a program whereby they understand that, all right, you can live here, but this is what we do, but you can't have them saying, well, we don't do it like that. Well, okay, go back, laughing. That's not quite right, again that's." Jack advances from describing the contours of a general problem to eashing out his earlier comment. This time the problems coalesce around hierarchies of entitlement for services and resources such as schools and hospitals. The resentment about losing out in the struggle for these resources, he seems to be saying, is generated not only by foreignness per se, but by people not adjusting to particular types of cultural norm. Again, typically these norms are not specied, but could be the basis of a program. When talking generally, Jack is aware of an inconsistency between his idea of himself as liberal and rational, and the starkness of his opinions on this issue. He previously said he did not want to sound as though he was to the right of Attila the Hun, and here he backpedals again, "That's not quite right, again that's sounding not the way that I intend it to sound." The distinction between how unknown groups of people and individuals known to the respondent are talked about mirrors the broader patterns in our research. Immigration per se is seen as at least partly to do with structure, while integration is the realm of the individual. Some respondents have exemplary individuals in mind, as Jack does. "I've got a couple of very good friends and one of them is going up to Liverpool on a stag weekend that he's organised because he's a passionate Everton fan. He's a second-generation Asian, but you just wouldn't know it because he's a Scouser. 93 and he waves the AG for England for the cricket. I play cricket with him. That's my kind of immigrant. If everybody was like that, there would be no problem, you know, but they aren't. They want to import somehow too much, and it's not their culture, it's their religion, and that's the problem." The contrast between Jack's friends and the non-integrating immigrants revolves around local and national sporting allegiances and outward adherence to British cultural practices like the stag night. He focuses on religion among the many possible cultural distinctions, which again is tied in with his antipathy towards it. Yet there is an interesting slippage here between statuses. The friend is a second-generation Asian, i.e. born and bred in Liverpool, yet he is held up as a model immigrant. The man is clearly not an immigrant however, but a British national whose parents were immigrants. There is quite a difference in socialization for someone who has grown up in the British culture and someone who comes to it as an adult. Baghuli and Hussain 2005. Moreover, the right of people to evaluate British culture and not adhere to parts of it is not considered. 94. The integration foreground here is closer to assimilation. This is the choice of the individual rather than the prescribed program-led solution Jack has voted for new immigrants. However, while Jack wholeheartedly approves of this model behavior. 166. Whiteness. His opinion is not the only one prospective sports integrators will encounter. One of my own undergraduate students, a Brummie of Mauritian Indian origin, reported that despite wearing an England shirt in Germany for the 2006 World Cup, he was called an Al-Qaeda bastard by other England supporters on one occasion. His Birmingham accent and support for England were not enough for him, in this instance, to pass the test. Denise. Another question we posed was, when does an immigrant stop being an immigrant? Denise, a mother of 3 in her 30s, living in the same town as Jack, speaks from a different ideological space. A devout Anglican, she is originally from a housing estate in the north and has lived abroad. Denise's second interview rested heavily on the idea that she perceived increasing pressure as being put on British tolerance of outsiders. Her answer to the question about when an immigrant stops being one is: when they are, if they are nationalized. If they at least try and nationalize themselves to this country. My husband's cousin is Indian. Her family are Indian and have been here nearly 40 years, but they're very westernized. They don't, they do wear their saris at special occasions and things, but they're not here demanding to bring a bit of India or, to be Indian in this country. I think I wouldn't, The children's godmother is from Jamaica, her parents and all her family are from Jamaica, but they've been in England many years, and to me, they're just as English as I, Janine is just as English as I am because, she was born here, but not because of that, because she's not, they're just the same as me and anybody else. They're not trying to be different. So is it to do with culture? I don't even mind their own. It is not even within their own culture, it's not even within their own. To have their own culture, it's when they're almost forcing that. Denise had been reluctant to be recorded in her RST interview. This time she was more condensed, and very emotional. She brought the interview back repeatedly to the question of the relative rights of British people and immigrants. Her close personal relationship with the daughter of immigrants opens up a space in which she is ambivalent about the necessity of whiteness and Britishness. 167. Going back to the question of identity, how do you feel about being English? Or what does it mean to you? I don't know really. I was going to say that white, but that is not strictly true, is it? Because there's lots of non-white English people like my friend. But today I think it's more I would be saying that because I am a white English person, so I think that's why I would say now as opposed to a time ago where I wouldn't have even dreamt of saying that. So Black and Asian people can be on the British side of the dividing line if they adhere to a code of not trying to be different. Denise's current heightened awareness of her whiteness is also inextricable from her nationality and her thoughts on what it means to be British in the face of unreasonable pressure. Her reference points are often religious, as in the following statement. I've not come across anybody yet, even in church, who isn't feeling that we're sort of. It isn't something else to do with it as well, which is how we seem to be bending everything to accommodate the different, and the different religions as well. And I think that, we should allow for different religions, but not when their religion takes precedence over ours, because we certainly can't go to a Muslim country and have the same rights. My emphasis mimicking stress in voice. While her starting point and appreciation of religious faith are virtually the opposite of secular Jack's, her understandings of the power balance is virtually identical, the use of the when in Rome argument underpins it. If anything, Denise's appreciation is that conditions are more unequal than in Jack's. The qualier even in church identities a community whose opinion would otherwise be taken as the epitome of tolerance, having been moved to question the unfairness of a situation. Whatever the reasons, they're in this country, and that's just the way it is. They shouldn't be so. Oh, I can't think of the word. I'm sure it'll come to me later. I feel really passionate about the whole thing on this now. Denise has obvious difficulty throughout the second interview in calming herself when talking about this issue. She is sometimes so upset that she is lost for words. While talking about problems involved in a cultural disagreement at a factory, below, she even refers to the recording at 168 Whiteness moment. Earlier in the interview she introduced a statement with "This is going to sound really racist now. Some Muslims in the factory found it offensive that some women in the factory wear t-shirts, because they were exposed, but if they don't like it, even on your tape, go back to where it is not bloomin' offensive, to where it can't be offensive to you." Denise's interviews demonstrate quite a complex set of associations about class and race, with childhood experiences, religious conviction, and the experience of having lived abroad all playing a part. Her resistance to the idea of people not integrating almost prevents her speaking at some points, yet makes her content enough at others to stop caring about whether she sounds racist. Her vision of beleaguered Britain, in which the pendulum has swung too far towards accommodation of others, is a hegemonic one encountered in a number of our interviewees, and those of Lewis, 2005, for example. Yet the specifics of her responses mark them out as particularly powerful. Home, a habitus shaped by tolerance of cultural practices, for her is threatened primarily by the unreasonableness of Muslims, who are seen as taking advantage. Her line of Britishness clearly encloses whites but runs zigzag fashion through Black and Asian communities depending on the degree to which individuals are forcing their cultural will on the local norms. Bill. The third example is drawn from an interview with Bill, a social worker in his 60s who is a member of an Anglican church on a large housing estate in the other city where we worked. Of the 4 areas where we did ELD work, this place, Broomfield, had the highest proportion of ethnic minority residents, around 7%. Here he talks about 3 local residents. Q. When does an immigrant stop being an immigrant? A. I think if you've come from another country, really, you are an immigrant. It's about when you stop thinking about. I don't know about, depending on. You see, one of the reasons I think of Shaq as being an immigrant is that, for all his kindness and his carefulness, you feel that he is still having to work very hard at negotiating across the boundaries. With Richard and Carolyn, you don't feel that. Well, they do it without you noticing it. 169. Bill said he tried to talk to Richard about the cricket, and he wasn't interested unless the West Indians were playing. Now you could argue, couldn't you, that he would be supporting England if he was really English? I don't think that, you see. There is something about the way they, Richard and Carolyn, go on that makes me feel that they don't need to do that. They're comfortably part, they make great efforts to be. I mean, Carolyn is the sort of person who turns up with stuff when there's an event at the church. She has ways of making sure she has become part of the community. She's actually, somebody said, whispering, I'm going to invite Carolyn to stand for the church council this year. Now they've been coming for 2.5 years, I think. In Broomfield terms, most of these people have been coming for 30 years. So you kind of feel, you know, don't you, she's worked, she's being seen as part of the thing. Bill's idea of integration displaces national sporting allegiance as a primary measure. This type of hypothetical test has been referred to since it was placed on the national agenda by former Conservative cabinet member, Lord Norman Tebbit in the 1980s. Yet for Bill, this West Indian couple are integrated regardless. They have passed a far more stringent examination. The fact that Carolyn is on the cusp of a church committee nomination is in local terms evidence of integration. This appears an ideal situation. The other person Bill referred to, Shaq, is a convert to Catholicism, and English is not his RST language. It might be suggested that the Anglophone Christian West Indian couple in this example have a relative advantage over non-Christian non-Anglophones. Yet this type of cultural capital has not always been useful. British black churches often opened in the 1950s and 1960s as a response to exclusion from mainstream churches by white British Christians. Moreover, the generation of Christian West Indians of the 1950s and 1960s were identified paradoxically as problematic immigrants by successive governments because they appeared culturally unassimilable. Carolyn's feat of rapidly making herself part of such a community is, viewed from a historical perspective, no mean one. 3 Views of integration. The route of individuals to integration appears to revolve around reaching a certain degree of intimacy. In each of the 3 cases this has been true in different ways. Yet the respondents have different gauges of what aspects of integration are more important. For Jack it was sporting allegiance and normative masculinity. Immigrants should not just be integrated nationally, but incorporated into the local rivalries and male-dominated culture of sports and stag nights. Denise's concerns are about the Christian-based culture of Britain being changed by assertive foreigners, primarily from the Indian subcontinent, who are taking advantage of Britain's tolerant disposition. Lastly, Bill sees sporting allegiance as relatively unimportant, and feels that integration is to do with a process of proactively contributing and becoming a part of a community. The conditions under which people integrate or not in these examples cannot serve as the basis of general claims. What they do illustrate, however, are maneuvers frequent among our interviewees. The RST is the identification of individual integration success stories. When this is done, it is often in contrast to examples of collective failure to integrate. The second is to implicitly highlight the values of Britishness held in esteem by the speaker, in pointing out how outsiders remain outside or become insiders. The key values that prevent or make this possible are identified also. The personal experiences of each respondent frame the narration. Jack's antipathy to religion, Denise's membership of the church and upbringing in a multicultural setting, and Bill's lifelong involvement in community work. However, the nodal points, Lacaw and Mouth 1985, at which their accounts coalesce are the individual nature of integration, hard work can procure this, and the understanding of integration as a one-way assimilative process. This ties neither with the idea of multiculturalism as an exchange, nor with culture as dynamic rather than static. The wider context of these interviews is one of post-7/7 bombings, ongoing wars in Afghanistan and Iraq, the opposition to them in Britain, the prosecution of the War on Terror and its associated ideological battles, and the resurgence of debates about British identity. As indicated in the previous chapter, these have a relationship with the previous 15 years of turning asylum and immigration into a live political issue also. Key themes within that debate have been the place of Islam in Britain and the degree to which Britain can absorb immigrants of different types. Indeed, the idioms in which such debates can be phrased are altering from the multicultural, where a vague and unstable commitment to nominal equality of cultures within the national one is present, to the post-multicultural, for want of a better term. Here, cultures are viewed as intrinsically different and hierarchical. British culture, with minimal denition, is held up unconditionally as the one into which others, now especially Muslims, must assimilate. You could be forgiven for reacting to this with a yawn or a shoulder shrug. Haven't we seen all this before? 171. Wasn't this the norm when post-war migrants arrived in large numbers in Britain? Yet the situation is emphatically dissimilar. What is important to think about is how Britain has passed through its formal multicultural phase into post-multiculturalism. How has discourse returned to a similar form of expression even though it has been through 2 decades of challenge and brief hegemony, at least in some circles? From the top, important political actors have been involved in this shift over the last 2 to 3 years, 95, and its manifestation is visible in Eldwork. Now, the dominant popular model of Britain's diverse culture seems to be one in which the traditional white Christian basis is under increasing threat from over-assertive minorities, supported by their political allies, the liberal and politically correct local and national leadership. The anxiety expressed by white British respondents in the work referred to here can be read as a function of the undermining not of whiteness, but of a series of long-term changes to the employment market, the polarized distribution of wealth, the welfare state and the property market, among other things. Insecurities over these areas can be expressed in direct relation to these, but also in closing ranks against those seen as dangerously different and not taking their place in the queue. This queuing, a paradigmatic British social practice, places the productive indigenous, white British at the front, and deliberately unproductive white British somewhere towards the back. When the queue appears to be operating in a different way, the emotional responses are anger, feelings of betrayal, and the identification of particular bodies as agents of declining living standards. Those bodies are sometimes those of white Europeans, but much more frequently they are of non-white others, from anywhere, with any status including British nationals. This is the point at which whiteness is the key dividing line between the relatively powerful and the powerless. Conclusion. The idioms through which race is discussed have been transformed since the 1950s. In Britain, the parameters of what it is acceptable to talk about have passed through a period of notional multicultural equality into one of contestation, where minorities and their cultural difference are fair game for critique. This is particularly true for British Muslims. 96. It is clear from the way that our respondents discuss immigration that the problematic integration of difference looms large in their thinking. This problem often supposes a static, rather than dynamic, idea of culture, and a partial grasp of particular items as markers of culture, language, dress, selected through racialization rather than ethnicity. And why is it to do with whiteness? First, the cultural characteristics of others are projected as collective, unchanging, and innate. Individuals whose behavior does not conform to that of the non-integrating mass are not viewed as exceptions, indicating that the monolithic view may be wrong. Maybe there are plenty of Muslims who are integrated, but as exceptions that prove the rule. In this way, the conflict can be depicted as one between tolerant hosts and ungrateful guests refusing to accommodate themselves. Gibson, 2003. Under particular circumstances, some of which we have tried to pinpoint here, this discourse moves to a defensive pitch. The defense of home, safety, space, and values is expressed sometimes through raceless themes, overcrowding, misuse of planning, etc., sometimes through race, crime, insecurity, house prices, sex, themes, but the context is the key. Second, in the work here, white English communities represent themselves as law-abiding, decent, monogamous, reasonable people contrasted with others, who are a priori criminal, rapacious, unreasonable, and reluctant to contribute. I made it clear at the outset that whiteness is as much an interpretive framework as a collection of power relations. Using this framework, I would suggest that one of the ideological effects of whiteness is to induce a narcotic cohesion, a cohesion that suspends the constant endued fracturing of identity along class, gender, and political lines, for example enabling the imagined community of Britain to be drawn together, revealing who is the same as us, in the speaker's terms, and who is different. For some, the exact composition of that community is more inclusive than for others, yet the bonding agent is whiteness, expressed as a set of racialized, i.e. bound to bodies and seen as natural, cultural characteristics. 173. Conclusion. In defense of the whiteness problematic. Recap, model and comparison. Throughout the argument presented here I have maintained that whiteness is not only something that is the object of study, but also a way of approaching that object, a critical perspective. 97. Indeed, using the same term for both is potentially confusing, so I am going to refer to the perspective as the whiteness problematic, to cover the way of problematizing social relations so that the racialization process is at the heart of them, and that white marks a powerful spot. So just as Mills advocates separating whiteness as identity from white supremacy as a system, my recommendation is to distinguish whiteness as an analytical framework used by researchers, the whiteness problematic, from whiteness as a set of social relationships. Chapters 1-4 presented the various themes arising from the study of whiteness in U.S. literature, and found some resonances with the work carried out in the UK. These are particularly noticeable in the ways in which whiteness is articulated through values. The values of white interviewees are expressed through their critique of those they impute to non-white colleagues, compatriots, and immigrants, racialization without race. The concept of whiteness exists only in relation to what it is not, which is evident from its origins in New World systems of forced labor, which came to operate a color-coded social hierarchy linking status to color. The relationality of the racialization process illustrates how racism cannot be understood merely by references to themes or tropes but only in historical, social, material, and cultural contexts. An intrinsic part of this context is the structural or institutional aspect. The distinction between whiteness and white supremacy, identity v. systemic domination, emphasized and developed by Mills, 2004, is a valuable one, which postulates differing levels, or domains of action, structure and agency, which cannot function independently. The fact of historical white political domination requires much recognition of nuance when qualitative work is conducted. Not all white people have the same degree of power over all non-white people all the time, or in the same place. John Hartigans, 1999, White Respondents in Briggs and Laybacks in South London, 1996, are remote from sources of decision-making power, yet despite their class location, they are still able to claim or aspire to white identities that enable them to experience a minimum of privileges outside of their residential area. The privileges are more partial for them than for Tyler's wealthy English villagers, 2006, or Pierce's corporate lawyers, 2003, for example, yet this uneven distribution of privilege does not invalidate the problematic. The relationality of whiteness involves two simultaneous border maintenance processes, one between white and people of color, and the other between white and not quite white, explored in chapters 4 and 6. All white subjects are located somewhere on this spectrum, which is an outcome of the ongoing classificatory process conceptualized as racialization. This drive towards classification stems from the Enlightenment project. Ordering the great chain of being, from Homo sapiens downwards, and grading Homo sapiens, which is the story of race as an idea and racism as a set of practices, is anything but neutral. Whiteness is the point from which such classifications are carried out, a fulcrum of domination. It places itself on the positive side of all the binaries used to attach value and meaning to groups of people: cleanliness/dirt, purity/impurity, restraint/excess, backwardness/modernity. In the process of racialized classification that whiteness commands, the untidy and contradictory relations between white people are suspended. Black men become a homicidal set of simulacra, Asians a horde, Jews an alien infestation, indigenous peoples indolent savages, and so it goes on. White people are positioned in this relationship as individuals, whereas those racialized as not white are rendered undifferentiated, both in the literal and the medical senses of the term, where homogeneity is a property of an undeveloped subject. In this ideological and psychosocial maneuver, materially important status differences are thus abolished. Asylum seekers are conated with labor migrants, people with refugee status, tourists, students, undocumented migrants, and non-white nationals. As the people reproduces itself within the ideological constraints of the nation-state, the parameters of peoplehood are expressed through insecurities and aporia, by denning others using an amalgam of culture and nature, chapters 8 and 9. In this book, much weight has been afforded to empirical accounts, as a way of balancing the overwhelmingly theoretical corpus. This has allowed the various national contexts, looked at in chapters 5-7, to illustrate the importance of looking beyond the U.S. borders in order to fully understand whiteness. The legacy of slavery and the contemporary presence of affirmative action mark out U.S. discourse from the emphasis on indigenous land rights, and the post-colonial immigration policy of Australia and Ireland, the post-colonial nation-building of Ireland and Ecuador, and the post-imperial crisis of multiculturalism currently experienced in the UK. Yet while there is ample space to address the variety of specific contexts, there are also significant resonances. The British Work 98 demonstrates that we need to explain why white people are now expressing racially mediated beleagueredness and injustice. How can people who live safe lives in properties they own come to organize a campaign to keep people, who have escaped persecution and own very little, out of a barracks in their town, and in doing so wave banners decrying their own relative lack of human rights? 99 for McKinney's students, 2005, Weiss and finds unemployed working men, 1996, and in Frankenberg's, 2001, report of the panels on whiteness at the American Sociology Association's 2000 conference, a very similar discourse is noted, albeit ideologically attached to affirmative action. This dominant version of developed world whiteness seems to contain an uncomfortable mixture of arrogance and fear. Chapters 5-7 also illuminate some geographical and historical avenues that are routinely omitted from the American discussions of whiteness: 100 Ecuador, the Irish in the Caribbean, the Portuguese diaspora, gypsy travelers, alongside others, such as the In-Between Peoples thesis, and to a much lesser extent the Are Jews white? Debate, which are often mistaken for constituting whiteness studies alone. International Labor and Working Class History 2001, Kalkin 2002, Kaufman 2006a, b. These differing contexts underscore the necessity for balancing the cultural with the material in analyses, as well as illustrating the differing stakes of whiteness, and the myriad ways in which it sustains itself as a desirable location, even if this is only strategic. All of the above suggests a rich set of possibilities in terms of how white can be marked as raced. Maybe the variety indicates the foolhardiness of tabling models. However, the model I am now proposing is meant as a starting point. Power exercised through terror, Chapter 1, creates contingent hierarchies, Chapter 4, that are based on values, norms, and cultural capital, Chapter 3. A major expression of domination for the white subject is to misrecognize oneself as an unraced individual, while others are undifferentiated racialized and invisible, Chapter 2. The boundaries about who belongs and why are continually being redrawn so that the overriding lines include the majority of whites, Chapters 4-7. This is not only a fantasy about the unattainable cohesion of the nation, as Zizek, 1989, argues, but also a erection of material order. In other words, what is it about this moment that annexes whiteness in the ways we have discussed? Certainly there has been an intensification of mobility and an increasingly complex network of migratory movements that far exceed the old post-colonial nexus. There are increasing not decreasing disparities of wealth, both between and within countries. While per capita income might rise, that of the top rises much more quickly, and welfare provision, even where it exists, is more precarious than a generation ago due to the privatization of such services and the retreat of the state. From the bottom looking up, the new economic conjunction entails a combination of increasing affluence but relative degradation. This, I suggest, makes it more likely that people will be viewed as competitors but differently so by different people. Although housing, benefits, and resources are topics for complaint, the middle classes are more concerned by house prices and taxes, while the working classes focus more on access to social housing and the availability of jobs, for example. There is certainly a good deal of thinking upwards to be done by scholars on the basis of the increasing amount of qualitative studies of whiteness to have been published over the last decade, just as this work has been a necessary complement to the heavy theoretical bias of the corpus. Whiteness and the Murky Waters of History. In the introduction and Chapter 1, I acknowledged the work of the pioneering analysts of whiteness, those African American radicals who began the task of reacting critically on the power structures within which they worked. I also confessed my fundamentalism in this respect, and set out the objective of engaging critically with racial oppression as the required payoff for venturing into this subbelt of the sociology of racism. One of the historical Europeans I most admire, the French Union leader Jean Jaurès, is quoted as saying, "The river stays faithful to its origins when it owes toward the sea." 101 I prefer this vision to the semantic neighborhood of fundamentalism, and note that Frankenberg also uses a marine metaphor to express the idea that everyone is implicated in the racialization process. We all immersed in the waters of history and those waters are pretty murky, Frankenberg 2001, 74. On further reading I realize that her phrase also has echoes of reverse baptism, here we bathe and become impure. The historical dimension is so vital to the whiteness problematic that I want to use it to engage with a recent critique of whiteness. First though, I want to add the idea of history being relevant to the construction of knowledge, as Troy Duster, 1990, points out. The development of science, eugenics in Duster's study, is contingent and political, he argues. Knowledge about genes is a product of social relationships, not a neutral process. The historical development of knowledge about and discourse on race, colonialism, and its legacy are similarly products. If the historical forces at play in the present are left out of the equation, as most of the white interviewees in the ELD work appear to do, then a particularly ghostly form of whiteness emerges, and one that enables people to see themselves as unfairly dealt with simply because they are white. The whiteness problematic involves historical method. The question is not whether to explore historical context, but where to stop, because the answer to this is crucial. So when Eric Kaufman, 2006a, 244, suggests, among other criticisms, that whiteness has played no role in Tutsi-Hutu conflict in Rwanda and Burundi, for example, my response is that such a statement requires the suppression of a crucial strand of the problem of social relations, and one that the whiteness problematic would identify. 102 The Rwandan state was created by Belgian colonists, who also formally divided the population into Hutu and Tutsi. Never mind that people already identified themselves as Hutu or Tutsi before this, the point is that the European colonials drew the borders separating Central African nation-states, creating the Congo, Rwanda, and Burundi, and institutionalized identity into culturally and politically unequal outcomes. The Belgians instigated documents stating the bearer's ethnic identity and made it compulsory to carry them. So, even if we ignore the role of the UN, the USA, France, Belgium, and Great Britain as actors in the drama, whiteness had an important part to play in the genocide. It enabled the infrastructure of killing by interpellating 103 Rwandans as Hutus and Tutsis in a particularly adversarial way within the institutional framework of a nation-state, with the stakes being the control of resources that this entails. Evidence given by survivors to the International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda frequently records the destruction of people's treacherous ID cards as a strategy for increasing their chances of getting past roadblocks, put there to sift out Tutsis and murder them. The deadly game of who's who played out in Rwanda in 1994 was predicated on the specter of European colonial power, what Mills would term the legacy of white supremacy. Only white Europeans could wield this kind of classificatory and organizational power in Africa. This is not to deny the agency of the Africans involved in the killings but to highlight, as does Cheryl Harris, 1993, the ongoing salience of the past. Indeed, the case could be made that Rwanda illustrates some key features of whiteness, the political power of white Europeans over people of color, the drive towards classification of people for reasons of governance, the choice of Tutsis as the favored group more closely approaching the European norms, physical and cultural, the null wielding of power by the USA, the UK, France and, Mali, the UN's choice not to intervene militarily against not particularly well-armed or well-organized militia, thus leaving hundreds of thousands to perish because their lives were of less value. Elements of this story are identified in the various chapters that comprise this book. The Problem of the 20th Century. Mike Hills, 2004. Interpretation of the 2000 U.S. Census is that the racial and ethnic categories deployed by the state have mushroomed to the point where progressive anti-racist movements are losing the capacity to argue that there is in fact a deadening line between the powerful and powerless in terms of race. The combination of colorblind racism and minority ethnic classificatory entrepreneurialism has led to 120 possible racial and ethnic combinations in the 2000 census. 104. While in the UK there is still a way to go before this level of complexity is achieved, the trend is towards more rather than fewer categories. As we tread the path of enshrining particular identities as formal, and therefore more valuable than others, certain things become more obscure. One of those is the line between white and non-white. I use these terms politically throughout, to talk of power relations and the outcome of them. Turning a heterogeneous world majority into a label of what they are not would be to acquiesce to exactly the logic I have been arguing against. Dubois' prediction that the problem of the 20th century would be that of the color line may well have resonance into the 20th, and for a different reason. Colorblind orthodoxies, proliferating census categories, classifications of movements as immigrant rather than race-based, of communities as faith-based, seek to efface the racialization of populations and the effects of power on racialized bodies. We correspondingly move away from seeing the color line as a point where culture starts to exceed the stakes of economics in the grid of hierarchies thrown up locally, nationally, and internationally. What I mean by this is that the public and psychological wage that convinces the majority of white people to maintain an investment in the racial status quo rather than address their grievances upwards is topped up by the presentation of oppression and social unrest as not really to do with racism anyway. Scholars are part of this movement. In the linguistic turn, as Robert Young notes, race becomes merely a trope, a narrative of specificity, 2001. In this way, we are abandoning our attempt to grasp the capacity of whiteness to reproduce its power of naming, reclassifying, returning the responsibility onto its racialized others, etc. In short, the problem of the 20th century is to highlight the color line, to retrieve it from postmodern relativity and neoliberal downsizing. Using whiteness can be a structural tool of analysis, a way to interrogate situations by reference to a particular set of associations. Indeed, far from being a blunt instrument, Kaufman 2006b, whiteness can illuminate connections, the process of racialization and nation-making, identifications with international projects, how class and gender are inherently linked to racialization. Yet to do so, it requires reorientation towards the material, not taken away from the cultural, but a balance, towards affairs outside the USA and towards empirical studies as well as theoretical or literary ones. You can probably reach the kind of conclusions this might lead you to using other methods and theories, so the claim is not of exclusivity. Instead, I see using whiteness as a dot-connecting process that constantly confronts the researcher with his/her location in the murky waters, with the interplay of race, gender, and class, with the lines within the white group that speak of us and them. Ultimately, it should help us to not let the big topics such as immigration, human trafficking, and the Anglo-American neo-imperialist project owed away like helium balloons from the grasp of sociologists, human geographers, historians, political scientists and activists who want to keep the various forms of racism involved in fueling such projects at the heart of their analyses.